Your video's on.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you are live and good to go.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for January 24th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. Our first item tonight is a study session with the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission to discuss their project titled 100 Community Conversations on Race and the Lived Experience in Palo Alto. So Director O'Kane, were you going to kick this off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Burt, and good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane with the Community Services Department, and I'm joined by my colleague, Human Services Manager, Minka Vanderswag. So tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing 3 Human Relations Commissioners who will be presenting their most recent work on racial equity. We have Chair Pastor Kaloma Smith, Vice Chair Adriana Eberly, and former HRC Commissioner Valerie Stinger. As you know, the HRC has done significant work in Palo Alto related to diversity and inclusion, and we are very thankful for all the work they have done to advance racial equity. Some of the work they've done recently, in addition to what we'll be hearing tonight, is their report on Black and Brown history in Palo Alto and their recommendations on 8 Can't Wait. So I will now turn it over to Chair Smith, Vice Chair Eberly, and former Commissioner Stinger for their presentation.
Council, it is always a great honor to speak with you. We're grateful for the hard work, especially championed by the former Vice Chair, Valerie Stinger. She definitely was the engine that helped this go. I think it's always critical when we start these discussions to frame them in the historical context that they happened in, so that we are very clear on how we got here and how the discussion started. After the tragic death of George Floyd, and as the community started to engage and discuss about policing, race, and other issues, first, the HRC was charged with 8 Can't Wait and police reform. As we went through that process, we clearly heard a deep and profound undercurrent of some tension, particularly about the Black and Brown lived experience in the area. As we reported back to the council asked us to write a report on what was the experience of Black and Brown individuals in the Palo Alto city now and in the past. As we wrote that report, it took us longer than we expected because we found a deep and profound reservoir of issues, challenges, and concerns, not all based in history, but based on current lived experiences provided by quotes and other listening sessions that we had done. At that point, we decided that we needed to work on what was the next step. As we came to the council, we came up with the idea that there are many people in our city that have never had the opportunity to have a real conversation about diversity and to have it with their peer group. Given the statistics in the city that we're only 1.5% Black, we said we needed to have people in their own social groups have discussions about what is happening around race, diversity, inclusion, and equity. What we also decided to do in this group was we really wanted to focus on peer groups. So we wanted not to recruit the same people that come to the same things, but we wanted to say to people, you become a leader, and you get 5, 6, or 7 of your friends to come together, people that would never have a discussion. So it's your peer group. And the conversation was not so much to get people of different colors, race, and ethnicities, but to get people's peer group in the conversation. We feel that we were very successful in that. if you were looking from a pure DEI lens, you would probably think our numbers were skewed, but I'm happy to say that we accomplished our goal because we penetrated into places that usually would never have a discussion about diversity and inclusion. Can we go to the first slide, please? So what we wanted to do was to provide opportunities for brave, honest conversation with people who usually don't have the opportunity to talk about race and feel comfortable and safe talking about race in a room with peers that they were comfortable with. Identify personal behaviors and make a personal commitment to change. And identify the root cause and specific local initiatives, policies to reshape our community to address structural racism. So how do we do this? I will say that we started off by bringing together a coalition of people in the city. What we were able to do was get everybody from the library, the League of Women Voters, to other bodies like the Kiwanis and the Rotary Club. We also got the art department and different bodies in the city to actually sit and become part of our planning committee to try to get the word out, to get individuals recruited. Because what we realized was that in order for this to really penetrate and reach out in the community, we have a very siloed community. People do the activities they do and they don't do other activities. So in order to reach out and get a deeper penetration of the community, we got several pillars of the community to come together and do this event and do this activity with us. And we were successful in bringing together this collaborative group to get together. We sent out, we developed with the folks at Stanford a book and a methodology of what we should do, how we should do it, calling it Beyond the Line. And we met with Muhammad and his team at Stanford to figure out what was the right program to use. Then we came up with a guide on how to lead a group. And the actual format of this was we get one leader. They would volunteer whether to do it at their house or on Zoom or whatever format they felt comfortable doing it at the time. We started it around the time that was the 1-year anniversary of the death of George Floyd, and we kept it going through Juneteenth. So we gave them a window, and we actually ended up with 33 conversations recorded. 212 people participated in these conversations, and they lasted an hour and a half to 2 hours. The sample was the demographics of our community. It was older. We have the demographics of our community are older. It was also predominantly white and largely female. But those are the actual, when you look at the majority demographics of our community, I feel that the population that we missed was the Asian population. But generally, the significant body of the city, we were able to do through this. Next slide, please. This is the important part. The conversation provided opportunity for deep discussion about race. And this is a part that I am so profoundly encouraged. When you start a conversation like this, our goal was to have people that never had conversations about race have conversations about race. And then when you start talking about the demographics of who was in the room, it was really important that this number is noted. 30% of participants had never had a conversation about race in Palo Alto before. So this is absolutely an amazing number. I've been in Palo Alto for 8 going on 9 years. I've led several community conversations. And what I'm absolutely clear on is that people are self-selecting for the conversations they participate in, and conversations that they feel as their thing or they want to get engaged in or as their cause, they will go for, and then they will ignore other conversations. So to have people in this community that have never, ever had this discussion, and 30% of them be people that have never had that discussion, we were grateful for that. The issue of racism was compounded by increasing economic disparity, loss of sense of place, and belongings of many Palo Altans. I was actually blown away by this. There was one group, mostly older white ladies, and one of their biggest issues or one of their biggest feedback to us is they felt like they didn't belong in the community of Palo Alto anymore. Now, I was stunned because I was like, that was an unexpected unexpected thing that came out of this discussion, because we expected them to say, we belong and we want to have more people, more diversity. But they said they didn't feel like they belonged in the changing area of Palo Alto. They felt like it was a different city. So it's interesting that the groups that think that we automatically assume that feel like they should belong, or they say they belong, feel like they don't belong. So we have some issues of belonging that are deeper in the city and we need to talk about. So then the final thing, white privilege, which so frames the lived experience of Black and brown people in Palo Alto, is barely understood by the dominant local population. I've been doing these brave conversations, and I will use some historic and some of the precedents from here. Nobody ever wants to hear that their privilege disadvantages others, particularly if it's not a chosen privilege. It's sort of just they live life and it happened. So white privilege is not something that is an easy discussion. Bias is not an easy discussion. Systemic issues are not an easy discussion because it makes people feel uncomfortable. So what we found as we started these discussions was that many people were very uncomfortable with these topics, and they were uncomfortable with the implication, even if it's not their own fault, but just being what they are, it causes issues. So it made it very difficult, and it's very misunderstood because people haven't taken the time to understand what it means and how it impacts and what is going on. And they're not understanding it is not a condemnation of any single individual, but it is a sociological look on a larger and higher level. Next slide, please. I want to skip past that. To enhance inclusion and sense of belonging, focus areas were identified for further exploration: policing, housing, education, and community engagement. I'll say those again: policing, housing, education, and community engagement. I want to start at the community engagement. The thing that we're finding very clear is that Palo Alto is a siloed city. People will do the activities they do, but the overall sense of community is limited to groups. So how do we as an overall community allow people to feel like they belong to a greater whole? Community engagement is not only stressed by those of other ethnicities, but those that live in the community and feel the push of modernity and change. If you have people feeling unsettled about their belonging, it becomes very difficult to have further conversations about the other issue. The second issue is policing. Many people are very deeply and profoundly concerned to live in one of the most affluent areas of the country, to have a police department that is constantly in the news. They want to see, how do we become innovative in policing and not reactive in policing, and not constantly having issues around abuse and other challenges. Next slide, please. We could take one step back. I apologize. Housing. One of the critical conversations, there is the issue of having affordable housing, but there's also the issue of, if we have affordable housing, would people be able, of different ethnicities and colors, would they be able to actually access the affordable housing because of renter patterns, and who gets allowed to live in the community? Because I think housing is a twofold challenge. There is the challenge of building units, but there's also the challenge of allowing those that build the units and rent the units to make sure that fair housing codes, and make sure they actually rent to those of other backgrounds and ethnicities. There is a interesting article that came out of Marin County, where African-American couple had a house appraised, and when they got the home appraised, it was $400,000 to $500,000 below market value. They went in, they had a white friend come by, they took down all the pictures. It was 400 to 500,000 more after they took down all of they cleaned out their pictures and their personal memorabilia. So the question becomes, and this has been a constant trend. So we were wondering how, even if we had every unit built that we needed, even if we met every state code, would we be able to see significant attitudinal shifts that would allow housing to open up to everyone? So as we go to the final piece, and education, emphasis on inclusion more in schools and less so on test scores. We want to make sure that that we have schools that are equal quality across the community. I know a lot of this lands in PAUSD lab, but this was a high point for people as we spoke. As we go to the final slide, HRC proposes a city conversations were described as rich, encouraging, profound. Participants appreciated the opportunity for serious discussion. The report and the follow-through are anticipated. The key is now for the HRC to actually roll the output into executive summary of findings and use to create and drive a change agenda. Let's get this done. So this is the report of the HRC as far as our conversations.
Thank you. Kristen, how did you intend to have the conversation proceed tonight? Is there any other presentation from or comments from HRC members before we discuss, have the council enter into a discussion and hear from the public?
There aren't any more presentations. I don't know if
We're waiting for
Okay.
council now.
Okay, so you can either have council questions now or public comment now.
Why don't we go ahead and have, because this is a study session and we typically go right into really having informal dialogue. We certainly welcome all of the HRC members and thank you, Reverend Smith and Ms. Stinger for all the work that has been done on the initiative and as well as for the presentation. And what I'd like at this time to do is open it up to members of the council and members of the HRC who would just like to either ask questions or offer their own comments, and we'll go forward with the dialogue. Who would like to go first? Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Welcome, Pastor Smith and Vice Chair Eberly, and of course, Ms. Stinger, welcome back. I just want to take a moment and say I participated in the training for this, and I did lead one of these conversations, and it was a powerful experience. And to anyone listening on this who didn't have the opportunity to participate, I particularly want to call our attention to the Four Corners activity, which can be customized, their choices there. It's something perhaps even the council wants to consider for our retreat. It was a really meaningful way to put yourself in someone else's shoes and start to understand different perspectives. So I want to thank the HRC for setting these up, training us, and giving us an opportunity to talk about a really tough thing. I do appreciate the fact, Pastor Smith, that you addressed that the plan originally didn't include the experience of our Asian American and Pacific Islander community members. And I think that, in retrospect, was probably a missed opportunity. It's understandable given, where we were in the process. But I hope in whatever next version of this that we do, we're able to broaden that perspective a little bit. The people that I spoke with on this topic during this time were definitely had more to add. And I thought that was an important thing. I think it's really interesting that you talked about the sense of community being limited to groups. Sometimes we see that with organizations. I've certainly been a member of some of them that care about their particular, I'll just say park or library or activity. And it's a real opportunity for our whole community to think about how to link amongst those groups. I know I've talked a couple times about maybe having volunteers in the city that then can get exposed to everything that's available. If there's one thing I see that you're asking the council to consider including belonging as a city priority, in addition to that, is there one thing that you'd like to see us do?
I think there's a couple of things. First of all, I think we stand on the cusp of making significant decisions around leading who leads our police force. And as I said, leadership, everything rises and falls with leadership. So that needs to be an in-depth discussion about where that goes. I also think there's opportunity to continue to do diversity training, particularly in commissions, boards, and council, because at the end of the day, those that make policy or those that see the perspective of the community really need to have some sense and understanding of what it means to do diverse things. I would say, one of the challenges is that we are created by our own experiences, and sometimes we don't understand the experiences of others. I've run into this myself as a leader. So I think the challenge becomes, how do we as simple human beings gain enough exposure so that we can have more diversity, whether it's anything from as simple as the HRC to city council, to those that deal with parks, to those that deal with planning. How do we deal with diversity and inclusion in those spaces? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Pastor Smith. And I'll just say, to our own leadership, I think that's a great idea to have us and our boards and commissions receive, further in-depth training on this topic broadly. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi, everybody, and thank you for that presentation. Timing tonight, it's interesting. It's pretty good. Today was the first day of the federal trial of 3 ex-officers charged in George Floyd's death. And not that event has to do with our police department, but I think it's a stark reminder that we need to be clear about things like the duty to intervene and other policies I know HRC has talked about and this council has spent a lot of time talking about. So again, the report, I think the 100% was definitely an interesting exercise. I'll touch on 2 talks and do a little order. What I thought we discussed tonight was the size. I'm sorry, is my internet breaking up?
Yes, sir.
Getting a message. Can you hear me better now? Is that okay? I'll just turn my camera off for a second. One is about the size of the Human Relations Commission itself. I know you've asked a couple of times if we could add more people, and I wonder if you're still feeling the need for more people in the commission.
Yes, emphatically yes. We were at a time 7, and now we have taken on not only significant special projects and intend to continue to take on significant special projects, like the last 3 reports we report for council, but we still have HISRAB, CDBG, and everything else that we do. We are basically asking commissioners to give 15 to 20 hours a week at this point, just to cover the gap when it gets really busy.
So again, it might be time for council to think about that, think about whether we want to adjust the Human Relations Commission and consider adding a couple people back. Belonging as a priority, it sounds really excellent. And whether it's a council priority or even an HRC priority in your work plan this year, I also wanted to have a little conversation about that. I mean, you said it a couple of times, this idea of people doing what they do and not much else. I was listening to that. And do you mean things like, hey, I'm a choir person, so I do choir, but I don't do anything else? Or are you really focusing on kind of race and background? And because we do live in a really busy place, and I think people do feel very time constrained. And so it'd be interesting to hear like your creative ideas on how we could increase that sense of belonging with that kind of time pressure people feel here.
I don't have an exact answer for that at this moment, but to answer the first part of your statement, it is only human tendency to go with those that share or general beliefs, background. You tell a joke, they get the context without you having to explain the joke. It's just human tendency. So I don't know what we do as a community. I think we have some great examples from the Chili Cook-Off to Mayfed, and there's some other opportunities like PAUSD did the 21 days or 28 days of equity challenge, and they got over 1,000 individuals for that. There are ways for us to do it in our busy world. So I think it becomes incumbent, particularly on us as city, HRC, to create space for people to be in the public square. I think I wasn't here for it, but we had that cyber exhibit around the city and the people walked around and were part of that. That was another great example of, it was an activity that broke down silos because different people from different places and different backgrounds left their comfort zone to be part of something that was the entirety of the city.
Yeah, I mean, again, community building, it sounds great. And whether, we have our retreat coming up, whether it ends up one of council's priorities or not, I would say to the HRC, you guys should definitely put it on your work plan, and we can have a lot more priorities that way in terms of leveraging our boards and commissions. So thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just jump on that?
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that you mentioned choir, because one of the attendants of the 100 conversations mentioned that maybe a choir exchange between churches of different, predominantly different races. So then they could get together to sing instead of just doing it in their own churches, or even, I guess, an event, a choral event in the city. Another thing that people mentioned were the mini grants, the neighborhood block mini grants, and that's a great way to get people together. And that's something that the city has done in the past, and is, as far as I know, continues to do. I think it's just because of where we were in the pandemic, people were feeling very, even more isolated. And I did go to the art event downtown, and it was great. And it was so great to see so many people walking around the city. And I think as we have more opportunity to have events to bring people together, that would be super helpful. I just noticed the time, sorry. Thank you.
No, great, thank you.
Can I just follow up on that?
Sure.
I think the choir is a good example of something else we found, that there are a lot of organizations in Palo Alto that want to step up and help. So if we take the first step, we can leverage that. So in that case, it was the churches, but we had Kiwanis and Rotary, the service groups, some of the civic groups saying, we want to be part of this. So we can kickstart it, but we have some people to carry the ball and distribute the workload.
Great. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chair Smith and former Vice Chair Stinger and all the members of the commission, and as well as Kristen and Minka. I know this is a big lift, and I think especially being kind of understaffed as a commission and hearing your concerns and frustrations over the time. I do agree with Councilmember Du Bois. I think it's time to revisit that. And I mean, it's a volunteer. I mean, all of our boards and commissions are volunteer positions, and to hear you all putting in 15 to 20 hours a week, I commend you. I thank you. But really, I don't think that's appropriate for a volunteer commission. I'm glad you're doing it. I thank you, but we really do need to, I think, increase the staffing there. Commissions shouldn't be putting in that much work, but the work you're doing is incredibly important. I think it's long overdue that we've been having these type of community conversations, and so I'm really glad to see and read how much this was a success. And just reading through the report and reading the personal stories, And I think I had kind of got just a roller coaster of emotion sort of reading through it. And I appreciate, Chair Smith, your summary of it and your report of it today. I mean, I've been having these type of conversations with people in this community for a very long time. My wife, she's a Mexican immigrant, grew up in Hayward, and is still relatively new to Palo Alto. And hearing her experiences and stories as well frequently just kind of reminds me of what that experience is for a lot of members of our community. And I think just being able to have that opportunity to have their voice heard and be able to be around other people that are going through similar experiences is really important. And yeah, I don't think we should miss the point that just simple conversations can be so healing. I am hopeful that through this, we're going to be able to come up with more kind of concrete proposals and policy ideas to really be able to turn these conversations into long-lasting change. And I appreciate you bringing forward some of those tonight, and just encourage the HRC to kind of continue to brainstorm and work on those, which I know you're continuing to do. I do have oh, and then one additional follow-up. I did really like the idea of the diversity training for boards and commissions, and as well as council. Definitely think in this area we should not just put this off on boards and commissions. I think we need to definitely need to take ownership of that ourselves. Everyone benefits from it. I mean, that's one thing I've enjoyed about one of the many things I've enjoyed about the teaching profession. We do so much of this type of training, and I'm always surprised. I think I have another one next week on on similar type of training, and I'm always just kind of surprised, no matter how much time and energy and years that I've put into these type of issues, just what I'm able to learn and kind of take away, and new experiences that I get from any of these trainings. So I do think it's worthwhile for us to be able to look into. I do have just a couple of quick questions. The report stated that individuals express like personal commitment to further understand the lived experiences of communities of color in Palo Alto and to advocate for change. I'm curious, has any follow-up been done to check in with any of those who participated in those discussions to see how it has impacted their lives, and whether they were able to kind of continue the work that started in those discussions? I'm curious about that, because I think oftentimes we find when we go through these very formative experiences, we might come out of them really inspired to make change. And then, of course, as time goes on and our lives are very busy, then it's difficult to really kind of keep that in action. Has there any follow-up been done yet?
So I know Vice Chair Stinger has sent some emails. We live in a town that is very action oriented. So we've been very careful not to respond at this time until we could come back to them with some concrete steps, because a lot of people were looking specifically for policies, next steps, actions, and community dialogue. So we had been clear to them that we went to the policy subcommittee, that we were coming to council, and that we would get back after we had these dialogues and discussions about what our next steps look like. Because we want to make sure, that when we use the community credit that we have, they see value in the experience, and that it goes more to being beyond just a conversation, but there's some significant next steps that they could be part of.
All right. Well, wonderful. Thank you. And yeah, I definitely encourage that follow-up. I think would be really helpful. And then just finally, just kind of a quick little softball question. If we were to do this again, what additional resources, if any, would you really like to be able to see from the city in order to make this process move more smoothly, move more efficiently? I've been in your situation many times as a commissioner, and wishing I had that. So is there anything that you could really need from us?
I will say, Minka, Chantel, that team's been amazing. If we had some more marketing muscle and some more push from council, it would be helpful. One of the things is we had some marketing, but not as much as we needed. So it didn't seem like it was that much of a priority city. It just seemed like it was a priority of a commission. So having that kind of push from the top and with the full marketing leverage would be great.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So yeah, I too also want to thank the commission for you guys' work. I thought the report was really good. I really appreciate it. That was insightful. I loved the outreach that you guys did for this. That was really important. And also thank you for also letting us know about the workload. I was very concerned about that issue, which is one of the reasons why I voted against reducing the number of HRC members originally, just because I was the HRC rep for a bit, and I saw all the issues that you guys were trying to deal with. So I felt it was going to be a problem, and it looked like it was. So thank you for highlighting that. And next time we get a chance, I will definitely support and try to reinstate some members to spread the load a bit. My second point here is I do agree with some of the other speakers that not looking at hate crimes against Asian American was a miss. It's one of we've all heard about the anti-Asian hate crime incidents in our city as well as other places, and so I mean this is one of the reasons why I proposed an amendment to also look at racism against Asian Americans, not just Black and brown people. We have a large percentage of Asian Americans in our community now, and I think it's important to also look at that because I for myself experienced racism, and I can only say that I've heard it from many others as well. So I would love for the HRC to as you guys do this work, to also look at that as well and see what we could do to improve in this area. It sounds like at least next time around, there might be more support for putting this into motion. So hopefully that will happen. And as always, just let us know what else we could do to help support you guys in your work. But really appreciate all that you did. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. We definitely, if I had to review it, we would definitely include the Asian American experience significantly. Considering they're 34% of the population of our city, it is a significant part of our population that we need to have a very serious dialogue on, and also make better connections in communities to allow us to have these dialogue with the right communities.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Again, I just want to echo everybody's gratitude, myself included, for all the work that has taken place on this subject. My question is mostly around education. How has the collaboration been with Palo Alto Unified School District, as well as all the other private schools that is here in the city? I think, when I think back my children, when they attended school, I remember coming in from Los Altos into Palo Alto School District, and my daughter naturally gravitated towards people that were more similar, so Asian or Pacific Islander, but also found it a little bit difficult to mix with the Caucasian population. It came in time, but for the most part, it was mostly with the Asian. So what kind of conversations or what kind of collaboration have we have the HRC or other groups kind of worked with Palo Alto Unified School District?
So Lana Conway, who leads diversity over at the school, invited us to be part of the 21 Days of Equity that they did in February. I was actually one of the speakers. We invited her and her community and them to participate in our conversations. So we've had those moments. I think we did not have the manpower to go for every private school in the area. We went for that low-hanging fruit as we were trying to do our community groups. PAUSD is a body of students that live in the city. Private schools might have some population that live in the city and don't. So instead, we just did not have the ability at the time to go cipher through that piece of it. So I would say we have the start of a good of a good relationship. I feel like we will get together at places that we need to get together. But that's all I can report at this time.
Is there any thought about reaching out to the city schools liaison committee and seeing if that might be an area that you can form with the schools? Mm.
I definitely would like to do that. What I will do is as we go into our, I have somebody
Yes.
that's going to help me out, please.
I think Chantel is saying, yeah.
I just gave a thumbs up. That's fine as one of the collaborations that we'll continue to do with the district.
Perfect.
Okay,
And before
perfect.
she goes away, in conversations with Chantel, she's working on training for boards around diversity. So I'd love for her to speak a little bit on that.
Sure, thanks. I'm not going away even though I turned my camera off. I'm still But to answer that question, yes, staff has been working to get an outside consultant that can help us do a training for our board and commission members. We're looking at the month of March as tentative dates right now. I'm trying to find dates that different board and commission members can do where they don't have their own meetings. But the idea is really to just be able to start some of these dialogues. Last year, the commission members really appreciated the high level training that was done at the city, and we gave probably a 2-slide intro into some information on microaggressions and some of these DEI topics. And people really took well to the subject matter. So we wanted to organize a few trainings that people can attend, not by commission, but just as individuals. And then continuing to think about how to insert equity into the work of the board and commissions, similarly to how we're looking at what equity looks like within our different departments at the city. So trying to operationalize it, I think, is part of the terminology we're working towards, and the boards and commissions are a big piece of that. So thank you all for that suggestion.
Well, thank you.
Thanks. And thanks for the good comments that have come forward so far. One of the things that I just wanted to talk with you about a little bit more is this has been a really outstanding effort at reaching out into members of our community who reside here, Black and Brown and Caucasian and Asian members. But much of our diversity in Palo Alto and our Black and Brown community really is our relationship with East Palo Alto, where we're 2 cities, 2 counties, and in many ways, 1 community. And I would really, I'd like to hear more thoughts on that, but also just want to mention a number of ways in which that the relationships that you've spoken about, Reverend Smith, have opportunities through engagement with East Palo Alto to really have deeper personal and cultural relationships. We have a number of churches in Palo Alto that serve East Palo Alto and Palo Alto congregations, as does yours. And those are opportunities to really get to know people and socialize and visit and attend different churches over time. We have with our relationship with East Palo Alto and social and cultural and educational events. East Palo Alto has better blues than we do, and annual events, and they're really great opportunities for us to build relationships and appreciate each other and know each other. We also, the UNAFF Film Festival has events every year in East Palo Alto, deliberately to build that relationship of Stanford, East Palo Alto, and Palo Alto. And then even with the schools, our voluntary transfer program creates greater diversity in our schools than we would otherwise have. Parents who go through the school system and have that opportunity to not just have their kids co-attend the same schools, but to develop relationships with parents. And in many cases, parents in East Palo Alto don't have as much discretionary time as parents in Palo Alto. But even as adults, our sports activities are one of the best places where we have diversity, and the voluntary transfer program, students and parents are there. And over the years, this is how I've seen relationships develop between our communities. And of course, the East Palo Alto Y and now has a shared executive director with the Palo Alto Y. And so that creates a whole opportunity for us to collaborate more. The East Palo Alto Boys and Girls Club is an incredibly strong organization. And now they have the Epicenter, which is an incredible facility.
Amazing facility.
Just taking off. I welcome any comments on that. And then also, just if you and your colleagues might touch on any intentions in your work plan coming up for this year and how it relies on this, and how any other opportunities to leverage resources. You've done an incredible job of really leveraging what we could do and the very hard work that Minka and others on the staff do. But you've brought resources to the table that we couldn't just do as with a very limited city staff on that. And lastly, how do we further institutionalize these changes that we're striving for? Because they're not going to happen all at once. It's something that we are going to need to continue to work on and strive for and invest in. And so how do we really institutionalize these efforts? So those are my comments and questions. So we did not have, much like the private school segment, we did not have enough commissioners or capacity to deal with the EPA segment of the work. I mean, Palo Alto faces some interesting dynamics between Stanford and EPA and itself. And, you know, it's more complicated than most cities have for their social and gathering spaces. So we were not able to get there. We really focused on the people that lived in the city. You know, again, I don't know what is the appropriate process for asking for more commissioners, but once we have more, like you've stated, staff is great. And let me tell you, the city has some really amazing workers. I don't know how we get as far as we did without Minka and Chantel and many others that work really hard, but it's just a limit of bodies. I think there is great opportunity. And I think we live in a space and time post-COVID when we socialize that there might be greater opportunities to go there. How do you make change stick? I think there's a few things. The first thing is who you let in the door. So who do we hire to do the jobs in the city? How we vet them for these principles of diversity, inclusion, and equity is beyond my scope, but it's very much like many leadership people say, you got to get the right people on the bus. Number two, you have to train the people on the bus. A lot of things that happen are out of ignorance, out of lack of experience, lack of exposure. I think I always go with the thought process. The first time, it's because they didn't know. So we failed in teaching them what they needed to do so they wouldn't do that again. And becoming more understanding of what equity looks like and how do we intentionally write policies and create things that allow for diversity to flourish. Like any garden, when you plant a seed, you've got to water it. You've got to make sure you get the right sun. You've got to make sure the soil is right. You got to make sure the pH is right. That's the same thing with diversity and equity in the community. You can't just put a seed in the ground and walk away. You've got to make sure that the policies and the staff and the funding and all these other parts are around whatever the policies might be to make sure that diversity sprouts. If we don't do all of those things, then if we just throw the seed on the ground, we will never really have diversity. Thank you. And do any of your colleagues have anything else that you'd like to add before we see if we have members of the public who would like to comment? All right. Well, we'll go to the public and then maybe have just a little bit of wrap up after that. And I see so far we have one speaker, Aram James. Welcome, Mr. James, followed by Kat Snyder. And you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Floor is yours.
Okay, Pat, I agree. It'd be nice to bring a little blues over here from East Palo Alto. You know, that Patrick Brock was a friend of mine that I met at Terman, and you know he ran the blues the blues festival over in East Palo Alto, and he passed away recently. And he was a wonderful guy. I played football with him at Terman. So we have a great opportunity because I think we have seen, and I mentioned at the beginning of the year, my priority, instead of being 3 this year, was to fire the police chief. And I guess he's constructively done that himself. And I'm glad of that he's going to be leaving. I'm going to be working hard to make sure he doesn't get to be our elected sheriff. But if we were just to study the racism in the police department, just do that, and then try to do something to change that, not just in terms of the policy, but accountability, that would be extraordinary. And again, Pat, if we were to bring East Palo Alto citizens over here, not just a select group, it's been my experience that their experience over the years with our police department has been horrendous. They feel like they've been labeled, profiled, and they don't want to get on that University Avenue and come over here because they know they're going to be stopped. When we've looked at the canine statistics, a lot of times disproportionately the canines have been released on East Palo Alto citizens, just a whole lot of things. Thanks to the HRC. I have a question though. I don't understand in terms of public relations, I'm often the only person that speaks at the HRC now, maybe a second person. And they seem to want to rush through the agenda, and I think that they need some help, the Human Relations Committee, to reach out to more people. It used to be that those meetings were packed with citizens. I mean, really, really packed. If you go to a meeting now, there's 1 or 2 people that speak, and I'm saddened by that. It's almost like it's a closed club that the HRC is speaking to itself, and maybe because they don't have adequate resources. But I think we really need to turn that around and make that HRC a place where we can have these conversations. So again, it's going to be critical. I'll talk at oral communications about a letter I wrote back in 2009, but it's going to be critical to get Ed Chicado aboard, like I tried to get James Keene aboard in 2009, to have more than just one candidate for police chief. And we need to have a public conversation. We even maybe need to look at the city of Santa Clara as apparently the only city in California that has an elected police chief. Time in and time again, we've had chiefs that have not. Thank you very much. Speak later.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kat Snyder, to be followed by Bob Winslow. Let's see.
Hi.
You should be. There you go.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
So I just wanted to say, first off, that I think that the choice to make belonging a city priority is 100% on the mark. And I wanted to mention, in case anyone forgot, that Dr. Rona Hu, when she was talking about hate crimes and like the psychological effects of them, she mentioned that, you know, there is a stress response that we flock to people as part of our community once we've experienced a hate incident or anything like that. So I think that her perspective on this might be really interesting in terms of belonging. I also wanted to mention that she talked about being an upstander in these types of situations, and I thought maybe we should promote bystander intervention trainings, because I remember when my friend had a hate incident that happened where she was less scared of the scary man than she was disappointed by all the people in the parking lot who kind of were just watching. And I think sometimes those situations are ambiguous and we don't realize at the time what we could have done. So I feel like having those would be a really great way to strengthen our community. And then there's a number of different things that belonging could mean. I'm just going to throw out there Albuquerque's anti-Asian hate law. that I sent to the council on January 4th, I think. They have some provisions in there that I think are one way of strengthening the community. You may call it belonging, you may not call it belonging, but you might want to just check out some of their provisions. It's a lot of looking at who are the most vulnerable people and how do they get access to government resources that they might not have had access to because they are part of a vulnerable community. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but there's like a million different ways to define it. So good luck. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Wenslow, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. And Rebecca, the clerk says that it looks like there may be two Rebecca Eisenbergs listed. So it may be that you have two Zoom windows open or something like that. Just a heads up. Welcome, Mr. Wenslow.
Hi, I just wanted to make a very brief comment. I actually am attending this almost randomly, looking at some future items, but I'm finding that the work we're doing with sibling cities through Neighbors Abroad, and equally the work that Chantel and staff led on training commissioners has really enlightened me, and you could almost view me as your target audience. And I've really been appreciative of the work that both the HRC has done in participating in the Sibling Cities effort, as well as what staff's been doing. So thank you very much. And those are my remarks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Hi, thanks so much. I am very grateful for and I applaud this report and the constructive measures taken, as well as this thorough examination and conversation we're having today. That said, I urge you to consider a couple more things in our shared quest to make Palo Alto as inclusive and safe as we all hope and expect it will be for all of our citizens and residents, as well as, of course, people who work here too. The first thing is affordable housing. As you're aware, or hopefully aware, the segregated nature of our community and our schools has its basis in race-based restrictive covenants in real estate titles, among other things, but let's rely on that, that were enforced by police and also enforced by the courts until approximately 40 to 50 years ago, that recently. Although those restrictive covenants were finally invalidated fairly recently, the fact that they existed while real estate was mostly affordable basically shut out, eliminated the opportunity for most people of color to buy in Palo Alto prior to the extreme appreciation coupled with the no property tax increases that long-term Palo Alto property owners enjoy today. That's a problem that you can reduce with affordable housing in Palo Alto. Second, with affordable housing, our public schools would not have to rely so heavily, if not entirely, on the Tinsley program, which was referred to correctly by the mayor as the current program intended to segregate our public schools. Tinsley is a great program. It has been very successful, but it's not enough. For example, Palo Alto High School, aka Pali, where my younger child attends, is approximately 1% African American. That does not reflect I think what most of us would consider an inclusive and diverse student community. Affordable housing is a great way to make up for past wrongs. I'm not calling anybody a racist. These are things that happened in the past and that were not eliminated until fairly recently in our history. But there are things we can do to ameliorate the harm caused by it. Third, I agree strongly with the articulate and consistent comments made by my friend and colleague, Aaron James. The police force is very effective at keeping some people in Palo Alto safe. And I've heard, and I believe many of you in the council today talk about how good of a job the police force does in protecting you and your families. Unfortunately, that cannot be said about all families in Palo Alto, in particular, people of color. Until and unless our police force protects everyone, our city is not safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Mary Sylvester. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to express my appreciation to the HRC for their tireless work on behalf of the community. And tonight's study session with them is particularly important on race and lived experience. I hope the council takes seriously their recommendations about increasing the commission's capacity, both in terms of membership, city staff resources, as well as actual dollar funding to the HRC. I, for 10 years, had the pleasure of being on 2 city commissions under the HRC, and that the HRC has labored so hard with insufficient resources and staffing, and they're trying to reach a broad cross-section of the community, and it's really a long-standing uphill battle. They're trying to provide public education in all sectors of the community. They're trying to do community building efforts, and we need to be supporting them more. I also think it's tragic that the HRC lacked the staffing and volunteers to reach out to EPA schools as well as our local private schools. I particularly appreciate Councilmember Tanaka's recommendation tonight about more inclusiveness with Asian representatives on the HRC. I think that needs to be a high priority, and that takes time and that takes staffing. So again, thank you, Council and the HRC, for both of your labors. And I know it's a labor of love for Commission HRC members. And I encourage you to continue your hard work, and City Council, please listen to your valuable commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comments. So we'll just return for a wrap up. And Reverend Smith, did you have any final words or comments you'd like to share?
I just want to thank Vice Chair or former Vice Chair Stinger. She really led this effort, and she stuck with it even after her term expired. And she's like 7 months after her term is over, and she's working as if she's like a regular commissioner. That kind of civic mindedness and caring for a community is beyond belief. And if we have 10 more of her, we'd be in a lot better world. So I just want to take that opportunity to say thank you for that. And I want to say thank you to the council to continue to expand and give us more responsibility. We take the responsibility seriously, and we are here to make a better community. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I think we all want to thank all of you, Vice Chair Everly and yourself and Valerie. It is really, I think, a statement of the sort of commitment to our community that members and leaders of our community have, and that it's going to be ongoing. And this effort has to be something that it's not just what we pay attention to in years where there is a greater focus on it, but it is something that we continue to invest in and realize that we have to be conscious and deliberate and work together to achieve the very goals that you've been working on. And so I just wrap up by saying we look forward to seeing within your proposed work plan what additional next steps and resources that you would need to be able to accomplish that. And thank you all again for this discussion tonight. Great. All right. So at this time, our next agenda item is public comment on items that are not otherwise on the council agenda tonight. And so if members of the public wish to speak, please submit your names at this time. And we have our, I'll give it a sec for, looks like we have oodles of commenters. And our first speaker will be Rita Varel in just a moment. All right, so we have 10 speakers. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. And you're certainly welcome to lend your endorsement of other speakers' comments. And our first speaker is Rita Varel. Welcome. Rita, you should be good to go. Rita, we'll loop back to you and see if we can get the connection going shortly. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Last week I listened to the PTC meeting about Castellea, and I was not just surprised, I was shocked when Commissioner Carrie Templeton was questioning Amy French about the enrollment numbers for Castellea. Ms. French believed that Castellea was the party that brought forth the true enrollment numbers under for Castellea and for the city to look at. This is complete fiction. The neighbors have been complaining to city staff in Castellea for over 15 years about over-enrollment. This was a completely biased point of view from the city staff. I've written to you before about that the planning manager, John Lusardi, signed off on a CUP agreement in 2000, which I went to 2 community meetings at that time and said that there would be no future enrollment increases that would be looked upon favorably by the city over 415 students. Also, Lisa Grote, chief of planning at the time, also wrote a letter which I can send to you, but it is in the city staff file. I took the transportation and planning department at their word. I attended a few community meetings then, and the CUP process seemed to work with Castellea and the neighbors. Now I want to go over the true enrollment numbers from Castellea. By 2005, 424 students. By 2015, 450 students. The city determined Castellea was in violation of the CUP. They assessed a one-time penalty of $300,000. Castellea in 2014 agreed to reduce their enrollment, and then the city stated if Castellea didn't keep their reductions in enrollment, the CUP would be denied. However, in 2015, the city manager, I think James Keene, sent a congratulatory letter to Castellea for keeping the enrollment at 438. Okay, so there have been incorrect enrollment numbers up to 2018. Then by 2018, the neighbors, with help of an attorney, requested a CPA internal audit to get to the true numbers, the enrollment numbers. In 2019, a CPA firm confirmed that the enrollment actually was 430 students. Okay, after hearing that the staff is not aware that the neighbors in this area are the party that has been saying for years Castellea has over-enrolled students and has not met the conditions of the CUP, this needs to be remedied. You need a fair broker, not city staff, which is completely biased in favor of Castellea. There's no reason to reward Castellea with a new CUP when they have shown, hidden, covered up, shown intransigence, and embarked on an expensive marketing campaign, which has obviously influenced our city staff to Castellea's point of view. The CUP is a privilege and not a right. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James, and then we'll return to Rita Varel. Welcome.
Howdy, Mayor. So I just sent the council a piece. I hope you can read it. It's a piece that I wrote in 2009 when we were dealing with the selection process of the police chief at that time. And both the Daily Post and myself were pushing for having more than one candidate brought forward to the public so that we could do the interviewing. We got 3 candidates in the name of them, but James Keene decided not to allow them all to be subjected to questioning by the city, which was unfortunate. I would push you all to make sure that we have more than one candidate and that candidate come before the public for respectable questioning about their intentions. Like I've said before, we have such a very long history of having bad leadership in the police department, and it starts at the top. Oftentimes what you're going to hear from the recruiter is, well, you know, the really good people are not going to want to apply for the Palo Alto police job if they're going to have their names out there because they're going to end up being worried about being fired from their department. That really is nonsense. That's just a way of not keeping the public informed and not having, and particularly in this post-George Floyd time, we don't want to get another Robert Johnson as our police chief who ends up encrypting stuff, having, you know, basically no transparency on any of the important issues from canines to taser to encryptions as to brutality cases that have occurred, and we don't hear about them for 9 months or a year, and we only hear from them when, you know, members of the press have found those out, and then they disclose them to the city. We just, you know, there's a lot of places that we can look. John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York, the president of that university right now, where they put out a lot of law enforcement persons, happens to be a Black woman that was in the Obama administration. Yeah, you know, we could have a consultant like Ron Davis, who's now, you know, was in the Obama administration, now is in the Biden administration. We've got a lot of good people to give us some ideas so we don't end up being back in the same situation we are now, very, very unhappy and frequently, you know, afraid to speak out. You know, the people are afraid to speak out about the police chief. We know that we got a chief with a horrible record. He had a horrible record in Menlo Park, and he had a horrible record in the sheriff's department in Los Angeles. Somehow we didn't do the proper vetting, and we got somebody that's done a lot of damage to community trust. So please, let's go for it and get a group of folks that we can all talk to about their respective ability to be the next police chief. Thank you very much. Sorry for going over there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rita Verrell, to be followed by Mary Sylvester.
Hello. So I wanted to speak regarding the Melville Public Utility Easement and the Castellea expansion plan. I made a public records request in June of 2021 and did not receive anything that indicated this easement had in fact been approved. And I thought I heard Ms. French at the PTC meeting assure the PTC commissioners that in fact this public utility easement had been approved, and that actually it was a done deal. They didn't need to worry about it. Let's move forward. So I emailed Mr. Shikata and Mr. Eggleston on Friday asking if, one, this had been approved, two, was this not an unusual request, and do public utility easement approvals occur very often? Three, who approved it? Because I don't remember it coming before the city council. I haven't been as involved as I used to be, but I don't remember this coming. And so I'm wondering if I can have an answer. This is really important because the easement is necessary for the garage. Castellea is planning to build a tunnel from the main campus to the garage under the Melville sewer line. So not only do I want to know if it's been approved and by whom, I want to know who is going to be financially responsible from the time of approval to the end of time if anything goes wrong with the utilities or the sewer line. Is Castellea going to need to post a bond equal to the cost of any fixing, or is the taxpayer going to be on the hook for a nonprofit having this easement granted to them? So whoever can get that information to me, I'll take it from anybody. And I really am interested. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for all the work that you do for our community. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Mary Sylvester. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and council members. I'd like to associate myself with Ms. Burrell's comments about the Melville easement. And I too am going to be speaking about last Wednesday's PTC meeting. There are a number of concerning issues. In fact, I don't have enough time to raise all of them. And so I will be directing my comments tonight specifically to what I consider a perceived, if not an actual, conflict of interest on the part of Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner Heckman notified other commissioners midway during the meeting, as well as the public, that he'd recently spoken to Castellea's new attorney, David Lamferman, the same attorney who has recently raised the issue of filing a lawsuit against the city on behalf of Castellea. In the interest of fairness and transparency, many members of the public want to know, was Commissioner Heckman having a conversation with Mr. Lamferman pursuant to a request from City Attorney Molly Stump, Mayor Pat Burt? Did Commissioner Heckman reach out to Mr. Lamferman on his own? Or did Mr. Lamferman reach out to Commissioner Heckman on his own? Was Commissioner Heckman asked by council's existing, or by Castellea's existing council, to speak with Mr. Lamferman? What was going on? What were the contents of that discussion? And why did Mr. Lamferman not speak with every member of the PTC? Why was this a private conversation? And if he was going to speak with one designated person, why did he not speak with the new PTC chair, Mr. Lowing? Again, what was taking place during that conversation? The public deserves a full accounting. This is in the interest of fairness and transparency, because Commissioner Heckman has taken a very robust role in the proceedings involving Castellea. And we also, at the same meeting, were told that unfortunately our new commissioner, Keith Reckdahl, had to recuse himself because of a perceived conflict because of his involvement with PAN. And PAN has written letters of concern to council and various commissions about the project. So please, particularly Mayor Burt and Mr. Shikata, the public wants a full and complete answer to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett, to be followed by Rebecca Ward.
Hello, I assume that you people can hear me. This is Keith Bennett.
Yes, thank you.
I'm with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. we pay attention to the environmental impacts of underground construction. And one of the major goals of Palo Alto's SCAP is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As part of this initiative, Palo Alto is trying to get residents to switch from natural gas to electricity. Tonight, I'd like to call your attention to the greenhouse gas emission impacts from two proposed projects requesting zoning changes. Both 660 University Avenue and Castellea are proposing 2 levels of underground construction. For 660 University, the second level parking is for the office component of the product. Residential parking can be accommodated in a single level of underground parking. Castellea is proposing deep excavation for an underground swimming pool, replacing the current above ground pool, in addition to a large underground garage. Underground structures must have enough weight to keep the structure from floating due to groundwater pressure. The amount of concrete required for these projects is significant. For the Castellea pool, an existing approximately 1,456 tons of concrete is needed, plus the weight of the pool deck. The parking garage adds another 2,175 tons of concrete. The nearly 1/2 acre second level of underground parking at 660 University Avenue requires 4,900 tons of concrete, plus 2,000 tons of concrete for the first level parking and building foundation. Adding this up, 10,475 tons of concrete will be needed for these projects. At 360 pounds of CO2 emissions per ton of concrete, the resulting CO2 emissions are 1,880 tons. Let me put that number into perspective. The natural gas we use in our family for water heating and cooking results in emissions of approximately 0.2 tons per year. The CO2 emitted from these projects corresponds to the amount we would emit in over 9,400 years. Or I could drive a Prius getting 60 miles a gallon, 10,000 miles per year, for over 1,100 years. This is a lot of CO2. In light of CO2's SCAP goals and the real and present danger of climate change, we request the city not provide zoning variances to allow these requested second level underground constructions. Eliminating the second level underground parking would eliminate the need for dewatering as well. Moreover, design alternatives avoiding the underground parking at Castellea would significantly reduce the carbon footprint of that product. Thank you very much for listening and your service to our city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by Neva Yarkin. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. The airport recently announced it intended to start using GBAS overlays in March. The airport delegated approval of GBAS procedures to the SFO roundtable exclusively, even though the procedures overlay routes that impact Palo Alto. GBAS is an airport project, not an FAA mandate, and as such, it can and should be paused for the following reasons. Recent test flights identified significant problems with the surfer route: over energy planes, speed breaks, excessive noise between the eddy and side-by waypoints. Side-by is in Palo Alto. Surfer needs to be fixed before overlaying any procedures. The analogy would be building a house on a crumbling foundation. Please note, the FAA has never acknowledged these issues existed, even though numerous Palo Alto residents have complained about them for years. HMMH, the roundtable consultant, noted a concern in their GBAS review. Quote, procedures may result in more aircraft flying over the area, end quote. That area is over us. You need to understand whether the already horrific concentration of jet pollution and noise will increase with GBAS. Which brings me to my last point. Near Side-by, it is not uncommon for the SFO arrival flights to fly below SFO's Class B airspace and to be above the 200-knot speed limit when doing so. For example, the latest SFO noise monitoring reports for Palo Alto showed 12% of SFO flights at or below 3,500 feet in an area abutting Class B airspace with a minimum altitude of 4,000 feet. That would put SFO aircraft in general aviation airspace. The FAA redesigned the Class B airspace in 2018 in part to fix a similar containment issue off the Capitola coastline to improve safety and to avoid the potential for mid-air collision. The FAA needs to analyze whether there is a Class B containment problem near Side-by in Palo Alto now, and certainly before implementation of GBAS overlays and new procedures. The city should formally object to the use of GBAS until it fully understands the ramifications and is formally included in the review and approval process. You need to take action, not look the other way and hope everything will go well. It won't. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neva Yarkin, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live on Churchill, 600 feet from Castellea. If Castellea's expansion is approved, adding another 125 more students will only intensify the traffic surrounding Castellea. How can you have an underground parking garage with entrance off of Embarcadero Bryan and exit Emerson Embarcadero, which will cause more traffic congestion in the area? I've been saying this for years. Students are already being dropped off in surrounding neighborhoods. By increasing student enrollment, parents will expand their drop-off to places where there is less traffic. There are 1,198 daily vehicle trips to Castellea campus today. Adding another 125 students will increase that amount, even if you have no net new trips wanted by the PTC Commission. Since 75% of Castellea's students live outside of Palo Alto, averaging distances between home and school amounts to 7.69 miles per student or employee today. What about the problem of greenhouse gases like cement for a parking garage and the carbon dioxide that is emitted from that? Will this add to our changing climate today or the economic disasters that are happening now from climate change? For the future, what about train crossings or Pali student expansion, Stanford expanding, or some other future growth in the area? What will happen then? Will the city of Palo Alto be able to accommodate other projects that will arise in the future? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Mark Scholl. Welcome.
Thank you so much here. First, I want to quickly, before getting to my main point, call attention to the articles in the Post mentioning that City Manager Ed Chicada has potentially engaged in possibly criminal violations of the Brown Act. Let me just read to you the relevant provision of the Brown Act. According to section 54959 of the California government, quote, each and this is a direct quote, a code. I mean, here's a direct quote. Each member of a legislative body, like our city council, or like city manager, works for them, who attends a meeting of that legislative body where action is taken and where the member intends to deprive the public of information to which the member has reason to know the public is entitled, is guilty of a misdemeanor. Now, of course, this would take an investigation, and I ask you to make that investigation. Here is what Ed Chicada said in an email, a direct quote from the email. He said, when he learned that Pets in Need was terminating the contract with Palo Alto, Ed Chicada put in an email these words: "We will not proactively share this development with others," he said to the city council, in order to provide staff time to meet and determine appropriate steps forward. In other words, Ed Chicada said very clearly in that email that he wanted to deprive the community of this information so that he could come to a decision with only his staff and the city council before the information is released to the public. That, in my opinion, could very much constitute a violation of California Government Code 54959, and I think it's worth investigating, ideally by someone other than Molly Stump, who is directly involved with that. Now, speaking of Molly Stump, as to Castellea, I am grateful for, and I commend the very articulate and fact-based arguments that were presented by by Carrie Yarkin, by Rita Varel, sorry if I pronounced it wrong, by Mary Sylvester, by all others who have spoken out against the vast amount of malfeasance done by Castellea that has been so far allowed by City Council. But how could you really know that Castellea has been untruthful? Well, you could listen to what we all have been saying for 4 years and, pay more attention to us because we have been truthful. In particular, I think the conflict of interest recent point has been extremely problematic. A conflict of interest requires a personal or financial interest. A letter written is not a conflict of interest, but serving, being a longtime donor and being financially intertwined with Castellea would be more of a conflict of interest. At least it should be disclosed. So that's what I'm saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, to be followed by Ken Horowitz. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi. As Rebecca Ward noted, SFO's new landing system, GBAS, is slated to go live in March. It affects Palo Alto significantly because we're directly under it. Yet the SFO Roundtable is in the process of debating approval for us. SFO has held meetings with Palo Alto and GBAS, but they have been more courtesy than substance. Our concerns include the following. First, GBAS will likely increase the rail over us, which is already about 180 to 240 significant noise events per day in central Palo Alto, and this is during the pandemic. These levels are from the shifting and concentrating of traffic, not SFO growth. GBAS, as is, will continue to shift and concentrate even more traffic over us. The second major problem is rooted in the 2018 redesign of the Surfer arrival, when the FAA eliminated a long-standing speed and descent control structure over us. Within days of this change, residents noted new noise from air brakes and heavy flaps on Surfer 3. We later learned from FOIA requests that the FAA knew it had created what is known as an energy management problem over us. This was reconfirmed recently when SFO ran noise models in anticipation of GBAS. Then 6 weeks ago, United GBAS test pilots flying the 737 MAX 8 experienced over-energy problems so serious they required speed brakes, heavy flaps, and even the early deployment of landing gear to slow down. Despite all this evidence, the GBAS program intends to build on top of Surfer as is and not fix these underlying over-energy problems. Lastly, as Rebecca also mentioned, a significant number of Surfer arrivals are dropping below altitude restrictions at Side-by, putting them close to general aviation airspace. This is on top of recent FAA warnings that radios in the new 5G C-band spectrum may produce false readings on radio altimeters. These incursions are not just noisy, they're inherently unsafe. My point is that Surfer has serious problems that need to be recognized and addressed before GBAS is bolted on top of them. But there's also a larger point. Palo Alto has been ground zero for an accumulation of changes to SFO arrivals over the past 5 years. It is long past time for the city to find a way to take a stand and to begin to influence these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ken Horowitz and I live downtown on Homer Avenue, and I want to share some comments I made last week to the Finance Committee, and that's regarding the downtown library. The downtown library was open for 2 days a week for 4 hours each day, a total of 8 hours, and has recently been closed. And this is pretty sad for the many children and the seniors that utilize this downtown library. And now it's require them to get in a car and either drive over to Rickenonda or to Mitchell Park libraries. So I'm just hoping that someone would reconsider to reopen at least for 8 hours total a week of the downtown library, which got me thinking about, how downtown has been treated most recently. We have numerous problems, as you're well aware of, on University Avenue regarding homelessness and crime. And then I got to thinking about an article that Diana Diamond wrote about University Avenue, and Gail Price wrote about the cost of elections. And the council has also been discussing equity on the city council. So I was wondering if the colleagues would consider on the city council looking at district-based election for the city council. I know that this has been adopted by the city of Menlo Park. Menlo Park is half the size of Palo Alto. So I'm just wondering how they're doing with their district-based election. And maybe if we were in the future to adopt a district-based election for city council, there would be better representation throughout the whole city as a result. Thank you so much for your time and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by our final speaker, Rob Levitsky. Welcome.
Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Arm James for his music in the previous public comments sequence. Not only was that wonderful, but I'm sure everybody who was listening noted immediately how they felt good. Even just a few seconds of music, suddenly they were in a good mood. They were predisposed towards Mr. James. It's an example of the power of the arts and music, and something that if we're looking to bring communities together and to allow, is something that we need to remember is important. Then flipping to the other side, I want to say one of the biggest things that divides us that we don't really talk about is money. And people that have, when there's a lot more of it in certain places, those people make decisions. We talk about affordable housing, but we don't have, we have no solutions. The only thing we say is, well, if we just keep building, if we build more, the price will magically go down. That's not really a solution. We have a system that incentivizes prices for going up. We have, real estate agents that pride themselves on selling over the amount how much they sell for, which, if you think about it, is ridiculous. There's no other industry where people boast about that they have the highest prices. This system that we have prioritizes people who are leaving our community rather than coming in. The only good thing that selling your house for a super amount of money does is people who are leaving make a lot, and the real estate agents make a lot. Unless we have a system that incentivizes people to sell to people who make less money and who make less money, we're not going to have a system that benefits those people. In advance of next meeting's discussion about the this issue of the gym and the possible gift of money, we're talking about somebody who has several $1 billion, but yet wants the city to pay at least 10 million into his project. That's an interesting thing. This is a city that just recently was talking about how was worried about not having enough money to pay traffic guards. We barely got the history museum approved. There are all kinds of financial the shuttle program was scuttled for lack of funds, and also for one reason, because VTA over the years has refused to help pay into it or other public transit projects. And yet suddenly when VTA says, hey, let's try some other kind of project, if you put in some money, suddenly the city is putting in money comparable to what the shuttle program cost, while VTA puts in millions that it has, rather than supporting programs that we've had before or would have. So it's a little difficult when it seems the people who have this money don't even realize that it gives them priority. City council, it's ironic that you all talked about how it seems unfair that the HRC putting all these hours as volunteers, and yet city council is essentially a volunteer operation. You have to have a full-time job in order to be on the council because it doesn't pay that much. Thank you.
Thank you. And excuse me, our final speaker is Rob Levitsky. Welcome.
Hello, City Council. This is Rob Levitsky. I spent a few hours this afternoon looking through old City Council meeting videos from 2016 and 2017, trying to find out when I first spoke to the council about the Melville utility easement the Castellea School wants to grab. Well, it turns out it was May 15th, 2017, almost 5 years ago. Interestingly enough, while going through these videos, I saw many study sessions at the beginning of council meetings, but of course, no study session for Castellea. They didn't want one and figured they didn't need one. So they shouldn't be complaining now that it's taken 6 years, because they could have saved some time in all these redesigns if they had just come to the council and try to get approval. The Melville utility easement contains a sewer line that can't be rerouted, as sewage does not flow uphill and we don't allow pumps. Castellea can't get cars out of the underground garage they've proposed without taking 15 feet of this public utility easement. Now, nobody else gets handed public utility easements. If you and I went down to the counter, they'd laugh at us. I spoke to Mike Sartar, who used to run the utility department for 8 years, and he said he'd never given out a utility easement. Now, such an easement requires permission from the city manager of one of his designees. And so I asked Mr. City Manager, Mr. Shikata, have you approved this grab of the utility easement, shifting it 15 feet and allowing, at this, a tunnel from the underground parking garage, basement, whatever planning wants to call it, from there underneath the sewer line, 2.5 feet underneath the sewer line over to the rest of the school. Now, what could happen wrong with this thing? Anytime there's a breach in the sewer line, it might go into the tunnel. The city's got to get equipment over there to work on the sewer line and worry about a tunnel with a bunch of girls in it 2.5 feet under the sewer line. And this is a permanent encroachment into the utility easement and shifts the utility easement 15 feet to the south, so we no longer have a straight line for some use that we might need in the future for these 25-foot wide utility easements. I also want to support what Keith Bennett said about the concrete, unnecessary use of concrete. Castellea has proposed putting the swimming pool, they have a good pool, they propose moving this pool and putting it 15 feet underground. So you have to dig out all the dirt and then put in the pool, dig out for the pool, and you go down 30 feet and you're in the groundwater and you're into pumping millions of gallons like they did 15 years ago for the gym. So this project needs some more review. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. I will just briefly clarify for the record that I had no knowledge of Planning Commissioner Heckman's meeting with the Castellea attorney until after he announced it publicly. So our next item is the consent calendar, and then we'll have city manager comments. And then just to forewarn folks, after city manager comments, we'll try to take a 10-minute break at that time. So our next item is the consent calendar. And do we have any council members who wish to poll items? Councilmember Tanaka.
No one for.
Okay. And so at this time, we can have a motion to approve, and then we can hear from the public and then return to vote. Councilmember Du Bois.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
And I will
second.
Oh, there we are. Vice Mayor Koo seconded. And so let's go to the public to see if we have any speakers on any consent calendar items. Okay, our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Cedric, that may be De La Baudier. Ms. Eisenberg, you're welcome to speak. 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I will take up much less time than that. I just want to point out the development impact fees. I think that it's really important that when you analyze any development impact fees, especially the fees that are aimed at commercial developers, especially for commercial real estate, which unfortunately is still happening here, despite our terrible, maybe the worst ever, the lack of balance between jobs and housing. It's shocking that there's still development of commercial properties going on right now. Anyway, I think you need to consider the fact that Palo Alto still and has been the only city in the state, if not country, that has anywhere close to our level of businesses that lacks a business tax. So specifically, I want to point out that other cities with anything close to our level of business presence and employer presence, every other city taxes the businesses and taxes the commercial developers. So and those taxes are designed as is constitutionally required, both under state and federal constitutions. It is required that a tax have what we call a nexus between the amount levied and the public good that the tax is serving. So given that every other city with a business presence acknowledges that employers create traffic, and given that they create traffic, they need to pay taxes for systems like public transit that'll reduce traffic. Given that employers tend to use far more utilities than residences, that the tax takes into account the greater use of all of our community and public services. And that even includes organizations that first, due to loopholes created by those organizations, such as for-profit, profitable, I should say, yet tax-exempt private schools like Castellea, I'm sure you're aware, doesn't pay any tax whatsoever to Palo Alto, despite its huge amount of use of our resources. For example, the amount of city council commission time it takes up. Anyway, we need to keep in mind when creating those development fees that right now developers and commercial clients are not paying anywhere near the amount they would actually owe to make up for their huge amount of impact in our community, on our community services, and on our community costs. I hope you'll keep that in mind while considering this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric Pito de la Beaujardère, to be followed by our final speaker, Matt Dolan. Welcome. Cedric, you should be up.
Here you go. Here you go. All right, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
All right, sorry about that. So good evening, Council. I just wanted to comment briefly on item 3, the hauling of our dry biosolids. I think it's great that we decommissioned our sewage incinerator several years ago and greatly reduced our greenhouse gas emissions. I just want to point out that we, are paying, here it is, $2.4 something million for 3 years of dewatered biosolids hauling. We have space that we could be doing that within the city itself. And several years ago, 2012, the city did a very detailed greenhouse gas and financial analysis of options for handling our organic wastes locally. And the council decided at the time not to pursue that option, but that option is still on the table. We still have the space to do that if we wanted. And, while I don't think that study would necessarily be applicable today because, obviously there's inflation, and then some of the technologies that were considered at the time were still relatively new. I think that the dry anaerobic digestion was the leader in the least cost locally handled processing to handle both our biosolids as well as our food scraps and our yard trimmings. There are other options that we didn't really consider at the time, things like biochar or pyrolysis or plasma arc, which I think were pretty still pretty novel at the time, but maybe more current now and maybe more affordable now. So just put it in your ear that you might want to consider that in the future, maybe we want to handle these things locally instead of shipping them off to some unknown distance. It was kind of hard to tell from the staff report where it might be going in actuality. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Matt Dolan. Welcome. Oops. Looks like we're needing to reset the timer. Great. Are you there, Matt? Mr. Dolan, we can't hear you if you're attempting to speak.
Hi, Mayor Burt. This is Danny from the clerk's office. I just want to interject. Mr. Matt Dolan seems to be using an older version of Zoom. And so we asked to promote him as panelist, and I do see him online. Thank you.
There we go. All right, welcome. Oh, you're still muted.
I had raised my hand. I was a little too quick at the draw. I was intended to wait until after the comments about the business tax to comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll sign you up then. All right, so that concludes our public comments on the consent calendar. We can call the vote, and then Councilmember Tanaka can speak to item number 4, which he's registering a no vote on. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the exception of item 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you want to speak on your no vote?
Sure. So on number 4, I'm concerned about the high rate of development fees. It was increased quite a bit. And my concern here is that I believe this would discourage needed housing from being built in our city, as well as reduce the overall revenue to the city. And, as you guys know, we really need the revenue. And, because there's relatively low development, this is one of the reasons why our housing fund is empty. And, as the fee increases, there's a bit of a supply and demand issue going on, where as you increase the price, increase the rate of these fees, there's going to be, of course, a lot less development, which there has been. And so I'm just concerned about this, and that's why I voted no. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next item, we'll move on, is city manager comments. Ms. Nozay is acting city manager at this time. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council. As Mayor said, Kylie Nozay, acting city manager for the evening. And actually, in the interest of time, just recognizing where we're at in terms of the agenda, I'll keep comments verbal and brief tonight, but do want the public to know that we will follow up with the typical PowerPoint, which will have further details, and our routine blog post. So anything we do discuss verbally tonight, we will have those backup documents for folks. Our normal updates are about, of course, the pandemic response and recovery updates. Obviously, you heard some in the public comments this evening, as well as some of our discussion or our e-blasts that we've done recently. There are some notable changes, including virtual only city council meetings that will happen through February 7th at this moment, which would include our council retreat scheduled for February 5th. as well as library closures and reduced library hours. And all of these are in recognition of the current surge associated with the Omicron variant, as well as the impacts of that on staffing levels. Free testing obviously continues throughout the county. And in addition to that, you can gain additional free COVID test kits, either through the federal government or through actually Santa Clara County on Friday announced that they would be distributing them as well. There are some local sites in the North County. And again, all of this information can be found online at scfreetest.org. And we have news stories on our homepage. As for events going on around the community, there are a few community recovery, engagement, and other updates in response to help from the county, as well as, frankly, I think we had some public comment a few weeks ago. Palo Alto Fire Department is going to partner with the county to offer free in-home vaccination programs for those within the city that are unable to go get their vaccine shots or a booster vaccine. We will be having aerial mosquito treatment happening in the Bay Marshes this Wednesday. This is a routine treatment in our marshes. It'll happen on Wednesday. And the only reason we're bringing it to folks' attention as part of these comments this year is given the predominance of folks using outdoor resources, the Baylands will be temporarily closed this morning, or on Wednesday morning, I'm sorry, in accordance with this spray. So just wanted to cast a wider net in terms of our audience, given our extensive outdoor use these days in light of COVID. In terms of our community and economic recovery events, enhancing wellness and well-being options, the Palo Alto Art Center is announced a weekly virtual meditations on Thursday through June. So hopefully folks will take advantage of this new programming that they're offering. In addition, we will be doing the virtual Friday night at the Art Center this Friday, January 28th from 6:15 to 8 p.m. The county is currently hosting an annual countywide homeless census survey, and that's scheduled for February 23rd and 24th. Local volunteers are needed to help count all sheltered and unsheltered people experiencing homelessness. So folks that may be interested in volunteering for this will have details on our website. The city is also in the process of scheduling a series of discussion on the Palo Alto fiber effort, as well as other engagement efforts that you will hear about this evening. We are encouraging the community to save the date for some upcoming discussions for those who are interested in participating. There's a special news brief, or you can find it at Palo Alto Fiber webpage. Lastly, the PowerPoint will identify this. We have some notable tentative agenda items coming up in February and March. Next week on January 31st, we have the item associated with the gymnasium potentially, as well as the council retreat scheduled on February 5th. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break until 7 minutes after 7. And when council members return, if you could turn on your video so we'll know you're back. Thanks. See you then. returning from break. And our next item is an action item number 11, which is a discussion of polling results, analysis, and community and stakeholder engagement plan, and recommended further refined parameters for a possible local tax ballot measure for November 2022 election on a business license tax and potential utility tax proposals. And we're going to look at tonight directing staff on related items such as community and stakeholder engagement plan. Ms. Nozay, who takes the lead here?
Sure. We just to bring council up to speed on everything, and I'm sure most of you are aware, we had an extensive discussion with our finance committee that joined us, frankly, from 2021 last Tuesday to work through a second tranche of this material that we've been moving through based on council's direction back in November. There is a whole team of folks here. Christine Paras, our Assistant Director in Administrative Services, will lead us through this evening's discussion. We also have our consultant services from polling services, as well as our consulting services for outreach services to go through the matters tonight. So with that, I'm hoping the clerk can start the presentation, and I'm hoping the council will also forgive that it says Finance Committee on this slide. This is intended for council. We will fix that later. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Paras with an abbreviated presentation from last week.
Thank you, Director Nozay. Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. Tonight, we return to you, Council, to continue the discussion of the potential revenue generating ballot measure. Staff has met with the Finance Committee in December and January, and tonight we're presenting the same information we reviewed with the committee. If the clerk can advance to slide 3, please. New information presented tonight includes the work plan impacts of adding an additional poll. This is the result of the Finance Committee's recommendation to consider this addition to the work plan. Modifications to the governance structure and the work plan would need to occur, and it's likely that increased delegation to the city's polling consultant, FM3, for development, review, and execution of the poll, as well as smaller sample sizes, would need to happen for the remaining polls, and this will be an impact of adding an additional poll. This overview slide also recaps the committee's recommendations on the business license tax and the utility tax. Next slide, please. We last met with council on November 8th, and this slide recaps the council's motion. Staff has completed parts A through D over the course of December and January with the Finance Committee. Next slide, please. This slide recaps our work plan covering January through June, where June is the final cutoff for approval by council for a ballot measure. Staff and Public Dialogue Consortium is targeted to launch the community and stakeholder engagement efforts in February, with results reported to the council in April. Also scheduled for April is a formal discussion of the spending plan for potential tax revenue proceeds, preliminary review of draft ballot language, and a review of the draft outline for the final poll. And the final poll, which tests ballot language, is scheduled to be launched the beginning of May. Next slide, if you can forward to slide 7, we're going to discuss the business license tax based on square footage. Really quickly, this slide recaps the major components for consideration of a business license tax. The Finance Committee in last week focused on 3 target areas, which is exemptions by council policy, taxation level, and rate structure. Next slide, please. Staff presented 4 scenarios to the Finance Committee, with option 3 being the committee's recommended starting point. Option 3 assumes a flat fee for all businesses, regardless of industry, and under a specific square footage threshold. In this model, 5,000 square feet was designated by staff and has yet to be defined by council direction. Any square footage occupied beyond this threshold, a monthly rate is applied per square foot. The Finance Committee recommends that an exemption for hotels be considered and grocery stores also be exempt. Tracking this against initial poll results, there is majority support for small businesses, small retail and grocery store exemptions, which Dave Metz will later get into in his poll results. Next slide, please. Table A1 is included in the staff report that was reviewed with the Finance Committee on January 18th. These options reflect a range of rates per square foot, with 5 cents per square foot being approximately 0.7% an increase in average rate, and 20 cents per square foot being approximately a 2.9 increase in average rent. Initial polling results reflect majority support for a tax rate up to 1.5% of rent, which is approximately the 10 cents per square footage monthly rate. Again, just noting here, thresholds for options 1, 2, and 3 were modeled assuming that businesses that occupy 5,000 square feet or less are considered small. Staff seeks council direction on this distinguishing characteristic. And if we can advance to slide 11, which covers the utility tax. This slide was presented to the Finance Committee on December 7th, and staff modeled 2 potential models. The first being a modification to the electric and gas utility users tax, and the second method confirming the city's current practice for the gas general fund equity transfer. Ultimately, the Finance Committee recommends that method 2 be pursued. In addition, this approach, method 2, is supported by initial polling results. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the financial magnitude of methods 1 and 2. The gray bar represents method 2, and the option for an inflationary cap is modeled with the yellow bar. Per the committee, a cap should be explored in the next round of polling. The blue line represents the current gas general fund equity transfer projection. And as you can see, capping growth on the utility tax would result in revenues that are aligned with the current general fund equity transfer forecast for gas. That includes my overview, and I will turn it over to Dave Metz to go over initial polling results. Dave?
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Peraz. Members of the council, mayor, and members of the public, I'm Dave Metz with FM3 Research. Pleased to be with you tonight to talk about the results of our most recent poll assessing support for potential revenue measures that the council may choose to place on the ballot later this year. I'll walk through a set of highlights of these results, and of course be happy to answer any questions that the council may have. If we can move forward to the next slide, and actually a couple slides ahead here. We'll start with the methodology of the survey, which is very consistent with the approach that we've used for the past polling that we've done in Palo Alto over the course of the last couple of years. We talked to just over 800 voters citywide who, based on their past voting behavior, are considered likely to cast ballots in November of this year. The interviews were done just after Thanksgiving, over a roughly 2-week period, and involved a mix of both phone and online interviews. We began the research, as you'll see on the next slide, with a few questions designed just to understand the current mood in the city of Palo Alto and compare it to where voters have been in recent past election cycles and in other polling that we've done. And as you'll see, the positive sentiments among local voters have been slightly declining over the course of the last couple of years. Right now, about 2 in 5 voters say that they think things in Palo Alto are headed in the right direction, whereas about 1/3 say that they believe things are on the wrong track. This is a question that we ask routinely in most of our surveys in the Bay Area and across the country. And I can say that this sentiment is not unique to Palo Alto. Some of you may have seen some national polling this morning, which shows that 70% of Americans believe that The country's on the wrong track. A majority of Californians believe the state is on the wrong track. So it's not surprising that the mood has darkened in Palo Alto as well. But we still have a plurality of local residents who believe that the city is headed in the right direction. So in relative terms, there is more positivity at the local level in Palo Alto than we're seeing in the state or in the country right now. At the same time, if you move to the next slide, that we've seen the overall level of optimism decline. We've also seen the public's evaluations of city services become somewhat less positive over the course of the last few years. Right now, 54% of local voters rate city government's performance as either excellent or good, and 40% as fair or poor. As you will note, those numbers have been slightly declining since roughly 2016, when about 3/4 held a positive opinion of city government's performance. But again, I would note that this is not a dynamic that is unique to Palo Alto. We have seen declines in evaluation of local government performance throughout the region. And frankly, in many jurisdictions, we've seen less than half of voters offering a positive evaluation. So while the numbers are down in relative terms, it is still striking that there is more positive than negative sentiment in Palo Alto. So what are some of the factors, as we'll see on the next slide, that may be driving voters' concerns? We asked the respondents to rate their level of concern with a variety of issues facing Palo Alto as either an extremely, very, somewhat, or not too serious problem. We have done this in a number of past surveys over the course of the last few years, and the current results are not dramatically different from those of recent years in terms of which issues are at the top of the list of public concerns. The cost of housing, whether phrased that way or as not enough affordable housing, homelessness, and the number of people who are unhoused are all items that a majority of Palo Alto voters tell us are a very serious problem facing the city. Those are the same issues that are at the top of the list of voters' concerns region-wide and frankly throughout California. One thing that is a little bit unique to Palo Alto is the high level of concern about climate change, with the majority of the city's voters rating that as a very serious problem, putting it on a par with issues relating to housing. That is not true necessarily in other jurisdictions in the state, and I think does reflect the unique attention that Palo Alto voters do pay to that issue. I will note, as we sort of went down the list of concerns facing voters, concerns about levels of taxation were much lower on the list. In particular, current levels of taxation of business compared to current levels of taxation of residents. And I will also note that other than those listed on this slide, there was no issue that a majority of Palo Alto voters told us was a very serious problem facing the community. Again, this is a way in which Palo Alto is somewhat distinct from many other communities in the region, where we see a whole host of issues that most voters view as very serious problems. So there are certainly things that local voters are concerned about, but those concerns are not as broad or intense as they are in many other communities in the region. So moving to the next slide, these questions provide context for the ballot measure concepts that we tested in the poll. We asked voters about a potential business license tax that might be levied in Palo Alto. We gave them a short conceptual statement, as you'll see at the top of the slide. Because we also tested a variety of ballot measure concepts related to the utility fund, we rotated the order in which those concepts were presented. So half of the respondents heard about the business license tax concept first, half heard about the utility fund first. On this slide, you'll see the conceptual support that voters offer for a business license tax when the idea is presented as the first one they hear in the poll, or when it follows discussion of a potential measure related to the utility fund. Overall, majorities of voters back a business tax in concept in either case, 68% when it's presented as the first item on the list, and 54% when it's presented after the utility fund. Now, I will note that the description we presented voters here by design was very general. It described a tax that would be levied on commercial property based on square footage, and lists some of the kinds of services that the revenue generated from such a tax would support. We did not attempt to model a 75-word ballot question or a very specific policy, simply because obviously the council has not decided if it will move forward with such a tax or exactly how it will be structured if they did. So this is a broad conceptual test, and I will note that there's a lot of voters who, while they say they would support it, are somewhat tentative in their support. Only about a quarter indicating they would definitely vote yes. That's likely due to the fact that they'd want to know more details about how such a tax might be structured. And ultimately, before the council chooses to move forward, the anticipation is for later polling with further direction from the council to test a more specific model of a business license tax, if that is in fact the will of the council. We did in the survey, as you'll see on the next couple slides, ask a few additional questions to understand both the durability of support for the business license tax when voters are exposed to pro and con arguments, as well as some of the different ways that such a tax might be structured. This slide shows you the level of support that voters offered after being exposed to a brief series of pro and con arguments presented in rotated order to understand how much the kind of community back and forth that would take place if such a measure were on the ballot might affect voters' willingness to support it. And as you'll see, while support does move up and down a little bit, it remains remarkably steady after exposure to those messages. At the end of the poll, 62% were in favor of a business license tax, 28% opposed. That's within the margin of error of the initial 61-31 numbers. Again, only for a very broad conceptual description, not getting into the details of how such a policy would be structured. On the next slide, though, you will see a place where we started to dig into some elements of that policy. We asked the respondents how they would, whether they would consider it acceptable or unacceptable if the measure led to increased rents for businesses in various amounts, either 0.5%, 1.5%, or 2.5%. The poll started with the highest rate listed there, the 2.5%, and then worked its way down the list to see how much lower rates might yield increased comfort among local voters. And as you'll see, we get to majority support when we have a rate that would yield a 1.5% rent increase, and support rises to 61% at the 0.5% rate. We also tested, as you'll see on the next slide, the potential for including exemptions for a variety of categories of businesses within Palo Alto, and asked our respondents whether knowing that a variety of categories of businesses were exempted would make them more likely to vote yes, less likely to vote yes, or would make no difference in their opinion. Of the 3 potential exemptions we tested, you'll see here that all of them drew a net positive reaction from voters with a ratio of roughly 5-to-1 or more. And in order, voters were most enthusiastic about an exemption for small retail stores, followed by all businesses under a specified size. And obviously the size chosen there might well be material to voters' thinking. And then finally, grocery stores, which a 52% majority supported exempting as well. So moving forward to the next slide, you'll see the question which dealt with sort of the next half of the equation for a finance measure, which is how the money generated from such a tax might be used. We offered the respondents a list of different potential uses of the money and asked them to rate the importance that they would assign to each use on a 4-point scale as either extremely, very, somewhat, or not too important. The items you'll see here were the ones that were at the top of the list, with majorities rating them as either extremely or very important. And not surprisingly, they align pretty closely with the issues that Palo Alto voters identified as being the community's biggest concerns. Services to support people who are experiencing homelessness and to provide affordable housing were items that sizable majorities rated as being very important priorities. And addressing climate change also stood out to respondents, with a majority rating funding sustainability and climate action plan goals and preparing for natural disasters such as earthquake or flooding. Certainly the latter of those could potentially be an impact of climate change. Those were items that voters ranked as significant priorities as well. The other item on the top of the list here is fire staffing to improve emergency response times. Even in the best of times, that's something that voters typically rate as a high priority. I certainly think it is likely that the frequency and severity of wildfires that the state has experienced over the course of the last couple of years may well have heightened the urgency of that concern as something that voters would like the city to prepare for as well. So the other measures we'll see on the next slide that we explored dealt with the issues around the city's utility fund. Now, I will note that this is an incredibly complex issue. It involves a lot of very sort of complex financial transactions that the city engages in. There was probably no question in the poll that we spent more time trying to massage the wording to ensure both that it was accurate, but also that it was comprehensible to voters who may not be detailed city's accounting. And so here, the to voters and then presented different ballot measures that might offer a resolution to this issue. We offered both versions to all of our respondents, but we presented them in rotated order. One version, which you'll see on the left, essentially offers a ratification of the city's existing practice under law. Another approach, as you'll see on the right-hand side, would lead to an increase in the utility users tax to generate revenue to essentially offset the lack of the fund transfers that are currently taking place. So we asked voters whether they would be willing to support each approach on its own merits. As you'll see on the next slide, when we asked voters about a measure to confirm existing practice, they supported it by a pretty wide margin, 60 to 24. But I will note that that support was extremely soft. Only 17% said they would definitely vote yes. Only 10% said they would definitely vote no. The vast majority of voters were either hesitant in picking which side of the issue they were on or acknowledged they were undecided. And again, this is not surprising for a measure like this, which involves a fair amount of financial complexity and on an issue that voters probably have not thought much about before. The second approach, which we'll see on the next slide, which would yield an increase in the utility users tax, left voters equally tentative, but much more divided. Only 46% indicated that they would vote yes, short of the number that would be required for approval, and 36% indicated that they would vote no on the measure. Once again, relatively few voters very committed to their choice, with only 13% saying they would definitely vote yes, a slightly larger number, 17% saying they would definitely vote no. So in our judgment, this measure does not appear to be viable. Given the contrast between these two approaches, there certainly seems to be a greater likelihood that the city would win majority support for a confirmation of its existing practice as opposed to an increase in the utility users tax. So that takes us to a summary of the conclusions from the poll, which you'll see on the next slide. And essentially, this data, we hope will provide some information for the council's thinking about the potential building blocks that would go into the design of a ballot measure. If the council is interested in pursuing one or more of these measures on a future ballot, provisions are already in place for a second poll and potentially, again, depending on council decisions, a third poll to provide you with iterative additional information about public opinion as you sort of narrow and shape what a potential ballot measure might look like. Ultimately, our recommendation is always that a decision to move forward be based on a very specific proposal in which the parameters are well defined, and it's possible to draft a model 75-word ballot question that would reflect what voters would see on the ballot when they vote on election day. Testing that in future polling will give you the data to make a much more precise estimation of a measure's likelihood for success. But the data we have now hopefully gives you a sense that voters are open to this idea and some rough parameters that would shape measures that they might be more and less enthusiastic about. So with that, I will hand it back to Ms. Paras.
Thank you so much, Dave. Next, we have Mr. Sean Spano, who's going to review our community and stakeholder engagement plan. Mr. Spano?
Very good. Thank you, Christine. Mayor, council, members of the public, Sean Spano. I'm with the Public Dialogue Consortium, and we are working with the Lou Edwards Group on the community and stakeholder engagement piece of the project. And we're aligning our work very closely with Dave and FM3 and their poll results. If we could go to the next slide, I'll make this relatively brief, and the next slide after that, please. So we are proposing for stakeholder and community engagement. We're proposing a multidisciplinary, multi-pronged approach. And one element of that are stakeholder focus groups. And what we would like to do with the focus groups is invite a diversity of community members from both the business community as well as the community at large into focus groups to share their views about the potential business license tax. Our goal here is to find where there is common ground among the diverse participants, as well as eliciting and managing the different views that surface. We're proposing up to 10 focus groups. Will be, as I mentioned, a combination of those that are targeted towards the business community as well as the community at large. And we will include at least one listening session. And this would be a public meeting and inviting all members of the Palo Alto community to share their views. And we would find ourselves in that particular session in listening mode and receiving their input and feedback. One of the advantages of doing focus groups is that they are flexible and scalable, and we can have relatively small groups depending on the interest, as well as large groups. And if there is such a groundswell of interest, we might decide to have more than one listening session to accommodate all the interested participants. These sessions will be facilitated by a trained professional facilitator. That would be myself, and thinking about 8 or 10 in each of the focus groups, with the listening session having more than that. We expect to engage at least 80 to 100 stakeholders. I'm working closely with staff on the recruitment of focus group participants, as well as getting the invitation out, and we're working on getting those out this week. And as Christine had mentioned earlier, starting the focus groups in February. We will, of course, report back to council and the updates from the focus groups, and provide updates and summaries as they proceed. Next slide, please. In addition to the focus groups, we're proposing an online platform for outreach. And this would be consistent with our recommendations for having a multidisciplinary and multi-pronged approach, giving the community as many different options as possible to participate, to provide their input and feedback. And we have a couple different options here for the online engagement. One is, as indicated there, an online engagement form, which allows the community to assess the service priorities that they think are important, and includes an education function around your fiscal sustainability vision. And so that's not geared specifically to the business license tax. It's broader than that, but it does provide opportunity to educate the community about the budget situation in Palo Alto, as well as eliciting feedback on services. We also propose another online survey. This is a qualitative survey, different than the quantitative scientific survey that Dave has been describing. And this survey would mirror the questions from the focus groups. So as we mentioned, the focus groups can accommodate a number of people, but the online survey would be available for all Palo Alto community members. And again, it would allow us a comparison of the data from the focus groups with the online survey, because the questions would mirror each other. We are still working on developing those questions, and a lot of that will depend on the direction that council provides staff in terms of the structure of the ballot measure, should it go on the ballot in November. And the last slide I have here is other planned outreach, again, emphasizing the multidisciplinary, multi-pronged approach. We have informational presentations by city staff to targeted groups, and these would be informational presentations about the city's fiscal sustainability vision, as well as the current budget situation, and provide primarily an educational component here. We also propose regular mailings to ensure residents who prefer this mechanism to provide input and receive information. And then, of course, using your social and digital media outreach and information, working off your existing platforms and developing any new platforms that might be helpful. So that concludes my presentation. Christine, were you going to handle the next slide?
I was. Thank
Very
you,
good.
Mr. Spano. As Sean mentioned, the various strategies that PDC will utilize, including focus groups, listening sessions, and online platforms, social media, will include some core stakeholder communication elements, which are summarized here for the council to review and have. These are going to be themes used in all engagement and outreach efforts. And a lot of the focus here is on high quality services and provided by the city, and as well as the city's financial sustainability over the long term. And so I wanted to provide that for you for review. Next slide. Finally, this slide, although a little bit busy trying to break it down here for you, wanted to identify and show you the draft of what the impacts may be should an additional pole be included in the work plan. The first half of the slide shows the current work plan as is along the continuum of time between February to June, and the bottom half shows what a modified work plan would look like. If you recall, previous council direction was to delegate review of polls to the Finance Committee as time allows. And due to the time remaining between now and June, if an additional poll is added, it is likely that development, review, and execution of the 2 remaining polls be delegated to the city's polling consultant in consultation with staff. In addition, another impact would be that the community and stakeholder engagement plan would be modified to extend the time frame and reduce the number of sessions potentially that staff can conduct for this qualitative feedback with PDC. Finally, if council wishes to include an additional poll, that direction should be part of council's motion tonight, along with council's priorities for questions to be tested in this poll. Just also wanted to recap too, the final poll that is expected to be launched the beginning of May. The intent of that poll is to test specific ballot measure language. And that is in anticipation of review and approval of that ballot language by council in June. Next slide. This slide is the draft council motion for us to use when we get there to in this point of the conversation. Just wanted to display it on the screen briefly. And that concludes our presentation. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for the next step.
Great. So I think what we may want to do is after council members have specific questions, we'll go to the public and then return to the council for discussion. And Councilmember Cormack, is there anything that you would like to add from the Finance Committee discussion before we go into council member questions?
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I appreciate the opportunity to do that. As the outgoing chair of finance, we had a little encore performance earlier this month. And the one thing I just want to draw my colleagues' attention to is why we chose option 3 to recommend. It's not necessarily covered in the staff report and wasn't their responsibility to do so. But as you're going through this, I encourage you to just think about why we did it. And one of the main reasons is it provides data. It'll be potentially replace the business registry program, allow us to collect that data, which we've really lacked, every step of the way on this. And it also eliminates what Councilmember Filsath calls the stair step. So it means that if you have a 5,001 square foot business, you're going to pay $50 for the first 5,000 square feet, and then that new rate will be assessed on just the 1 square foot. If we didn't do this, then the 4,999 square foot business, which is very comparable, would be paying a much different amount, a much less amount than the slightly larger one. So it's a little bit of a technicality. We'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Burton. I'll reserve the rest of my comments for after the public.
Great. So colleagues, anyone who has questions at this time, and then after we hear from the public, we'll go into our real discussion. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, 3 quick questions. So what are the options for asking residents to ratify the utility transfer? If we didn't do it this fall, could we do it in a primary election next spring? Like, what are the options in terms of which election?
Sure. As the council has currently contemplated a utility tax replacement or measure to address the current challenge, it's contemplated as a general tax. And as a general tax, it would need to be on a general council election year. Therefore, it would have to be on a general election for on an even year. So 2022, 2024, 2026 would be the options for general taxes.
Even the ratification of the current process would do that?
Correct.
Okay. And on the applying the business tax, in terms of administering it, there was an interesting letter from the public about, well, what if somebody says their building has 4,000 or 5,000 square foot businesses instead of one 20,000 square foot building? So would we apply the tax to the building or to individual businesses?
Right. The tax would be applied to individual businesses. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that one. And then looking at the table here, so the differences between option 1 and option 2, option 1 exempts retail and groceries. And then option 2 is all businesses 5,000 square feet. So we're saying that and at the top end, there's a difference of about $1 million in revenue. So we're saying even if we wanted to tax smaller, professional services, or it would only be about $1 million in revenue. Is that correct? Am I interpreting that correctly?
I think Christina's going to the chart just to double check if I'm reading her eye motions correctly.
Yeah, I was trying to understand if the tax applied to small attorneys' offices and that kind of thing, what's the difference?
Yeah, I believe that delta would be that difference, because we're in option 1, we're exempting only retail and groceries, and in option 2, all those small businesses that are 5,000 square feet and less are.
Yep.
Those
Okay.
exemptions, yeah.
Thanks.
Is that all your questions, council members? Oh, maybe your connection's a little weak. Yes? Okay. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask, so it sounds like the Finance Committee recommends for the GFET to only do gas. May I kind of find out why not also electric?
Sure. I can take a stab, but I also think perhaps if the chair or other finance committee members would like to express their opinions. Ultimately, this came down to a discussion over what was being challenged, as well as keeping it simple. And they did not preclude, the finance committee didn't preclude that this wouldn't be revised in the future. But at this moment, the question to pose to the voters for their consideration, they thought the most simple, straightforward manner would be to limit it to gas, limit it to the existing component that's at risk. So with that, I'm not sure, Mayor, Councilmember Filseth, or Chair Cormack, if you have any additional feedback on that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Filseth to answer the Vice Mayor's question.
I was just going to say that, there were sort of really two things that we looked at. One was the notion of, it's pretty simple. I mean, we're restoring something that was there before that, was taken away by the lawsuit that, in principle, the voters had approved back in the 50s, right? And so it was the whole issue of restoring what had been there before, and that was clean. The other is, it's consistent with the notion that, there's an environmental argument too, right? That aligns with that, right? Which is We want people to move from gas to electricity. And so there's alignment there between focusing on the gas as opposed to focusing on both. And so those are really the two reasons.
So if I'm understanding correctly, then we are still able to get the GFET from electricity ongoing. It's the gas that was challenged, which is why right now we're just focusing on gas. Christine, I see you nodding, so I guess that's yes. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions that Councilmember Du Bois already asked a couple. I was wondering, can staff explain or any member of the Finance Committee why method one would decrease the cost effectiveness of building and vehicle electrification?
I can take us.
Jonathan's going to try and help us out on this one.
I can take a stab, or maybe Jonathan.
Yeah, so with regard to the utility tax measure, anytime that you're so currently we have the GFET on gas, and if you were to spread that across gas and electric, you would be reducing the amount of charges on the gas bill and increasing the amount on the electric. And that creates a disincentive for people to shift their appliances from gas to electricity.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that. Is the loss of it mentioned that there would be a loss of 3.9 million in revenue for method two by achieving our building and vehicle electrification goals? Is that, I assume that's an annual loss of 3.9 million?
That's an annual loss.
Okay, and that remains consistent? I mean, if we model that out 10, 15, 20 years, that remains consistent, or is that expected to change?
That's expected. That's what we were estimating, and it's a very, very rough estimate at full electrification.
Okay, thank you. And now a question, I think this one's probably for Mr. Metz regarding some of the polling results. The polling data, and you talked about in your presentation, I appreciated your presentation. It helped me with a lot of my other questions. The polling data showed that 68% of voters support the business tax when asked first, but then the rate drops to 54% when asked last. That 14% drop in support seems pretty significant to me. But is that common in similar polls that you see in other agencies when it's ordered like that?
It does happen. If there are multiple finance measures on the same ballot, it's possible that voters can evaluate the second measure they're presented with in light of how they feel about the first one. I do think that if the council wants to move forward with two measures, it ought to think about the potential interaction between the two. I wouldn't draw firm conclusions from this first poll because we presented two different ways the utility tax or the utility fund issue might be structured, one of which was clearly more popular than the other, and because we didn't have the details on how the business license tax might be structured. So I think it's premature to draw firm conclusions about how the two measures might affect one another on the same ballot, but the difference that you're pointing to certainly does suggest that attention needs to be paid to how those two measures might interact if the council decides to move forward with two on the same ballot.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benson. And I would imagine there are likely strategies that we can use to be able to try to address that particular issue.
That's right. In future polling, we can certainly, as both proposals are refined at your direction, we can continue to understand how they may impact one another.
Great, thanks. I appreciate that. And then my final question, I guess it's regarding the business outreach portion, and I appreciate the strategy that was brought forward. Overall, seems like a good strategy. I am curious though, as far as how we're going to conduct outreach to businesses across Palo Alto who may not be as paying as close of attention or as engaged as other businesses, or if they're not members of the chamber, probably especially more smaller businesses. Are there plans on how we can increase outreach to those particular businesses to make sure that they're aware of this process and can engage?
I'll go ahead and take the first shot at that. And the answer is yes, absolutely. Talking with staff this morning, putting together a list of potential organizations, groups, organizations from the business community, and they'll share that list with the council and have you add to that list. But our goal here is to canvass as much as possible and reach as many of your businesses as possible, whether or not that they would be aware of this or a little bit below the radar. The goal is to broaden the circle of participation as widely as possible.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. And yeah, I think going that route and trying to engage as many of these organizations seems like a good strategy to me. So I appreciate that clarification. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Does anyone on staff know how much has been spent on this effort so far? If we look at, over the past few years, in terms of polling, in terms of outreach, in terms of staff time, can anyone ballpark that?
I couldn't estimate things like staff time. Christine, probably, do you know approximately how much the council's authorized in contract services this round?
We approved a contract with Lou Edward Group and Public Dialogue Consortium in November.
And then we also did the polling. So I want to say we did a budget amendment for about $200,000 to $250,000. That would be the non-salary costs for this round, in fiscal year 2022. If the council chose to do a third poll, obviously there would be cost implications of that. As to the history and the staff time, I don't have that information at our fingertips right now.
Okay. And if, let's say we went forward with a proposed plan, how much more would that be?
I want to say about $50,000 more.
And that includes all of the outreach that you guys want to do?
Correct.
Okay. And any recollection of how much was spent last time around?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Any recollection of how much was spent last time around?
I don't recall. I'd have to look it up. I wouldn't want to.
Okay. If you can look it up and let me know, that would be awesome. Okay, thank you. And then I don't know, is our city attorney on tonight? I don't know. I don't see her.
Terrence is here.
Oh, okay. Hey, Terrence. Terrence, I have a legal question for you.
Okay.
And what I wonder is there any duty for the city to remain neutral on this kind of stuff, right? Do we have to, I mean, are we allowed to pay taxpayer dollars to lobby taxpayers to approve something like this? Or what is the standard in terms of our legal obligation, if there is any? Maybe there is none.
I guess I would probably reframe the question. I understand your question, but I think it would be fair to say that the council can explore revenue measures, and that's exactly what they are doing. The city is exploring revenue measures, getting a sense of what the community is comfortable using those measures for, and that's what we're doing. That's all that I have seen thus far that the council is doing, and that's well within its right.
Okay, because I wonder, like, are you so as a council we're allowed to spend taxpayer dollars to campaign for them to pay more taxes? Is that
no? That's no. What you're doing is what councils all over the country do. They explore. They have revenue that they're able to obtain through all kinds of ways, whether it be property taxes or sales tax, TOT, and the council is exploring a business tax. And as has been noted through a lot of the public comment and the comment of various council members, Palo Alto is one of the few cities in this area that doesn't have a business tax. So it is exploring whether it wants to have a business tax and what elements or components that business tax would have. So it's, right.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm well aware in terms of what we're doing. I guess I'm just trying to understand what limits are there. Because it would seem to me that that we should remain a neutral party. Maybe if it's not the law, but maybe as just in terms of ethics, right? I think we should present the facts to the public and let the public decide. But you're saying actually, it's actually legal actually for a city or any government agency to spend taxpayer dollars to lobby for a certain thing that that organization wants. Is that what you're saying? Or am I misunderstanding?
I am not saying that. And
okay. What are you saying then?
What I am saying is that the council can explore whether it wanted to have a business tax and what that business tax looks like and what they are going to spend that money, that business tax revenue on.
Okay,
that's what you all are doing.
What is the line?
If I can interject here, Councilmember Tanaka, I just need to correct the public record here. We are not allowed to use taxpayer money to do advocacy in terms of a measure or the like from a campaigning perspective. What the council's doing right now is working through the details of considering what the characteristics and elements of a potential tax measure or measures may be for the voters' consideration. So ultimately what the council is doing is they're not approving a business tax. They're not approving a general fund equity transfer for gas. They are considering, and ultimately a vote will come in June to call whether or not the council wishes to place before the voters a consideration for passing any of these measures. And ultimately only the voters can approve the measures come November if the council chooses to provide them that option.
Sure, I thank you for clarifying that, because that's what I thought, right? I thought what you said is that we cannot spend money on advocacy. We could certainly explore, and I'm not saying that we have done that. And so I just want to, what I'm trying to understand is what is the limit, right? Where is that line? Like, are we allowed to run, a bunch of Google and YouTube and Facebook ads to say, oh, we need this for the city and show, pictures of burning buildings? Are we allowed to do that, or is that not allowed? That's what I'm trying to understand is what is the limit? I'm not saying we're doing that right now. I'm just trying to understand to what extent can the city do that?
Very well. No advocacy, but informational.
Okay, no advocacy. Okay. And what is the definition of advocacy?
Councilmember Tanaka, what I will do is I will, you and I can have this further conversation in another setting, and I can provide you with that detailed information as far as advocacy. I did not anticipate that this would be your line of questioning, but there are materials, and the Institute for Local Government has a wonderful pamphlet that kind of lays out the law with respect to what advocacy and informational guidance is that a council can provide. And I can provide you links to that. And I can provide you links with that.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, then at this time, I'd like to open up the discussion to input from members of the public. And we will give a minute for folks to sign up. In the meantime, we can begin. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I also request that you let me know when I've reached the time, because I can't look at my notes and the timer at the same time. I'm walking the dog. Okay, so first I want to ask that council members who work for any local business, please disclose that. I'm not saying that, or own an interest in any business, please disclose that. I'm not saying you have to recuse yourself, but I believe that it's a best practice for you to disclose your interest in the local businesses. Okay, so I reject the conclusions from these expensive surveys on the grounds that, one, voters are unaware of the current situation, and two, the respondents, I don't know who they were, not me, were never asked to opine on a constitutionally completely viable tax. Voters will become aware, for example, of the court ruling that determined as a matter of law that Palo Alto's current utilities fees illegally overcharge residents. They will recognize this current method as a way that Palo Alto local government has actually overcharged our residents an amount as great as $12 million a year. And it will create the perception that Palo Alto's local government is trying to pass this as a way to avoid the current obligation that was a court rule that you all owe us and actually owe yourselves $12 million. Still waiting for that money. As to legally viable taxes, there has to be legal to be constitutional. There must be a nexus, N-E-X-U-S, between the tax and the social goal. There is no actual nexus between square footage and the social problems these taxes are meant to address. What are our problems? We have a problem that utilities are too expensive. We have a problem that we have too much traffic. And we have a huge amount of need for affordable housing for the workers that are employed by these local businesses. So the overwhelming majority of the city's budget issues are due to a very small number of extremely profitable, huge multinational corporations that employ a lot of workers. All you have to do to make things really easy is do what other cities do, and that would take away your need for these expensive surveys. Just look what is won elsewhere. And what overwhelmingly is successful is a limited tax on the largest and most profitable employers. Please try to test this question. Voters, would you agree to a tax on all 30 businesses or so in Palo Alto that report a profit of over $1 billion a year? That probably includes Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, Palantir, and Tesla, which currently pay zero tax here, even though they pay in other cities. And that money from only the largest and most profitable employers will be used to be spent on affordable housing, including for their employees, as well as city services like free electric shuttles and lower utilities fees. That is what you call a nexus. Charge the employers for the traffic and the housing needs that these employers create, but leave alone the little guys. Only go for the multinational billion-dollar profitable companies. Fortunately, we have those here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Done.
Okay. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Bill Ross. Welcome.
So, Councilmember Tanaka, thank you for asking the hard questions. I didn't, maybe staff wasn't given adequate time, but I'd really like to get a clearer picture on what it costs to hire the lobbying folks. They seem to be doing an excellent job. I wish I'd had them when I was a public defender trying cases to help me pick some of my juries. But Greg, keep asking the questions, and I'm also interested to find out the answer and the information that the discussion that you're going to have with the city attorney that you were talking with. And I apologize, I've forgotten his name. But in any event, yeah, I think that's a big concern. How do you judge when something is so-called neutral and when it's advocacy? And I certainly would agree with Rebecca's comments that if we make it only business tax on the extremely wealthy businesses and don't hit the little guys, the little people, that's going to make it a much more popular initiative in my estimate, and one that's more likely to pass. Anyway, this is a great opportunity to educate people on the pros and cons. So thank you for taking this on tonight, Council.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Matt Dolan. Welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay. First, I think the survey results are at best confusing and misleading. I think the first way to look at this is, what's the difference between a general tax and a special tax? And if this is going to be a general tax, given the law that one legislative body or one city council can't control the exercise of discretion of another, where's the guarantee going to be that, for example, if we put a ballot measure that's a general tax measure on the ballot, that it would go 1/3 for greenhouse gas reduction, 1/3 for increased staffing for law enforcement and fire staffing, and 1/3 for affordable housing. That's not clear from the way this has been presented to the public. If you want to restrict the funds that way, then it should be a special tax which requires 2/3 approval. I'd also like to suggest that I think the survey result, in terms of its time, I think needs to be updated. I think there is an increased need to address gang criminal activity in the city. And I'm not afraid to use the word gang, whether it's Cal Ave, whether it's Real, whether it's broad daylight auto break-ins in College Terrace, whether it's a gun at the shopping center as most recently detailed, or the multiple high-end gang activities in the shopping center over the holiday season. I think there needs to be a greater commitment to law enforcement to curb that. It's just not acceptable. But there has to be a way, and I also agree with Rebecca Eisenberg that, how can you even talk about the utility tax when it's still in litigation? So that matter has to be qualified by some way. I think there needs to be a clear enunciation of the rule that you can spend money to explain what the result of a yes vote would be or a no vote would be. You can't buy campaign stickers. You can't openly advocate for one position or another. But I think there needs to be more dialogue, information to the public about the difference between a general tax and a special tax, and how you're going to restrict the expenditures if it's just going to be a simple majority into those areas that I think there's pretty much 3 tiers of level of what people in the city want. I don't think that's been done well at all. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Dolan, to be followed by Tiffany Griego. Welcome. Oh, we needed to elevate Mr. Dolan, I think, again, because, oh, there we are. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. In context of the business tax and the format that it's been proposed, I operate a hotel, which in looking at this, there is a TOT exemption, which who's not happy to not be taxed. But I in context of operating a business in Palo Alto and living here, I came here 7 years ago. So for me, I live and work here. It's not I work there or I live there. So, for me, operating my business, a hotel, I have a competitive advantage by a Hilton brand name and that hotel in Palo Alto. So for me to operate my business, I look for Palo Alto to maintain the quality of lifestyle, quality of services and environment and everything that makes this a great city. And in context of a tax, I don't know that anybody is going to be like, yeah, hey, let's raise taxes. But in order for the city to survive and to operate effectively, we have to the city has to cover the things that it does. And in context, local businesses in operating here contribute greatly to the quality of life and just the overall experience here. So while my hotel might be exempt from this kind of a tax based on the TOT, in order to generate the TOT, I need to have thriving industry and thriving demand to come to Palo Alto. So I think the survey and the work that's being done is really thoughtful and is looking towards how to move forward with these things. But I would suggest, just in context of small business, is that small businesses are sandwiched between declined revenues or really not pre-COVID revenues and growing labor expense and their operating expenses. And so I think applications of this, if it considers that we're not fully recovered and to somehow, which it sounds like in this polling, the inclusion of small business in finding the best options and the way this can work so that it doesn't become overly burdensome for businesses attempting to recover from the effects of the pandemic. And that's what I got. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tiffany Griego, to be followed by our final speaker, Dan Kostenbauer. Welcome.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tiffany Griego. I'm Managing Director of Stanford Research Park for Stanford University. And I would very much like to encourage Council to actively include the business community as you consider the business tax measure. If there is indeed a desire to move forward with a business tax, I would very much like to ensure that the use of the funds has an extremely well-defined, well-understood nexus to the business community. And in addition, I encourage the council and staff to be reasonable in the amount charged so that Palo Alto remains a competitive and desirable place for businesses to locate, especially compared to neighboring jurisdictions. I'd always like to remind you when I have these moments that the business community is already making substantial contributions to the fiscal health of Palo Alto. The research park is currently generating $42 million per year in direct sales tax and other tax revenues. 22 of that 42 goes to fund the Palo Alto Unified School District, and 20 million goes to the Palo Alto General Fund for you to use at your discretion. In addition, our analysis shows us that our employees and visitors spend enough money to generate $6 million in retail sales and transit occupancy taxes, plus $3 million in utility users taxes. I'll just take a moment to speak about the Stanford Shopping Center as well, which generates an additional $6 million in annual sales tax for the city and $5 million in utility tax as well annually. So adding a new tax to the mix, especially in perpetuity, escalating into perpetuity, increases the tax burden substantially to our businesses, and it'll no doubt have an impact on their decision to stay or locate in Palo Alto. The rate you've discussed of $2.40 per square foot annually is significant. And like I said, equally challenging for businesses is the notion of an escalating business tax forever and ever and ever. So please do work to identify a nexus. And most importantly to us, please perform economic analysis to truly understand what draws businesses to Palo Alto and what could urge them to locate elsewhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Dan Kostenbauer. Welcome.
Yeah, Mayor Burt, members of the council, I'm Dan Kostenbauer. I'm the Vice President for Tax Policy at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. The Leadership Group represents about 400 companies based in Silicon Valley, some startups, some of the largest companies in the world, and many companies with a presence in Palo Alto. The Leadership Group has established criteria for deciding whether the group is going to support local tax measures. One criterion is that funds generated by the measure should be used for specific and identifiable purposes. This criterion helps to ensure accountability of a local government to spend additional tax revenue in specified ways rather than being added to the general fund where there are no legal guarantees that the taxes will be spent as promised. Whatever needs the council might mention as possible uses for tax revenue in a ballot measure, there will only be accountability if the revenue is specifically earmarked for specific purposes. I would also like to point out that the City Council's deliberations about a business tax have not included the economic impact on the city of Palo Alto beyond the tax revenue raised. And although Palo Alto is a high-cost location for businesses, many businesses choose to locate here. It would be helpful to assess the impact on Palo Alto of imposing a business tax, which would make Palo Alto an even more expensive place to do business. If this increase in the tax forced building owners to sell at lower prices or Palo Alto landlords to lower their rents, so that the total cost of ownership would remain attractive to future tenants. The longer-term effects could include lower commercial property values. Lower property values would reduce property taxes for the city and for Palo Alto schools as well. If a business tax triggers the departure of businesses from Palo Alto, revenue from other taxes also will fall, including utility taxes and sales taxes. In addition, it is still early to understand the longer-term impacts of the trend toward remote work. A permanent increase in the number of employees who work remotely would diminish significantly the number of jobs in Palo Alto and the demand for commercial and industrial square footage. The council should consider assessing the broader economic impact of imposing a business tax before placing one on the November ballot. I would also like the council to know that today I sent a letter to you on behalf of 13 people representing businesses or organizations who would very much like to participate in the focus groups and other outreach efforts of the city with regard to a business tax that might be on the November 22 ballot. Thank you for this opportunity to share our views.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll return to the council for discussion and additional follow-up questions that the colleagues may have. So who would like to go first? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Thanks to everyone who's been participating in this. I know we've been doing it for a number of years. I just want to make a few sort of overarching comments to start with. One is, Mr. Metz went through the initial part, and he attempted to be reassuring that we're not the only ones. But, the overall context of how people feel about the city of Palo Alto is concerning, and it's really diminished significantly in the past. Since 2008, I think was the farthest back that they showed that. So I think we should keep that in mind. Of course, it reflects political divisions in the country and the health impacts of the pandemic and the economic disruption. But I think we should keep that in mind as we move forward with our decisions tonight and later on. Could we have slide 21, please, of Mr. Metz's? I'm not sure if it was slide 21 in the packet or just in the presentation, or Mr. Metz's slide 21. Excellent, that's the one, thank you. So Mr. Metz talked about tentative support. That was on another slide that showed that, the people who were in these green, were tentatively willing to support that. I just want to encourage us to focus below the dotted line. We've spent money on this poll. We talked about how we thought it'd be important for us to follow the data and humbly accept it. And here it is. So when we look at this, I'll just say, having done this before, 55 is pretty, I don't know, that's really close to the margin. So for me, looking at the 0.5% or the 1%, and staff can do the translation for us if that's the 5 cents and the 10 cents. Is that what it is? Okay. So that's the range I think that this poll is telling us is acceptable to the people who are likely to vote on it in November. Thanks so much. You can take that down. Option 3, I heard Councilmember Du Bois's question, and just one thing I want to say on the exemptions is I'm really torn on them, to be honest. I didn't see other cities doing exemptions for grocery stores or for hotels. And if we go with option 1, where we exempt retail only, then one of the things we'll be doing is making it more difficult for our small medical practitioners, dentists, orthodontists, our mental health professionals. They're unfortunately being treated differently in this instance because of the fact that our large medical organizations are nonprofits, and so they will not be paying this tax. So I just wanted to add that into our discussion on exemptions. I actually think, although it adds time and complexity and cost, it doesn't add time, but it adds complexity and cost. Doing an additional poll around these exemptions, I think, may be helpful for us, and it certainly will be helpful for us to decide, should we put on 1 or 2. The next thing I wanted to talk about is what we should spend the money on, or talk about spending the money on, and what we need it for. And we haven't really done a lot of that. I don't know if it's possible to find from the finance presentation, and please take your time while you do this, slide 10, which would have been like packet page 41 from the finance presentation. And I'll just give a preview while staff is looking for it. It talks about assets and services. We had a member of the public speak at finance about how this, she had expected the poll to talk about large expenses, for example, grade separation. I just did a little math here on affordable housing, and one of the things we should share with the community, remind them at $750,000 per door, if we took $10 million of this each year, that would be 13 units of affordable housing. So, you know, even $10 million, which sounds like a big amount, we need to be sure the community understands that even at that large amount, we wouldn't, even if it was completely, you know, used for affordable housing, we wouldn't be creating enormous amounts of it. So I think it's important for us to talk about that. And again, if you find the slide, great. If not, the basic concept is that the thing that people were most willing to spend, interested in the money being spent on, yay, there it is. And if you look at those 4 things, the first one is assets, services. The second one, you could talk about grade separation as really an asset. And funding affordable housing is in the 4th area with the climate action plan. Thank you so much to staff for finding that. So I hope that colleagues will spend some time talking about what we're interested in making sure that the money funds. Thank you.
Thank you. While others are getting ready to put up their hands, I'll go ahead and take a crack at a few comments and questions. First, I just wanted to follow up on this issue of prospective uses. When the tax was first being considered and brought forward in 2018, actually after advocacy from a citizens group that I was involved with, the real focus and hope was that those funds would be able to be used principally for transportation of improving expansion of our citywide TMA, of shuttles, and in particular of our local share for grade separations. So it's local dollars that are highly leveraged, and then also for affordable housing. And in the discussions that I had with leadership at Palo Alto Housing Corp, I asked them, and given the normal leveraging that local dollars are used to obtain state and federal dollars for, and philanthropic dollars and nonprofit dollars for affordable housing, what impact would $10 million a year have, an additional 10 million, have on our production of affordable housing? And their answer was that it would triple our rate of affordable housing construction. So that needs to be fleshed out more, but it's not the direct dollars, just like within the grade separations. Our local share for grade separations would only be a fraction of the total cost, but these dollars are highly leveraged against other dollars from regional, state, and federal dollars. So that's important to remember in those regards. There's also this ongoing issue of a general tax or a special tax. And for reasons that I've never fully understood, we have this paradox in California tax law, where if we tell voters specifically and bind ourselves for a given use, rather than the voter threshold being lower for approval, it requires 2/3 majority. Whereas if it is for general fund and discretion on how it's used, then it's a simple majority of 50.1%. That's always seemed completely backwards to me, but it is the law. Now, the other thing that cities generally do very commonly is have advisory measures that are accompanying measures or ballot language that puts a political commitment that is not legally binding, but it has a great deal of political implication for adhering to that. good luck if you go back to voters and have considerably changed commitments that were made to them. And that goes into, I'm trying to recall, this goes back, that the measure was almost 35 years ago, but the utility users tax that I think was put in place for a variety of measures, preservation of Coverly and other sites. Was that a first that this law has changed, I believe, since then? But was that a general fund tax or a specific tax? And what was the voter threshold at that time, if staff knows?
I'm sorry, did you say utility users or TOT?
Utility. Back when the Coverly UUT, I think it was adopted.
I don't have that at the tip of my fingers.
Okay.
We would need to research that.
And then but we can follow up the TOTs also. Can you refresh us on how those were structured?
Sure. The council has placed before the voters 2 TOT measures in the last few general elections, TOT being transient occupancy tax. Those measures were placed on general elections as a general tax, so that's a majority vote. The council by policy chose and has upheld, frankly, their pledge through multiple councils at this point to dedicate revenues associated with the rate increases of TOT towards the council approved infrastructure plan. That's the 300 and some odd million capital improvement program for things like the 101 bike bridge, the public safety building, the Cal Avenue garage, and the like. So those 2 measures, although not a special tax, the council, like I said, by policy has chosen to dedicate those towards those investments and has upheld that policy thus far.
Good. And a member of the public stated tonight, and I've seen it stated a number of times publicly by others, that the current litigation that we have, what's called the Green case on our gas fund transfer, resulted in a annual refund to the ratepayers, or would result in that, of $12 million a year. But I think that's an incorrect number. Can staff clarify that? The annual impact, not the, is that my, there's a freeze there, and is that on my end? That did I lose connection?
No, you're still here, Mayor.
We can hear you.
We can hear you,
see
Mayor Burt. I think we might have lost
there you are.
Assistant City Manager Director No Say.
Yeah, okay, good. I was worried it was me and cut off my video deliberately to give myself bandwidth. So the amount that the city annually loses, as opposed to the one-time payback as a result of the preliminary court decision, is the annual amount 4 million or so versus this 12 million figure that keeps being bandied about?
I believe that is the number that we're losing annually for the gas general fund.
That's right.
Equity.
The 12 million is essentially part of a one-time payback.
Yes.
Okay, so just hopefully that'll get all clarified. All right. I have other comments later, but who would like to go next? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so if you think we're going to do multiple rounds, I'll jump in. So I did watch the finance meeting, and you know, as people have mentioned, we talked about this for a long time. I think positions of relative council members have been pretty clear. I think Councilmember Tanaka opposes the tax. You know, we've been having these discussions a long time. We've also talked about the nexus. You know, we've been talking about the impacts of businesses in the city. And a lot of these businesses no longer make products that incur sales tax. They did in the past. And we have streets, housing, grade separations, but also just, park use, fire, police service. And these are needed to keep everybody safe during the daytime. And most of our services are available to everyone. So, we do have these immediate projects in front of us, like the grade separations, but we also know that when those are finished, we'll be on to the next set of challenges that impact the quality of life here. So I think having businesses pay into the general fund is paying their fair share. Our economy has really shifted to information services, and cities see a lot less sales tax, as a percentage of their revenue than we did in the past. So I still think there was a good question raised by a member of the public about basically what if large buildings are split into 5,000 square foot units for tax avoidance. It seems like we need to make sure we don't have a loophole. Part of the problem, I support the idea of exempting small business, but then we have this large jump when you cross that threshold. But we also need to think about how buildings are managed. And could someone take a 20,000 square foot building and create 4 mini companies? One that does sales and one that does finance, and they all work together. I mean, essentially they're one business, but they're organized to avoid tax. Or, we do have some incubators who have large buildings. And if they just claim they were a bunch of very small businesses, even though there's one umbrella company operating the building, they could also be exempt from the tax. And then how do we deal with a large company that decides to sublease space, during the year? So I do think we need to think about how we would administer a tax, and is there a way it could be administered through the owner of a building to the businesses in that building. And, as we write this ballot language, we really need to think about leases and subleases and potential loopholes. So I looked at these options. I've really been struggling with option 2 and option 3. So I kind of wanted to talk about that. When you look at it from a revenue perspective, it's a decrease of $9 million in terms of revenue between 2 and 3 potentially. And that's basically because we exempt all 5,000 square feet for all buildings. So, I think the business registry, argument is kind of a red herring. I think this should be written in a way that all businesses need to register to claim their tax exemption if they get one. So we should be getting this business registry, for all businesses, regardless of size. The issue is that hard edge of $50 from 0 to 5,000 square feet. So the question I keep asking myself, is it worth $9 million to go to option 3 and smooth that edge out? I'd really love to see staff come up with some creative ways to do that. Maybe tiering the rate between 4,000, 8,000 square feet. I understand we want to keep it simple, but it just seems like going to option 3 is an expensive way to kind of smooth out that edge. So again, I just want to say, I do believe we should minimize the impact on small business. I think 5,000 square feet is a good way to do that. I also think we should exempt grocery stores, regardless of size. We've had a history of a hard time keeping grocery stores in town. I think they serve a real need in the community, and I think that's a reasonable exemption. On the TOT exemption, I do think we should think about maybe time limiting that. It's like maybe the first 5 years of the tax. I'm not sure if that should be, a forever exemption. And finally, we haven't talked about it tonight, but I'd support easing the tax in over 2 years, similar to what we did when we raised the minimum wage. So maybe 50% of the tax in year 1 and then 100% in year 2. In terms of the polling, I'm almost done. I'd really like to see the second poll, focus on the idea of the business tax and continuing the utility transfer on the same ballot versus separate ballots. On the uses, 70% of the people supported the tax when initially asked, but when we provided more detail, that number dropped. And I think it was the way a lot of those questions were asked. That's slide 15 about the different tax rates. I'm not sure people know what 1.5% of rent means. And I also think when you ask pricing questions, you kind of see a response that we saw there, which is more people prefer the lower tax than the high tax. And so maybe we could ask a broader range. Maybe we could ask in terms of cents per square foot per month. And then, we should definitely explain that the tax would exclude small businesses and groceries and hotels. That's where we end up. On the uses, I agree with the speaker about being very clear about fighting crime. The police question said investigations, traffic enforcement, and animal control. And I just think we should talk about fighting crime and theft. I wouldn't even mention traffic enforcement, frankly. And then instead of fire, I think we should talk about medical emergencies and ambulance response times, since that's the predominant use of our fire department. And then another use would be just having businesses pay their fair share of general city expenses. And then I also think safe crossings at railroad tracks might be too indirect. It sounds like we're trying to raise a tax for maybe crossing guards or something, but again, I know it's a lot of jargon, but somehow the idea of this large infrastructure expense of separating the roadways from the rail needs to be communicated. I do think if we kept the second survey, came to Finance Committee for the second survey, the third one staff could do. I think the third one should be primarily focused on testing ballot language. Sorry I went over, but thanks.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Phil Seth.
Well, just briefly here, the argument on the TOT is that the TOT basically already is a business tax, applied to one specific kind of business. And so that was the argument for the exemption. And yeah, there's an argument to be made that, well, the TOT is really a pass-through kind of thing and so forth. But yet, if we applied a business tax to the hotels, they would most likely raise their prices at least somewhat, right? And so the reverse must be true as well. So it's somewhere in between a pass-through and a business tax, and that was the rationale for exempting the TOT.
Great. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think I've expressed great interest in a business tax for a long time. I agree with Councilmember Dubois. I think the kind of the fairness argument and the discussion around just having businesses pay their fair share to be able to support city services that not only do residents rely on, but also the businesses themselves and their customers and their employees just makes sense. And I appreciate the work that staff and the Finance Committee has put into this. And I think especially, all the reports and tonight's presentation has really helped me get a better grasp on kind of where we're at and these recommendations. I think for the most part, I'm in line with the Finance Committee's recommendation here. I would say I was drawn a little bit by Councilmember Dubois's kind of concerns, and it was one of my concerns as well when I initially read through this report, as far as leaving so much on the table with the recommended option right now. And do agree if the reasoning behind that is simply to just kind of make this easier, I think $10 million is a strong enough incentive to see what staff can do maybe to address that particular concern. I don't know if there was a greater conversation around that or not. I would be interested if anyone wants to, especially from finance, wants to address that. And then as far as use of funds go, and I think for a while, and I was much more supportive of the idea of a special tax, especially to focus this on areas that we really need, especially regarding affordable housing construction and major infrastructure projects such as grade crossing. But given the results, at least of the initial polling, I guess I was a little disappointed in the lack of support there that I think would get us to that 2/3 majority threshold for the special tax. And so I've definitely revised my stance on that to I think to believe that this needs to be a general tax, though I would imagine, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, we can still kind of talk about when we're continuing polling and when addressing the ballot language, really areas where that money would be intended to be spent. And so, and I think the polling data provides us some good direction there as far as the importance of using these these funds on affordable housing, on homelessness services and prevention, climate change, as well as those infrastructure projects. And again, just in agreement with Councilmember Du Bois as far as policing issues. Though, I know I've heard from several community members the frustration of when the traffic enforcement team has been cut and wanting to see traffic enforcement reinstated, and to be able to move traffic enforcement up to make that a greater priority. I'd also love to be able to see us be able to direct some of these funds towards really starting to reinvigorate our code enforcement as well. I know that didn't poll quite as well there. I think it was in the early, like the low 30s, but still an area that needs to be addressed and be able to help us, like on things such as gas powered leaf blowers as well, which I know is a constant concern for all of us. And I think a strong argument around just kind of around reinstating city services. I mean, that was one of my big takeaways, and I agree with Councilmember Cormack. I wasn't happy to see the dropping in support for kind of how the city government has responded towards city services, but I do think that does give us a window into the residents' thinking and their concerns, and the cuts in city services over the past couple of years seems to be at the top. And so if we can be able to really kind of sell this as far as being able to reinstate a lot of those city services, I think that's really going to be able to help the public as well determine what's going to be what type of tax, if any, they want. So I see I'm out of time. I'll end there.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, is the guy, Mr. Metz, is he still online? I have a question, which is, so for the interviews, you said you did 800 interviews over 2 weeks, over phone and online. What was the breakdown between phone and online?
I'd have to look it up, but it was roughly 50-50.
50-50, okay. And was that deliberate, or that just happened to be what it is?
That's roughly what we shoot for. With a sample as large as 800, we sort of have to take what we can get with both modes, but we generally target about a half and half split.
Okay. And did you see a difference between the two?
As I recall, the differences were pretty minimal between the two modes, depending on the question.
Okay. And when you do polling, is it kind of completely randomized, and then you keep emailing the person until they respond, or is it just, I'm just trying to figure out the response bias wise. What kind is there, if any?
Yes, we randomly select names to poll. We make repeated attempts to contact them until either they complete an interview, they decline to participate, or we've reached the set number of contact attempts that we define per respondent, which is typically about 5.
I see. Okay. So how many of them, do you know what percentage of them randomly selected declined?
I don't know offhand, but just based on the numbers, it's going to be something probably in the vicinity of 80 or 90%.
Declined, or 80-90%?
Oh, I'm sorry, we're unreachable. We ended our attempts to contact them based on one of the criteria that I specified before. It's
Okay.
typically of the people that we actually reach and invite to participate in an interview, it's typically roughly a quarter or so that will agree to participate.
Okay. And the stock market just crashed, right? We saw one of the biggest drops in the S&P in quite some time. And we have the Fed, saying that they're going to raise rates this year. This was done in you said around like a little bit after Thanksgiving, right? So
Correct.
in your experience, what happens? How do people respond to these kind of questions? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the impact of a falling market to people's polling response.
Generally, what we see is that it is not the stock market itself, which is really what dictates people's responses to questions of taxation, but it is much more sort of immediate impacts on their household expenditures. Frankly, I think the current inflation increases are more likely to impact people than the decline in the stock market. I will note that Palo Alto is a relatively affluent community overall and is probably less impacted by some of those swings than some other communities in the Bay Area. But certainly, I think one of the things that the repeated upcoming polls will tell us is the degree to which the economic turmoil that we've all experienced over the course of the last few months might impact some of these perceptions.
Because a lot of people in this area, their compensation is actually stock-based. So while it is maybe more affluent, as the stock market goes down, they are less affluent, let's put it that way. So I think that's maybe something worth investigating. I do think it's worth investigating inflation because we have record high inflation, highest in 40 years. So I think that is probably a good question to ask as well. There's a lot of questions I've been asking, and you're not able to answer the question to. Is it possible for me to get the raw survey results so that I could do my own analysis on this?
I know you've asked that question before, council member, and I'll defer to staff on that one.
Okay.
And we did provide the top level information, Councilmember Tanaka, in the attachment. So that's what we typically provide. We don't have the analysis beyond that. And it would take an effort to bring that forward. So if it is the will of the council that we produce all of that individualized data, we would want that direction from the majority of the body. But I do want to hopefully draw your attention to the attachment that does have a significant level of detail.
Okay, I don't get printed packets. So which attachment is this?
It was in the Finance Committee packet, so it's in a link and or in the Finance Committee packet from January, started with a J, 18th Finance Committee meeting.
I know that was a lot of pages. So can you be more
It's
specific?
attachment B, Councilmember
Attachment
Tanaka.
B, okay.
Thank you,
So
Chairwoman.
it's not a link, it's actually attachment B then, right?
It is a link in tonight's council item. It is actually attachment B in the item from last Tuesday for the Finance Committee.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent in the Finance Committee report if you read it.
So let's see. So the raw data exists, but staff is saying I need to get a council vote on this, right? And I guess because I've seen a lot of public records requests. So if there's not a council vote on this, what would happen to a public records request?
So again, Councilmember Tanaka, we've provided the information that we do have as a record. Public Records Act requests do have the city and staff provide records that exist. It doesn't have us create new records. The record you're asking for doesn't necessarily exist in staff hands. So again, if you look at packet page 59 from the Finance Committee, I think you'll find the information you're searching for, which is the actual percentage responses for each question for each modulation of those questions.
Okay, I will look at that in more detail. Okay, I'm out of time, but I have more questions for you later. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I'll go back to a few other questions and comments. Councilmember Du Bois mentioned under the grade separations an issue of safety, and when we worked with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group on the sales tax increase for Measure B. The final poll, the leadership group agreed to change the question around Caltrain to have a greater focus on the track safety issue. And it significantly increased voter support for that and elevated grade separations to equaling the highest priority of any expenditure on that measure. So I think it is important to pull on that nuance. As far as the question of exemptions for hotels, we have twice raised our hotel tax, our TOT, and is now the highest in the state at 15.5%. And so whether it is technically a pass-through or not, that we are generating really tremendous tax from the hotels that we have today, the increased number of hotels that we went through in a very deliberate process over a decade to increase that, and then 2 successive tax increases. And so I think that their contribution as a sector is far greater than any other sector that we have in the community, and I think it would be appropriate for them to be exempted because of what they're already contributing at 15.5% of revenue. And unlike property tax, unlike sales tax, we don't get a tiny fraction of that revenue. We get all of that. So it's a big contributor. Let's see. Then I think Councilmember Boyce also brought up the question of whether the implementation should be stepped in 2 stages. And I think that's an important question, particularly for the focus groups. I can tell you as a former business owner that if I had a significant increase in a cost expense, whether it was a workers' comp increase or other tax increase or something like that, getting it in 2 bites, maybe spread 2 years apart, was a lot more palatable than getting it all at once. And so I think that's something that we should be checking in with the stakeholders and find out how important that is. We could also poll on it. I suspect that the voters are not going to be as sensitive to that as the businesses are. There was a question on the timeline of us going forward with the second poll. First, the staff had originally recommended only 2 polls, and that the final poll would be the testing the final ballot language. But we're still quite a ways away from really answering all the questions that we need to on refinements of the form of the tax and the amount and the uses. And I think that second poll is very important. Staff had talked about, if I understood it right, that if we did 3 polls and the second poll, both the poll results would be reviewed by staff rather than the finance committee or the council. Is that correct, what you had said?
Christine?
Modifications to the work plan to accommodate that additional poll would be results of the additional poll be reviewed by council, drafting development of the outline and questions delegated to FM3.
Okay, well, I think that some of that timeline could be truncated if we discussed this somewhat at Finance Committee. I'm not sure that we need both the initial results and the final results of the stakeholder outreaches before we could go forward with the second poll. They were framed as being after the final outreach, and I think with the timeline that we have, we may want to consider initiating the second poll after the preliminary stakeholder meetings and report, the preliminary report rather than the final report, and that could shave some time there. I did want to just mention also the question on how it impacts Palo Alto community, and over the long run, first, our lease rates are nearly double the lease rates of San Jose. And that's been the case for a long while. It fluctuates from 80% higher to closer to 100%, depending on how the market's shifting. But that is an incredible premium that tenants are willing to pay to locate in Palo Alto. And that premium doesn't go to the city, it goes to the developers and the landlords. And that's fine, but ultimately, what this tax would do would be over the long term would slightly mitigate the rate of increase in their leases. And they would be able to charge what the market will bear. And if the market wouldn't, if they're charging, in a typical period, $8 a square foot on average for office and more for Class A, less for Class B, and the market was so sensitive, which is not the case, that it couldn't accept $8.15 or whatever, then they charge $7.85, and the tax would be added on to get back up to $8. Or conversely, rather than increasing their leases by the kinds of rates that we had seen in normal times of maybe up to 50 cents, 25 to 50 cents per square foot per month, then they might, for a couple of years, only increase it by a nickel a month less. That's the impact that's really going to happen over time. Initially, it will be to the businesses, but as it gets filtered through on lease renewals, that's the impact. And that's another reason why I'd be comfortable with having a two-step increase on that. So it get filtered into the lease rates more. So those are my comments for now. Councilmember Cormack, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So a couple things I just want to touch on. One is I left off with affordable housing as uses. And then one of the other uses that came out as important in the poll as it always is, and I understand the distinction a colleague was making between fire services and medical services, which our fire department provides, is just fire staffing in general. One of the things we actually talked about at finance last year was perhaps establishing a baseline, right? An amount below which we would not reduce fire staffing for a variety of reasons having to do, with what we're experiencing now in terms of, really understanding what is the minimum level of staffing needed to accommodate vacations, professional development, workplace injuries, all of the things that happen. So I think there might be something there to making a form of a commitment to a certain level of fire staffing that would include really ample time for training. And then, Fire Station 4, we still do not really have well situated on our capital infrastructure plan. And we certainly saw interest in assets. And so that's another thing to think about. I just think that's one department where I know the community feels strongly and we have real needs. So I want to throw that out as we're talking about needs. I wanted to talk a little bit about timing of receipts because everyone's all just blithely like heading down this path and picking out numbers. So can staff just confirm for me, if we put something on the ballot in November of this year, when would be the earliest that we could implement the tax and receive funds? Remind me.
Fiscal year 2024.
Okay. So it's 18 months from, okay, so 18 months. So let's do calendar years because that's easier for people listening along at home. So that puts us in the middle of 2024. And then if we do a stair step, we won't really be receiving all of the revenue until the middle of 2025. Is that correct? If they did a one-year stair step that my colleagues were discussing, that's a long time from now. So I just want us to be cognizant of the delay and when we're going to get these receipts. And I want the community to understand that, we won't have these funds next year for affordable housing or the local match for grade separation, et cetera. And that if we do stair step it, and I understand the, potential appeal, that just delays the time period when we'll receive those funds. I just want a little public service announcement here to my colleagues and staff. I think this poll is actually really helpful. And when we do our priority setting on February 5th, I encourage us to have this be part of the information. The people who self-select to fill out the priorities have strong opinions, and we welcome all of those, but I think we should also use this data that we've collected. And then my final question is really for staff. We're really dancing around some very different rates here. Is staff, does council need to narrow down the rates tonight in order to move forward? And if not, when is it that you expect this council to make that decision?
I don't think it's super critical that we narrow down rates tonight. We can certainly start working on draft ballot language, and as council decides later, that could be included.
So when is later? Is it June or is it?
I would say at the latest April timeframe.
Okay, so for the ballot language, for the poll,
Yes.
for the decision.
And if
go ahead.
If we intend to test actual ballot language for the final poll, which is going to be launched in May, it would be, I would think it would be good to include that in that test.
Yeah. Well, we certainly heard from some members of the business community today about reasonable charges, and we have data from, this poll. So, I know people have thrown out a lot of numbers, and if the majority of the council wants to move forward with those big numbers, I guess, I feel like this is your opportunity to do so. I for one, I don't think some of those large numbers are justified or even potentially, viable. So I just throw that out as we get towards motions, to see if tonight is the time to narrow those rates.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, so just a couple thoughts. So one general and one more specific, because it sounds like we're sort of shifting inflection here, moving towards a concrete motion of some kind. But before that, I think, the poll, I thought the poll was really interesting too, just like Councilmember Cormack did. I think, if you look at surveys, so first of all, one of the challenges for the Silicon Valley is, how do we keep talent here? Okay, because it's going to be cheaper to live in Austin than it is in the Mid-Peninsula, and there's nothing we can do about that. So, how do we keep people here if we want this to keep going? And I know this isn't the usual rhetoric coming out of this council, but it's certainly part of the mix, right? And if you look at why people leave the Valley, especially talented people, poll after poll shows the number one reason is cost of living, including housing, and number two is perceived degradation of quality of life. And so, as you look at our poll that we've come back from FM3, all the stuff at the top of the poll, that's just basic fundamental quality of life stuff. And so, our job as a city, is to keep supplying, a good place for employees to want to live and spend time in, right? Even as we know that it's going to be cheaper to live in Texas, right? And so that's the thing we got to thread here, okay? So then more specifically, as we sort of to pivot and sort of move towards a motion here, one of the things I'd really like to see on the next poll dive into the question of, we've talked a lot about the business tax, we haven't talked about the gas transfer yet, and I'd really like to know, are people likely to be okay with both of those at once, or do we need to only do one now and not the other? And the question is really, are they going to look at that and say, oh, two taxes, right, and one what, right? Or are they going to look at it and say, these are really compartmentalized. One of these is, replacing something we were already doing, and it's a utility bill kind of thing. right? And the other is, you know, a business tax, and they're really compartmentalized, right? And so I hope the poll can sort of shed some light on that, right? Because we're going to want to do that to make a decision on when we do these things and timing and so forth. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
So, and thinking about some of the things I said in the second round about subleasing and is there a loophole? Does staff know how does East Palo Alto administer their square foot tax? You know, it's also size based. So do they worry about subleasing, dropping the size below the threshold, that kind of thing?
Christine?
I think the nuance between us and this proposed business license tax in East Palo Alto is that East Palo Alto is a parcel tax, which is assessed on the landlord owner of the property, whereas this is assessed on the owner of the business. So for East Palo Alto, that's administered through the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office on the property tax roll.
That's a parcel tax only on commercial property.
Mhm.
And remind me, why did we eliminate that option? Is that a 2/3 vote?
Yes.
Thank you. The other question, so again, you know, does staff have any concern about these issues I brought up about, you know, can people basically manipulate the tax? Or is that something that we're working on?
I mean, of course. Anytime we look at a tax and implementing a new tax and drafting an ordinance as complicated as this one will be, absolutely. And that is a factor associated with anything like this. We wouldn't be alone. We're not unique in those challenges that you've identified. Other neighboring jurisdictions that have business tax face those same things. And you manage those through things like audits and compliance. And you know, that will be one of the additional factors, frankly, for the council to consider as we move through. You know, all these revenue numbers are gross figures, but there will be a cost to administer this tax. And in order to force the things that you're kind of talking about and then raised as potential issues, if we want to be very aggressive on that, that's a labor-intensive process for, you know, us to send auditors out into the field, basically.
I assume also penalties if people are trying to evade. Basically. Okay. Yeah, and again, I don't know if we can say something about kind of the primary leaseholder even is responsible, which can be simplified if they're.
The tax itself will be, apologies, Councilmember Du Bois, the tax will be structured based on business, a business owner, and businesses that do business in Palo Alto. Specifically, that's how a business license tax under California code is established.
Okay, that's useful. And then Mr. Metz, again, I don't know if you had any thoughts about maybe ways we can ask about a square footage tax. It's a little bit different than what we did in the first survey. Again, I can appreciate it's a difficult concept to get across, but again, I'm not sure how I would react to the difference between a 1% and a 1.5% square foot tax on business. So have you had any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Councilmember, our assumption was that the average resident doesn't know what the average square footage of different kinds of businesses might be, nor what existing rent rates may be for commercial property by the square foot. And so turning it into a percentage and basically saying, here's the additional amount that a business would be the increase in their rent that they would anticipate from the tax might make it easier for the layperson to understand the scale of what was being proposed. But as the council narrows its focus to certain particular tax structures, we're happy to look at alternate ways of asking the question, perhaps providing some indication of what current rates are and what future rates would be, would make it easier for respondents to offer a meaningful response.
Yeah, I get that overall a percentage seems easier to understand. It's just how do you, can you separate 1% from 1.5% to 2%? It's and maybe having putting that in more concrete terms might be easier, you know, in terms of monthly rent or whatever. So I did want to reemphasize what Councilmember Filseth just brought up, and I mentioned the first round. I do think, you know, a good chunk of the second survey. I know you asked in the first survey, but about the interplay of both of these things on the ballot. We eliminated the utility tax, so it's, again, I think making people understand in the survey that we are looking for confirmation of what voters in Palo Alto passed a long time ago, and basically continuing that practice, coupled with the business tax. You know, how will both of those things play out when they're on one ballot? So this discussion has been really useful for me. My colleagues have convinced me on both the exemptions and on going with option 3. So if it's all right, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion, which is basically the finance motion. I think did we lose Pat?
No.
Oh,
you got the floor. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All right. And Councilmember Du Bois, would you like to speak further to your motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, you know, staff during their report said something, if we do 3 surveys, then I think you said something like staff needs to manage the next 2 surveys. I wanted to suggest that we continue with the second survey like we did the first survey, working with the finance committee. And then the third survey, I think, would be staff driven, really focusing on the ballot language at that point. Does staff think that's a feasible approach?
Ranking Wheels here. I apologize. It's not the ideal. Backing up here, if we were to do draft outline with finance committee and then to council, that would push launch of this additional poll to be early April. Because going to finance committee in February and then to council immediately after that, I think it would take that amount of time, considering the amount of time it took to draft the first outline of the first poll. I think that would push us a little bit too late on launching the second poll.
And then the poll results would come to council?
Come to May, which is like when we're planning to release or launch the final poll.
So would council have an opportunity to weigh in on the results of the second survey before the third survey goes out?
With this timeline, yes, we would probably have to skip over finance committee.
And may I interject a question?
Yes.
Yeah. What if the mayor were to appoint 2 members of the council to work with staff on the polling questions and not have to go through a public hearing process? Would that be permissible? It would be essentially an ad hoc group of the council. I assume it probably could not be members of the finance committee. Does that sound correct from a Brown Act standpoint? Because you couldn't have a majority of the council the finance committee meeting.
That sounds correct from a Brown Act standpoint. Mr. Hazel, are you still on the line?
I was going to say, I'm trying to think this through.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a Brown Act issue so long as it's not going. However, what I would say is I think it wouldn't necessarily be the mayor. I think it would need to be in this motion that the council, delegates this, because right now, then there's no identified priorities for this polling by the majority of the council or anything like that. So we would need to get a sense, I think, first.
Well, Mr. Hosell?
Yes. I don't see the Brown Act issue yet.
Yeah.
So I think we
Okay.
need to kind of flush this out. a little bit
My
more.
initial suggestion, sorry, Terrence, was to delegate this to finance and not come back to council.
Well,
But
the
then
current
assumption
council
was it would have to go
direction.
back to them.
Yeah, sure. And that would need to be part of the motion. If the request is that polling is delegated to the finance committee and the council no longer oversees that, then the council would need to delegate that to the finance committee. As the direction from the majority of the council stands, it allocates that if time permits to go to the finance committee on polling and then go to the full council. But I believe based on what Ms. Pross said, based on the timing to add a third poll, to do 3 polls, this kind of dual process is not compatible.
Okay, so I'm open. I just think we gave you guys a lot of feedback tonight. It would be good whether it was an ad hoc or finance. I guess I'm open to whatever the rest of my colleagues think, but I think it'd be useful to get that feedback on the next survey and then kind of go from there.
I guess my clarification and question here is if, based on the mayor's feedback of saying, if the mayor or this council were to elect an ad hoc committee of 2 council members to review poll as an alternative to going to the finance committee, would that be in a public meeting setting or no? But no, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Based on the mayor's musing, I believe he intended it to be ad hoc so that it wouldn't slow down the timeline.
Yes, yes.
So if I'm
So
being
I'll leave
honest
it
from a
as
staff
is.
perspective, I think Councilmember Du Bois and mayor and council ultimately, the question is do you wish to delegate the second round of polling make it a 3-poll work plan? And if you do wish to make it a 3-poll work plan, with that comes the necessity to delegate a lot to, frankly, Dave and his team. I think, Dave has been on the call this whole evening and taking all these notes. So, I'll let Dave kind of speak to if he thinks additional help or kind of rounding out would be advised. I will say in other organizations, I know very much not how we operate here in Palo Alto. It would be routine for our pollster to take the feedback from tonight, execute the poll, and we would come back to the full council with the results. So again, just options available, but the 2-step process is not feasible. All results, of course, will come back to the full council. It's this issue of reviewing an outline at a committee, at a council, and trying to balance, frankly, the time and energy suck associated with trying to do engagement, focus groups, and outreach while doing now a 3rd poll. We want to make sure that we're still meeting the outreach kind of goals that we've identified as well.
Okay, and I'll just finish speaking this motion, and then if somebody wants to change it, they can. But again, I do think a 3rd poll makes sense. I mean, the alternative was not doing anything until we were like at ballot language, and it feels like we're pretty far from that. So Councilmember Filsteth, if it's all right with you, I guess I would just strike the working with finance, and if anybody else wants to change that, we could talk about it. But those are my comments.
I'm okay with that. I don't myself have a strong feeling that I need to be directly engaged with FM3. I think they know how to do this stuff. The one thing I was going to throw out was an idea we throw around and just for consideration is that another way to ask it other than 1% or 1.5% is just tell people the average commercial rent in Palo Alto is $7 a square foot per month. How would you feel about adding a 20% a 20 cent a month business tax on top of that, right? If you didn't want to do the percent thing. So
yeah,
experts on polling ought to think through that one, but just a thought. Other than that, I think I've already spoken to this.
Okay. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have more questions for FM3. First of all, I would like to say I agree with Councilmember Du Bois in terms of that 1.5%. I do think that people probably find that a bit confusing. So I think that should be figured out somehow. And you heard my comment before about the inflation and stock market. Is that something you could do as a part of your next surveys and figure out how to suit that out in terms of how that will impact people's response?
Yes, council member, we could have a question that assesses their level of concern with inflation. Obviously, their experience and understanding of inflation will inform the responses they give us in the survey. It's simply the fact that we're doing it a few months after the first survey. Everything that's happened since will impact and direct their responses.
Sure. Yeah, because I think the inflation and stock market are important for our area. Okay, great, thank you. So I was looking at page 61 of Appendix B, and I thought one interesting stat there was it looked like in terms of people who are concerned about city taxes as a serious problem, it's 50% higher from last year to this year. It's a pretty big jump. So I thought that was actually quite interesting to look at that. And then final question for you, which is, so do you have data that exists of each survey responses, each survey taker's responses to the survey? Does that exist? Do you have that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Okay, let me go on to, is Terrence still on? One of the members of the public asked whether it's legal for us to be pursuing a tax to cover the shortfall we'll get from the Green case before the Green case is actually settled. So I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Yes, yes, Councilmember Tanaka. In the Green case, we had a trial court decision. We have appealed, as has the other side. There has not been a final determination as to what the result will be in the Green case. And there is a potential that the city could ultimately prevail on the gas transfer. So the case is not over. I think you need to kind of consider that as well. This is not a situation where the city necessarily will have to write a $12 million check.
No, actually, I think I didn't ask the question clearly. I think maybe with the question, reason why the public speaker mentioned this is, I mean, if we're like actively paying people to poll and try to figure out how to get the money from the ratepayers on this, it almost signals defeat, right? So I guess it's, from a legal point of view, or maybe a legal strategy point of view, is this the right move? Maybe that's a better way of thinking about it, right? But anyways, I think I'm on a shot clock here, so I'm going to keep moving on. But thank you for your answer. Okay, so I saw that it has grocery stores. How about retail? Having retail in there as well. I don't know if the maker or seconder would be willing to consider that.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Retail, having retail on item 2, A2.
No, I think again, I'm comfortable where the finance committee got that with the 5,000 square foot exemption.
Okay. What about raising? I don't know if you saw the email from Stephen Levy. He had, he's a pretty well-respected economist in our area, and he made a good point about raising the limit to 20,000 square feet instead of where it is right now. I don't know whether you would entertain that.
No, again, we've gone through all this analysis, looking at different sizes.
Okay, let's see, and then yeah. So I think my feeling about this is that we should really nail down. It doesn't look like it's in here at all, but we should really nail down what are we going to use this money for. Because I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. We haven't really nailed down like what are we going to do with this money. We've talked about it, but we haven't nailed it down. I think we should go as far as actually doing a specific tax, but at a minimum, I think we should know what we're going to do with this money. I mean, the goal isn't to get as much money as you possibly can. That's not the goal, right? The goal is to make sure that we can provide what the city needs. So I think we need to decide what the city needs. So I think we should have somewhere in here that talks about or has a plan for us to agree upon what are we going to do with all this money that we would get. So I guess I'm just looking at the maker and seconder of the motion. Doesn't it make sense for us to know what we're going to do with the money? Doesn't it? I mean, shouldn't we have a plan, or at least a plan for a plan of what we're going to do with the money that we're going to get, so that it's really clear to the public and to the people paying this what we're going to do with it?
I mean, I hear a plan. I think we've been pretty clear. I think
I don't see it in motion.
as we go into the ballot, measure itself, it goes into the general fund, but we could have an advisory for affordable housing, grade separations. As we get into the ballot language, I don't think that's where we are tonight. We're doing surveys on uses.
Okay, well, I disagree on that because I don't see it up there. I don't think it's clear. I don't think we agreed upon it, but it's your motion. So I think the other thing we have to really think about is, we're having iconic companies like Tesla moving the headquarters from the city. We have interest rates going sky high right now. We have to also think about, are we really the best spenders? Is the city the best spenders of the money? Is that the best way to do it? I personally would love to see in this motion, and maybe this is something that you might agree with, is, I saw it in the survey that people are really concerned about crime. And I just had office hours with the folks at Altair, and they're really, really upset and concerned about crime in the city, and especially at the complex. So what about some sort of use to actually combat crime? Can we do that? Can you be supportive of supporting to reduce the crime in our city, so we don't have like people with guns going to grocery stores or Altair getting robbed every week?
I think it's captured in letter C. I mean, we all gave feedback. Dave Metz has been listening. He's going to write the second poll. I think he got that feedback from several of us, but we're not telling him how to write the poll.
Well, I'm talking about more about trying to.
If I can dive in here, I think that's it's potentially a reasonable topic for the offsite in a week or two, right? I'm not sure I would accept an amendment to specifically delineate that in this motion.
Well, I guess my point
also is Altera here in Palo Alto? I didn't think Altera was here.
No, not Altera. Altair is a townhouse complex.
Okay.
Yeah, on San Antonio, but they've been robbed every single week for like a year, and they're livid about it. So, okay. Well, I just thought we should have something on here that says what we're gonna do with the money, because it seemed like crime reduction was something that everyone here was interested in, but I guess not interested enough to put it on the motion. What about economic analysis? The economic analysis of the impact this would have on the businesses in our city. I heard several speakers ask about that. Can we not do that? I'm asking the maker and the seconder of the motion. Can we add doing an economic analysis so we can understand the impact this would have on our city?
Again, Councilor Talk,
I wouldn't accept that. I think that's too broad for this motion, and it's staff resources and all the other stuff that goes along with such a thing.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. It looks like the clerk has amended C. So I'm comfortable with that, specifically because, we discussed both in finance and then again tonight, like, I think a big thing we need to know from the second poll is, can we put 2 taxes on or 1? And that will inform, what the council decides to do. So thanks for that. I did have a question, I guess, back on the slide 21 again, with the 0.5%, the 1.5%, and the 2.5%. I want to map those to this cents, the 5 cents, 10 cent, 15 cent, 20 cent. So can staff and or Mr. Metz help me do that?
And clarifying here, Council.
So there are four
Yeah.
rates, 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents. And then there are three rates that were tested in the poll, 0.5, 1.5, and 2.5. What do those three map to of the four?
The 5.5% rate maps to the 5%, 5
cent, okay.
Yes, and the 1.5%, I believe, maps to the 10 cents.
10 cents.
Yes.
So then what is the 2.5 map to?
I'm sorry, that doesn't seem to add up.
No, I think it's the 0.5 is about 5 cents, give or take.
Yes.
The 1.5 is about 12 cents, I think, give or take. And
Okay.
the 2.5 is the highest one.
That's 20 cents?
Correct.
I think the 0.5 must be below 5 cents then.
Yeah, like I said, it's
Maybe
the
4 cents.
rounding. Yeah,
About
it's
4
probably 4 and change.
Okay, super helpful. Thank you so much. You can take that down then, and if we can just go back to the motion. You know, based on these numbers, I just don't see that the 20-cent rate is feasible. So I will request an amendment to AI to review the rate to eliminate the 20-cent rate from consideration.
So I thought where you're going to go was we should ask in terms of the cents, which I would support. I think, again, if you tell somebody the average rate is $7, you think 15, 20 cents a square foot is reasonable, I would support that, but I don't support removing it at this point. I think we should do this next round of polling. And
Yeah,
I
I'd
really
like-
hope we do.
I'd like to see it too, and I understand that East Palo Alto's business tax is 20 cents a square foot too, so I'm not prepared to eliminate that.
Okay, I'll
I'd
offer it
rather
as, I'll see if there's a second for that as an unfriendly amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, I don't need to speak to it further.
All right, so let's take up just that amendment so that we can move on, perhaps. If people can drop their hands and then raise them if they wish to speak to just that that proposal listed below as the amendment. I have a comment on it. The way that the poll was phrased, basically at this 0.5%, 1.5%, 2.5%, we basically had percentages that I think people can't relate to as well as what Councilmember Philseth suggested of putting out the average rent rate and then a cents per month. But on top of that, they were given 3 options in a period where, frankly, I was moderately gratified by the strength of the polling, given the state that we're in as an economy and the overall sentiments that are out there. I think that was pretty strong results. But they were given an option within that context of, do you prefer the lowest number, the middle number, or the highest number? And lo and behold, the lowest tax came in best, the middle tax second, and the highest tax third. I suspect strongly that skewed the results, that they and so that's a reason that I really am looking forward to seeing the polling based upon these 10, 15, and 20 cent ranges. So that's why I won't support the amendment. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, so as the second motion, I wanted to say a few words here. So we've seen during the pandemic, and we've seen just a shift, besides not just Tesla, but Palantir, a bunch of other companies and talent that have moved away from Silicon Valley and Palo Alto. And this is not good. This is not a good situation. Palo Alto has always been the birthplace of Silicon Valley. And for me, I think that's important. I think we want innovation to be in our city. But if you make it really difficult for people to be in the city, they will move. I think the speakers that called in, the public speakers, they talked about how there's a big shift to remote work. People have choices. They don't have to be in Palo Alto. In fact, for 2 years now, since the pandemic, a lot of companies, employees have not been in Palo Alto. so that they could clearly move. And so I think we have to be super careful here, because sometimes we think we'll get more money, but sometimes we'll get less, because there's a supply and demand dynamic here where if you raise the price too high, people will say it's too much. We already heard one of the, I think Tiffany called in and she said that it's a pretty tough tax even as it is proposed. So I think we need to take account of this feedback. It's something which can be very damaging to our business environment. I think that, I think if you think about it, for a lot of businesses, this is not going to be something that could easily swallow. So I think we have to be very careful here. I think we're going to kill the golden goose in terms of the innovation engine that's in our city, and it's going to be not a good situation. I referenced last time around, like Detroit, right? Look at Detroit, a total basket case. They thought they had it all, the auto city of the country, the auto city of the world. But look at them now, right? So we cannot take things for granted. I think we want to. One reason why we have in a lot of innovation areas, because we are, we try to make it easy for innovators to be here. But if you make it tough, people will move. So I think we need to keep that in mind and be really, really careful here. So I think Councilmember Cormack called it right. I mean, the survey shows that there's not a lot of support for it. So I don't know why we want to make it difficult for the folks trying to do innovation in our city.
Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
Oh, I didn't have my hand raised. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we now take the vote? I don't see any other hands on the amendment. Can the clerk please call the vote on the amendment?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
No.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
No.
Councilmember Philseth,
No.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-2, 5-2. My mistake.
Thank you. So we'll return to the main motion. And we have any other comments? Councilmember Ku, or Vice Mayor Ku, excuse me.
Thank you. I wanted to find out from staff, the community and stakeholder engagement plan, how does that look like? I see that it's going to be through social media and all that, but how are you going to, what do you see the focus group, the community focus group, how does that look like?
I don't know if Mr. Spano is still on the line. The focus groups, Mr. Spano?
Yes, so the focus groups are intended to get participants from diverse businesses as well as the community at large. And what we'll be asking them are questions about the putting the business license tax on the ballot measure, their views about that, and then asking them specifics about the direction that you're giving them, specifics around the structure. What do you think about certain exemptions, grocery stores, the structure of the business tax in terms of square footage, for example. So a lot of what the questions will be dependent on the direction that you're giving staff to pursue on what the structure of the business license tax will be. And our focus in the focus groups is to hear from the participants what their views are, what they like, what they don't like, their reasoning behind supporting a business license tax, not supporting a business license tax, where they would show movement. I'm not sure, but about certain elements of that. So what would convince you to be more in favor of that? Why? What is your opposition to that? So what we would want to do is we would want to drill down in terms of the motivations, the intentions, the reasons, the reasoning behind the positions that they have. And that would give us a breadth and a not so much generalizability that Dave gets with FM3 in their public opinion poll. What we get is depth. What's behind people's views, interests, and opinions and positions. That's the focus of the focus groups.
And the focus groups, how would you gather them? Is that just putting it out into social media and via our website, and then they sign on and answer your questions, or is there a group itself?
Yes, so there are two different venues for the focus groups. There's the actual focus groups themselves, and if we were able to have the focus groups in person, that would be great, but we can also do that virtually on Zoom or on Microsoft Teams, depending on where we are in terms of COVID. So we would actually convene a group of 5, 10, 15 people who would have a conversation, a discussion around the questions. And then we would also have an online qualitative survey with questions that would mirror the questions we're asking in the focus groups. So what you would get on the online survey is you wouldn't be able to have the interaction and the discussion, but what you would get is, here's my answers as they type in their answers to the online survey. And the online survey, what that enables, the advantage of that is it enables a wider number of community members to participate.
And when you start that effort, will council members be informed that that effort is starting? The
Absolutely.
outreach? Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Spano.
Yes.
Okay, great. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Burt. I think one thing that we haven't captured tonight that would be helpful, maybe in the poll, but actually potentially more helpful in the focus group, is to compare the total amount of tax that the council is considering raising against our largest source, which is property tax. So I don't think I have the updated numbers here. I'm just looking at our original budget, but it looks like it was 51 million was the original budget for property tax in this fiscal year. And option 3, which we're talking about at the 20-cent rate, which the council just declined to remove, is 47 million. So I just think as we're having these educational conversations, putting the amount raised in the context of our other sources of revenues, I think will be really important for us to do. And I apologize for not bringing that up earlier.
Good. If you don't mind, I'll just jump in real quick, and thank you for that, Councilmember Cormack. And what I didn't mention was in the focus groups, there will be a brief presentation at the very beginning that serves an educational function that sets the context for your business license tax. And that exact piece of data that you just mentioned is the precise sort of thing that we would want to include in that very brief educational presentation at the front end of the focus groups.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Philsett.
You know, just a thought on this, going down the focus groups and the stakeholders. You know, I think some of those stakeholders you're talking about, particularly in the research part, you know, they ought to be part of the discussion about, you know, how we spend the money too, right? I mean, we're all in this together. Okay, you know, they've got some dependency at least on, you know, having talent that wants to live in this area. Right. And it used to be that, you know, Palo Alto, I mean, 5 or 6 years ago, Palo Alto was 30% more expensive than Mountain View, and we aren't anymore. Okay. And so, you know, if all their talent, you know, wants to move to Morgan Hill, right, and then they got to drive past their competitor in San Jose, I mean, that's an issue. So I think, you know, I think they ought to be part of the discussion on how we build an environment that you know, where we do our part to help them retain their talent if there's any way we can affect that. And so I think they should be part of that too if we're going to do these focus groups.
And I have just one or two final ones. First, a question from staff. We are going to need to have these important discussions on the uses of the tax and what's changed from when we were first considering it to now is that we had to, and I'm referring to in 2019, we've had to drastically cut services, and those were pulled, and the community very much responded to they want to retain restore services. So that's something that we're going to have to struggle with, how much of it can be on some of the major additional investments versus those matters. But when in the process is it intended that we would refine the uses, the intended uses?
Sure. At a high level, it will be ultimately as soon as we can, but likely this spring. To actually Councilmember Philstett's point just now on, as part of the focus groups, we do want to engage with the community on all sides, both business, resident, and even folks that may, be passive through, so to speak. And we wanted to make sure that we provided space in the engagement for refinement of the funding plan. So I think what staff plans to do is to look at, or spending plan, depending how you wish to look at it. What staff intends to do is take the initial feedback from the community and engagement, outreach and education piece, take the second round of polling, and combine those things plus, probably 2
Good.
more months worth of work,
Yep.
and bring back something for the council.
Okay, so that was what I was wanting to get at. It would follow the focus
Correct.
groups and the second poll. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And I'll just mention, a big component I think that the council will have to grapple with is once we, the council sees and decides basically whether or not the ballot may or may not be able to withstand 2 measures, is that's going to impact likely how the council will consider funding.
Right.
And uses of the funds, as the gas measure is a impact to our general operating budget. And if it does ultimately go away, that's reflected in our current service levels.
That's right. And it's important I know the council understands this, but important for the public to understand that we have already built in to our budget the anticipated loss of that gas transfer, both an anticipated 4 million a year going forward, plus I think an additional 12 million or 8 million that we have spread over a shorter period of time. How many years?
4 years. We spread
4
it over
years.
4 years.
Yeah, thank you. And so cuts that have occurred to city services or inability to restore those services, whether they were police, fire, code enforcement, libraries, that's all part of the cuts we had to make because we built in the loss of that gas utility transfer. So I just want to make sure that was out there. Lastly, I just want to say that we need to acknowledge that whatever form, whatever degree, whatever use of this tax, there will be arguments against it and opponents, and there will be rational arguments against it. But in the net, it will be up to us, and the community ultimately is who is the decider on this. The electorate will decide it. All the council will do is decide what to put on the ballot. It's the electors who make this decision in the end. And I know that, in 2017 and 2019, when the city looked at a business tax in booming times, we had the same opponents of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, Councilmember Tanaka, and others who made a whole series of arguments against any business tax that we were proposing at those times. We should simply acknowledge that not everybody is going to agree on it, just like in the polling, not everybody agrees on it. But that's the reality that we're facing. So I don't see any more hands raised, and I think we can take the vote at this time if the clerk would call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philstett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. All right, so that completes item number 11. We are now at 9:50. We have one item remaining, which is the hearing on Number 12, it's basically ordinance clarifying ambiguities in height transitions and zoning districts, and basically is the continuation of the discussion on objective standards. What I'd like to do at this time is take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 9:57 and then continue with the final item. public hearing titled Adoption of Ordinance Clarifying Ambiguities in Height Transitions and Amending the Setback for the RM40 Zone District. And this is a continuation of our discussion on objective standards. Ms. Tanner, are you kicking things off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Burt.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Good to be with you all, even though it's virtually, continuing for the time being at least. Just wanted to do a little intro as we prepare to have Jody Gerhart and Ms. Jean Eisenberg do the presentation this evening. So we were with you last November 8th, if you can remember all the way back to November 8th of last year. And we had quite a robust motion that came out of that meeting. One of the things that council wanted us to do is come back as quickly as we could with pieces that we could. And so that's what's before you tonight. The staff report was published before the holiday break. That was the timeline to get it to you all before for this evening for January 24th. And so it's really focusing on two discrete items. One is the height transitions in the code as they are today, just making sure that they're clear so that they are objective. And again, that is to make sure that anybody who reads those can understand what they mean, and that way we can impose them on any projects that come into the city. And so that's one item. The second item that we're able to accommodate was RM40, adjusting the setbacks for RM40 zone properties and future development RM40 areas. So there are a host of other items that we are continuing to work on. We have been working with the ARB. Just last week, we met and spoke with them at their regularly scheduled meeting to begin to have them take a look at the motion that you all created and help to guide staff as we prepare to come back to you. In February, we'll be doing some community outreach. And then in March, we are planning to come back here to the council. We may still need to come back further, again, as it was a very robust item, but we continue to make progress overall. Just a reminder, council, there is no need for the council to take action. There's no specific statute or anything that council has to do. But again, trying to further objectivity in our standards so that we can have development reflect what we want in light of certain and continuing state code changes that continue to give more weight to objective standards when development is concerned. But of course, you could take no action. You could amend the proposed ordinance or give further direction to staff. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Eisberg.
Okay, thank you, Rachel, and good evening, Mayor Burt and members of the council. That was a really great intro, and so I will shorten my presentation accordingly. The next slide shows our agenda for tonight. I'm going to recap what the council reviewed on the motion from November 8th, talk a little bit about the schedule going forward, and then talk about the two discrete items for tonight regarding height transitions and the RM40 setbacks. So on the next slide, this is just a reminder about what this project is. So most of what we talked about last time are objective design standards, and that's the translation of the existing context-based design criteria, because as you'll recall, the city doesn't really have design standards. It has subjective design criteria. And so we're not talking about those context-based design criteria tonight. Tonight, we're talking about the element of this project that relates to developing other objectivity in the code. So this is about clarifying things in the code that may be confusing, removing redundancies, and modernizing standards, recognizing changes in technology over time. So the next slide, please, summarizes the motion. This has an extended table in your staff report. And the way this is organized is the verbatim motion is in the left-hand column. Then we have the summary of issues that we're talking about tonight. The third column is what the ordinance in the near future, probably coming back in March or April, will comprise, and that's the majority of the motion item. And then the last column talks about whether there were items that were deferred to other processes, such as the housing element, and notes items that are the ARB will also be reviewing. So the first item that we're focused on tonight is related to C Roman numeral 2. And this is regarding privacy, sightlines, protections when looking into neighboring lots across residential zones and uses. And so tonight we're talking about one element of this, that's the RM40 front setback and side setbacks. That's the very last sentence and or very last clause in that paragraph. As Rachel indicated last week, we did meet with the ARP and we did talk to them about privacy and sightline standards and started to explore additional standards. And those again would come back later this spring. The next slide, please, is the next part of this table and the next part of the motion item we're talking about tonight. So this is regarding height transitions. So if you think about the zoning ordinance, there's many different facets to it and there's objective standards throughout. Tonight, we're talking about the height transitions that appear in the development standards tables across a number of districts. The second part of this motion related to the idea about a context-based height transition. So the example in the motion was no part of a building can be more than X feet higher than the lowest adjacent building. So that's what we talked to the ARB and explored some options with last week. We're not talking about that element of the height transitions tonight, but we will be bringing those revisions to those draft standards back in just a few months. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the process so far. We actually started with the ARB just about 2 years ago, both working with the full ARB and an ad hoc committee. And as I mentioned last week, we did meet with the full ARB again. The Planning Commission was involved through a series of study sessions culminating in the review of the draft ordinance last summer. I will note that this issue of height transitions as development standards was included in the ordinance that the PTC had reviewed and recommended. However, it was not included in the council's ordinance that was reviewed in November. So this was bringing this back based on the council's interest in the issue of height transitions. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the community meetings upcoming related to the motion. As you recall, the council motion indicated that we host 2 more community meetings before coming back with the draft ordinance. And that's why we really just have these discrete items tonight. The next slide is just an announcement about those community meetings. The first one we'll be holding is on February 1st. The project website includes a link to the Zoom link for that meeting. It's at 6 o'clock via Zoom on February 1st. And so that meeting will provide a project overview. Will really be a listening session to hear people's concerns and feedback on the draft ordinance to date. And then we anticipate going back and having another community meeting, likely in early March, before we return to council. And that will be to provide feedback on what we've heard from the community and to provide a preview of the draft revisions to the standards. Next slide, please. So moving into our first issue. So again, this is the height standards are regulated in the development standards table in the code. So again, separate from the context-based design criteria. And typically how these are organized is that there are typically 2 standards within the development standards table. 1, there's a general standard, and then 2, there's a reduced height limit when a project is adjacent to a budding lower density residential zone. Oftentimes the RM40 and the PC zones are accepted from that. So what this looks like graphically is on the left-hand side with the yellow box, you've got your residential zoning district, maybe a single family or an RM20 or 30 zone. On the right-hand side in blue, our commercial zoning district. And so when you're within this A distance, whether it's 50 feet or 150 feet, that lower height standard applies of B. Beyond that distance, the general standard height C applies. The next slide shows you in more of a tabular form what this looks like. And so we've got a big table in the staff report that lays out what all of these different height standards are across all the different districts. So looking at the left-hand column, we've got our district. We've reported the non-residential only and residential mixed use separately. So different uses have different height limits as a general standard and a different height limit potentially as a reduced height standard. So in our third column here, we've got that general vertical height standards. That's the maximum height limit. The next column with the little b is showing the height within that reduced height limit when you're within a certain distance from a residential zone. And then finally, the last column, little a, is the horizontal distance threshold. So whether it's 50 feet or 150 feet. And sometimes you'll see this note that it's ambiguous. And this is an example on the bottom of the slide of a district where that threshold is ambiguous. It can be interpreted as 50 feet or 150 feet, depending how you read it. So the next slide shows us that whole table and references the packet page if you want to take a look. And the next series of slides, I'm going to raise 4 issues that we see from reviewing this table. So first thing we notice is that there's variation, and this is variation in that last column of that horizontal distance threshold. Sometimes it's when you're within 40 feet of that residential zone. Sometimes the trigger for the lower height is when you're within 50 feet or 150 feet. So that's one note. Second is sometimes we have this ambiguous standard. It's unclear from the text whether the standard is 50 feet or 150 feet. And ambiguous, of course, is not objective, and that's the problem. So it's problematic for city staff who are interpreting the code, for decision makers interpreting the code, making decisions about a project, and then for property owners making decisions about how to prepare their project and invest in the property. Next issue on the next slide is the term abutting. So sometimes in this reduced standard, the word abutting is used, and that's about having a property line in common. So if we look on the lower left part of the slide, this graphic is trying to show you an abutting condition where we've got this RM20 site in yellow abutting a commercial zoned property. And so the way this is interpreted when abutting is that the lower height limit applies in this case when you're within 150 feet of that RM20 residential property line. So some districts do not specify the term abutting. And so in that way, we could interpret it that it's beyond abutting. It's when you're separated by a street, like in the upper right-hand graphic, or when you're separated by a lot, in which case you could actually leapfrog over the lot and potentially have that lower height standard apply. So in this case, on the right-hand side, we're showing this condition where, let's say we have the term abutting in our clause and our language and our zoning code, in which case the lower height standard would not apply when separated by the street or when separated by a lot. So last issue on the next slide is the fact that the RM40 is treated differently. In these development standards tables, typically the reduced heights are not required when a project is abutting the RM40. And this is likely because the RM40 is a higher density district and has a 40-foot height limit. And I know we've received a number of public comments in the past and again tonight expressing concern about this, but I do want to make it clear that this is the way it is now. However, there are many other standards in the code that help modulate massing related to the RM40, just as they do for any other district. And this includes protections for privacy and light access, related to standards for the daylight plane, for setbacks, for screening, landscaping, as well as the context-based design criteria, in particular for discretionary approvals. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the proposal in the draft ordinance, I'm sorry, I just need 2 minutes, excuse me.
So while Ms. Iceberg is handling that, I will attempt to fill in for her a little bit, and I hope that I don't oversimplify anything because she's clearly the expert. And Jody, if I do, please jump in. So we want to talk a little bit more about, okay, that kind of is the current conditions of our code and what we currently have. And so what does the draft ordinance that's before you tonight, what does it include? So one part is to where it is ambiguous, revised to the higher threshold. So if it's 50 feet or 150 feet, as you saw in that one clause on the slide, saying that, well, within 150 feet this, but within 50 feet this, it's not crystal clear. So then going to that 150 feet as the distance, which the transition height has to be there. So that would be, again, let's say you have a single family home or RM20, and you've got that abutting one of the CS parcels, that for 150 feet from that property line, you would need to maintain that transition height. I see Ms. Iceberg is back and we're just getting to the second bullet.
Okay, thank you. The limits of multitasking. Okay, so in addition to revising the ambiguous standard to that highest threshold, 150 feet, the draft ordinance also suggests allowing a reduction by the director upon the ARB's recommendation. And this could allow the ARB to take a more contextual look at a project, and they could reduce the standard from 150 feet to as low as 50 feet. The ARB's decisions are, of course, and the director's decisions are, of course, appealable to the council. But again, this is an opportunity to move the project to allow that more contextual review and potential consideration. And then lastly, regarding this abutting issue, to clarify that the transition is only required for abutting conditions. So you'll see in the draft red lines of the ordinance proposal to insert the word abutting where it currently doesn't exist, and that affects the 4 districts shown here. The next slide, again, just reiterates what abutting looks like. So in this case, if we included the word abutting, we would no longer be applying the standard. We would not be applying a lower height limit standard when you have that situation where you're across the street or leapfrogging over a site. Next slide, please. So in terms of the analysis of this draft ordinance, part of the reason that we recommended allowing the ARB to weigh in on the reduced height, is to avoid creating non-conforming conditions for any projects that have previously been approved at a lower horizontal threshold. Second, as I mentioned, this does provide the opportunity to have a more contextual approach by the ARB as appealable to the council in that transition zone in a way that makes sense for that site and that project. The one caveat there in the asterisk is that this does move the project from an objective process to a discretionary process. An applicant would be electing to request a reduction in that horizontal limit, and so therefore it's no longer a project meeting objective standards. The only other caveat there is that if the project was proposed under state density bonus law, they could of course ask for a waiver or concession just as they can to any number of standards. So lastly, the other reason this is useful is that this discretionary path, this potential for a more contextual approach can help further the development of housing and thus achievement of the comp plan and housing work plan goals. Okay, next slide. And now we're almost ready to shift gears to the next piece. So I did want to, again, raise the issues around the RM40. So this ordinance does not propose changes to the height limit when abutting the RM40. Based on the staff report, as you may have read, this would be a substantial policy change to Title 18 and is beyond our scope as part of the Objective Standards project. And the reason for this is that for residential uses, that kind of change needs to be evaluated under the no net loss provision, which is both in the housing element as well as in Senate Bill 330 under state law. What the council could also consider is reducing the heights adjacent to the RM40 for non-residential uses only, which are not regulated by state law. Next slide, please. So this is our one slide about the other element of the draft ordinance, and that's the RM40 setbacks proposal. So as you'll recall, the RM40 has a range listed, and so the proposal is to eliminate the range and to expand the footnote to allow modifications with a recommendation by the ARB. So as you recall, the way it is now, the ARB helps to determine what that setback is going to be between 0 and 25 feet. And instead, we recommended making the setback consistent with the RM20 and RM30. So that's a 20-foot front setback and a 16-foot side setback. This helps us, again, avoid creating non-conforming conditions for existing projects that may have been approved between 0 and 25 feet. It also allows for anticipation of the housing element, which we expect may rezone RM20 sites to RM40, avoids any potential non-conforming issues or changes that may be required to projects that are already, in the hopper by those property owners. So that's the second piece to the draft ordinance. And then we have just a couple slides left. The next slide is our schedule. As I mentioned, we met with the ARB last week to explore topics related to privacy and sightlines, height transitions as they relate to the context-based design criteria, and then third, the issue around the menu of options and looking at expanding the menu of options. The first community meeting we'll hold in February 1st. The next one will likely be in early March, and then we'll be coming back with the Objective Design Standards Ordinance to the council later this winter or spring. I think that's the last slide. Oh, our staff recommendation. Thank you. So we recommend that council consider the proposed changes to the height transitions and other development standards, namely the setbacks, take public comment, and adopt ordinance. And again, we'll be returning at a near future hearing date regarding the other objective design standards related to the council's feedback and other feedback we may receive from the community. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And given the late hour, I think it would be appropriate to hear from members of the public before going to our questions so that they don't have to hang in there as long as we do. Do we have members of the public who wish to speak on this item? And we do. Okay. Let that populate a little more. All right, let's see. All right, so our first speaker is Jamie Beckett, and we'll be closing off submittals for speaking shortly. And our following speaker will be Peter John Schuler. Welcome, Jamie. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to first thank the council for its directive on November 8th, which directed city staff to recommend changes to current and proposed laws to provide standards for privacy and other protections for all residents, regardless of their zones. I am absolutely stunned that staff completely disregarded this instruction. Now, unless I misunderstood that very fast presentation, which we received no information prior to, except for the agenda, it's very complicated and hard to understand. I would challenge staff to explain to me what privacy protection you have added for RM40. We get no daylight plane. We're supposed to be 25 feet front yard setback, or maybe you just changed it to 20. I can't keep track. But the setback of anything next to us is 10 feet. And now you're saying, oh, well, maybe commercial should be reduced in height. We're limited to 40 feet, but a development next to us can be 50 feet. And that's just too bad. And I guess I am stunned. I am really stunned. And I would like to ask the council to again direct staff to go back and do what they were asked to do. Thank you. That's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter John Schuler, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome. Mr. Schuler? I see he has a hand raised. So I don't. It looks like your mic is muted.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, I live in Palo Alto Central condominium on Park Boulevard. I'd Like Jamie, I'd like to thank the council for its dedication and attention to the issue of equal protections for people who live in multifamily residence zones in Palo Alto. We appreciate how you listened carefully to our concerns and gave detailed instructions to staff about what you expected to be presented tonight. But instead, staff came back with a document that does exactly the opposite of everything you voted for on November 8th. Most importantly for us, this report ignores the council's direction to provide standards for privacy and other protections for all residents, regardless of their zones. Instead, it doubles down on the existing inequities between RM40 and PC zone residents and every other residential zone on protections for daylight, air, privacy, and green space. Under this proposal, we will continue to be treated like disposable trash, like second-class citizens. Ms. Eisenberg says, well, this is just the way it is. This should not be just the way it is. And rather than following the council's direction to look at changing or removing references to decisions by the director and the objective standards, this new proposal puts even more power into the hands of the planning director and leaves residents at the mercy of a city staff and the ARB, which have both repeatedly shown contempt for residents and for the council itself. I respectfully ask you to reject this insulting and cynical proposal and send it back to staffers to make them do what you told them to do in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you. The following are my own personal comments. This agenda item is primarily about height, noise, and privacy transitions from commercial districts to residential districts. We should not allow these businesses to build higher and closer to low-density residential neighborhoods. The 150-foot horizontal distance setback from single-family, now actually R4, should be maintained and firmed up. It should not be interpreted as 50 feet under any condition. We also want to ensure all residential, including RM40, has enough sunlight and distance between adjacent tall buildings via height transitions and sufficient setbacks, which the current ordinance does not provide, despite council's prior direction. Please do not accept staff's proposal to add the word abutting, which would allow much closer distances as long as a street, alleyway, or property was in between. Also, do kitty corner properties count as abutting? I think staff has not required the 150-foot setback for kitty corner properties, and I hope you can clarify if this is true. While I do think the daylight plane is an important requirement, I do not think it should be viewed as a substitute for 150-foot horizontal distance for several reasons. These include noise, the fact mechanical equipment on top of the building may not count towards height, and removing the requirement now makes it easier to strip remaining distance requirements in the future. I also think transitions should apply to any tall buildings within single-family neighborhoods, which I do believe they currently do not. This includes the possibility of multifamily residential on faith-based properties in the future. Lastly, can we please remove any reference to workforce housing from our code, since it's been proven to actually be market rate housing, even when discounted land from the county is used, like for the Alta Locale project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jeff Levinsky. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate Ms. Eisberg, a little different from my name, for the birth of her new child, and she seems lovely. And I'm glad that the city has such a family-friendly work environment for new parents to be able to work. So great. As to this proposal, I share some of the disagreements there, but I come from a different angle. So it seems to me that report after report that is created by city staff seems to come forth with their ideas as if they operate in a vacuum. Rarely, if ever, do I see reference to some of the most pressing other concerns that our city is currently facing. And I think that is a terrible way to run a city. For example, two big problems that we all know and acknowledge that we face here right now is one, a housing shortage, which is caused largely by the imbalance between office space and housing. And two is the extreme dire urgent need to protect our natural environment, as we are part of the planet that is facing potential obliteration if we don't act strongly and urgently on this. So and this proposal, in my opinion, moves in the wrong direction with both points. First of all, allowing commercial offices to go higher and higher by still expecting housing to fit into tiny little boxes is only exacerbates the imbalance between jobs and housing. That imbalance is so huge right now that when you look at the lowest income workers, it is 7 lowest income workers to 1 housing unit that they can afford. That is absurdly bad. We need to increase housing and stop inviting in more corporations. It's bad for our city. Second is that we all know that digging down rather than up and spreading out rather than up is terrible for our natural environment. What we really need to do is, as unpopular as it is to many residents, is, in my opinion, we need to equitably allow tall residences to be built in this city, and not just concentrated all in one neighborhood rather than another. Open us up for tall residences, not tall businesses. That requiring multi-unit housing to fit into the small space results in what we have now. Look on El Camino and Oregon. Look, you can see through the windows and you will see these shoebox size apartments that are listed as family homes, and that the landlord is pricing at $5,000 a month. They're about 350 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky, to be followed by Patience Young. Welcome. Let's see, Mr. Levinsky, I see looks like your mic is on, but we're not hearing you. Let's go forward, and then we'll loop back to Mr. Levinsky later. Maybe your volume, I'm not sure what might be in order. We'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Patience Young, to be followed by a cell with the last 3 digits of 002. Welcome.
Okay. Good. I've lived in Palo Alto. Can you hear me? Yes. I've lived in Palo Alto for 27 years, and I own the home that I've lived in for 25. I recognize that I live in Palo Alto Central, which is here in the California Avenue Business District. And I recognize that the neighborhood is a focus for new development, as it is a transportation hub. And I recognize that the city is required by state law to increase housing capacities. And I recognize that there are really tough decisions ahead for all of us. And I also believe that Palo Alto citizens expect and deserve safe housing with access to sunlight and fresh air, privacy, protection against environmental noise pollution, and chronic debilitating disruptions. Please recognize that residents in homes that are zoned RM40, as mine is, deserve to have the same citizens' rights as those living in other zoning designations. I particularly urge that the city give my neighborhood, which is a combined business and residential community, a full and proper plan for development. It has been piecemeal, spotty, disruptive to date. We deserve to know what we can expect regarding traffic, parking, and green spaces, all of which are threatened, or green is not existent here, and before further construction is approved. So that's about what I have to say, and I look forward to the meeting on February 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker has the last three digits to their phone of 002 to be followed by George Thomas. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes, this is Terry Holzmer. I just wanted to come and speak to you tonight and encourage the council to take no action in regards to any ordinance or changes to the height transitions for three key reasons. The first reason is there has not been any public outreach or meeting on these proposed design standards as requested by the council at their last meeting in November. We think it is very reasonable to request that no action be taken when the people that are most affected by these changes, those along in RM40, or those along El Camino, for example, who live next to R1 neighborhoods, have a chance to listen and hear what those changes might be and how they might affect them. Number two, again, looking at what the council did last November, there are no additional protections or adjustments made to the proposed to improve privacy or daylight plane for residents who live in high density zones. It just doesn't make sense to change any height transitions or setback rules without knowing first what the privacy protections would be. And lastly, I'd like to mention a proposed change or wording that concerns me about height transitions involving properties that are very close to each other. Instead of the current wording that states that parcels up to 50 feet away trigger protections, it would now change, according to the proposal, to just parcels that abut. This is very concerning. As you know well, there are often 10-foot walkways or 20-foot alleys between lower density zones and higher ones. These lower density zones wouldn't be protected unless the abut is changed. Finally, I'd like to just say to the council, please review your intentions that you established on November the 8th. Help ensure that the residents who live in R40 zones are treated with the same protections that other residents in our city have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Thomas, to be followed by our final speaker, Jeff Levinsky. Welcome. It looks like you still have your mute button on, Mr. Thomas. There we go.
Hi. Greetings, council members. My name is George Thomas. My wife and I have been residents of the RM40 zone community known as Palo Alto Central for 35 years. And we've provided feedback in the past regarding what we feel is the inequality of RM40 zone requirements like height as compared to other zones. I guess, reflecting on affordable housing, it just seems to me that given that RM40 zones are the path forward to the denser housing path forward to affordable housing, it seems like the standards for RM40 should be better than other zones, not always the second-class citizen that we seem to come up with. But rather than going on, I think the problem in listening to the presentation tonight is that I don't think this ordinance should not have come forward before the two community meetings. This is a complex subject, and we need those two community meetings so you don't have irate, residents of Palo Alto not understanding completely what's being proposed and or the rationale of why we have to accept it. And so we need to have those meetings, and I recommend that you shelve this ordinance proposal until that happens. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Jeff Levinsky. Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
We can.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. I too want to thank the council for your action last November. It was superb. Unfortunately, the proposed ordinance tonight does not comply with it for a bunch of reasons. Here are just some. One, the proposal will gut privacy protections for many Palo Altans by changing decades-old laws that keep heights lower on nearby new buildings. For example, the ordinance would change the rules affecting many single and multifamily residences so that only buildings on abutting properties would be required to be lower in height. That means residents separated by just a walkway, an alley, or a narrow street could now be faced with a 50-foot high building next to them. And residents wouldn't be protected from taller buildings on neighboring lots that touch only at a corner, even though such buildings can have an enormous impact. This change to our existing laws is extreme and completely unnecessary. Two, the proposed ordinance would also create a new subjective process, allowing the planning director to take away further protections from residents. This adds unpredictability and is subject to legal challenge when we're supposed to be making our laws more objective. It too is a bad idea. Three, the proposed ordinance takes away existing protections from people who live in RMD, RM30, and RM40 next to PCs, as my letter to you today detailed. Four, you, the council, mandated back in November that free-form public meetings be held on proposed changes before they come to you. Yet no public meetings have been held on this ordinance. Even the Planning Commission hasn't reviewed it. Let me be blunt. The proposal before you will reduce privacy protections for a substantial number of Palo Alto residents. It likely reduces property values for owners too. We don't know the full extent because there's no analysis of which residents and parcels will be impacted. No one who will lose privacy rights was notified of these potential changes. These changes don't appear to be needed to meet state requirements for objective standards because they're all changing code that is already completely objective. Please don't waste your time trying to fix the many problems in the ordinance tonight. Instead, insist that staff follow the process you created last year, focus only on necessary changes, make clear the impacts, and hold the public review you mandated. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for questions and discussion. Who would like to kick this off? Councilmember Phil Seth.
Just briefly, kind of synchronously here, my initial reaction on the budded thing is, I think blanket putting a budded in on everything is too much. You know, if it's on opposite sides of San Antonio Road and there's a big old island in the middle and stuff like that, it's one thing. If it's a little tiny alley like there's a bunch of in Ventura, I think it's quite a bit different. So I don't think we should just automatically say, you know, unless the property line's abut, it's, you know, it doesn't apply. Thanks.
Mayor, if I can, just for folks
Sure.
who may not know.
Ms. Tanner, go right ahead.
For our definition of abutting, corners touching does count. I think Councilmember Phil said if it was a public right of way, of course, it was a private walkway on private property and the property lines were touching, that would still be abutting. But if it was a public walkway.
An alleyway is typically a public right of way too, right?
Yeah, so public would not, but I just want to be clear if it's if it's the property line touching even the corners, that would be in our definition of abutting.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Vice Mayor Koo.
You know, I was going to talk about the abutting thing too. And in the previous language, basically there was when you're within a certain 150 foot of a residential district. I do think that language should remain there. You know, it's a lot more clearer that way. And, you know, because there's institutional knowledge that potentially could be lost. Like right now, Rachel, you said corner abutting would be considered, but who knows 10 years from now, that might be interpreted a different way, or the text is not read the way that we want it to be read. So I think that clarity is certainly something moving forward we need to have in these kind of very impactful, negatively impactful to the residents codes that we have. So I have, one of the examples, along El Camino, South El Camino, between Matadero and Los Robles, or even Maybell. On both sides of the El Camino, that part of it is CS or CN, and it has been upzoned because I think there's an overlay over there, and housing along that road is kind of planned for. We have Cypress Lane that is in Barron Park, and right off of Cypress Lane is all single family homes. Now, if that front part between El Camino and Cypress Lane is developed into high density, all of those single family homes is just separated by the lane. But then when they look out now, they're going to look at a tall building, potentially 50-foot high. And so there needs to be some protection there. So I really think that we need to kind of really go back to the 150 feet distance in order to provide some of that protection. And also the other part of it is going back to ARB for them to determine it, and using daylight planes and whatever else that they had, that was on one of the slides that Ms. Eisberg had. Yeah, it was on one of the slides. I'm sorry. I think it's slide 12. That's not sufficient. If I understand it, and I'm not expert on this, but daylight plane is 45 degrees. And how high can that go? I know that there's a formula for it. So, you're going to be, I don't believe that it's going to be, it will invade somebody else's privacy, their light, and other protections. Air. So I really think that it does need to come back. It does need to remain at 150 feet and with the transitional height. Also, I've always had concerns about ARB recommendations, and then for the planning director to make the determination on whether to reduce the distance or to make his or her determination. With the new housing laws, which is very impactful and really does not take in local conditions and what we have here in this jurisdiction. Basically, it should just come back to council for council to make the decision. I realize that there is the appeal process. However, the appeal process is very rigorous, and there is a cost. And residents who are going to be impacted should not be the ones who are going to have to apply for an appeal, pay for the appeal, and to go through, just an assault on their privacy and quiet enjoyment. Lastly, it's not last, but I see my time is running out, so I'm going to go for another round. But also, council motion did say to look in item C, the two little I's, is to provide standards for privacy and other protections for all residents, regardless of their zones. So, which is why I'm kind of looking at this, and we're leaving out RM40 as well as, potentially, impactful to R1, RMD, and, residential PCs potentially when you're reading the entire language. Anyways, I will come back. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would it be okay to respond to a few
Sure.
comments just to clarify a few things? The first is abutting is defined in our code, and so it does not rely on institutional memory to define what is abutting. So that would need to be a change council would need to enact if the corners touching is no longer part of abutting. Ms. Gerhart will speak in a moment about daylight plane, but there are no changes proposed to daylight plane in this draft ordinance. What I understand, I just want to be clear, we are proposing in the ordinance that 150 feet from the abutting property lines and the lower density district would remain the distance for the transition zone. So it would still be 150 feet from those lower density property lines. So that is not proposed to be reduced. As far as not addressing privacy, as we tried to indicate, part of the CII that we were doing is the last sentence that talks about setbacks for RM40. We're not able in the time that we were preparing, and as we heard from community, have not been able to do the community outreach to take care of the larger parts of that motion. So you don't see anything about privacy because we're not intending to address that this evening. I don't know, Ms. Gerhardt, if you wanted to explain the daylight plane, how that is related to this.
Yes, so I think Councilmember Koo had it correct. For the most part, our daylight plane, we do start by going up 10 feet and then going to a 45-degree angle. But that 45-degree angle goes forever until most of the time it's on the two sides. And so there would be two angles and at some point they meet. But usually there's a maximum height limit that would be reached really before those two daylight planes come together.
Thank you, Ms.
So-
Gerhardt. And we did hear just on another topic, which is the street separation. If council is interested that, when it's across the street or a public right of way, maybe it's 20, 30, 50 feet, maybe you want to say that that also has the 150 feet horizontal kind of zone. So that could be something that we can add if council does want to direct us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. If I may, I just want to kind of go into the code. From the code, abutting means having property or district lines in common. So if you're touring at a point, it's not at a line, it's at a point. So that would not be abutting.
I think our understanding is that the corner is still part of each property's property line. And so if it's touching, then that is abutting.
So you're saying the point would be considered that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that that's something that, is going to have to be very clear. I'm still a little bit uncomfortable by the abut because it could, I don't know how.
We could probably not this evening because it's not part of the motion or the draft, but we could add that, specifying in the definition of abutting that includes, the points that are part of it. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I share a lot of the frustrations and concerns of Vice Mayor Koo, as well as it sounded like Socrates, because I kept hearing him growling back there. So he also seemed a little frustrated. So a few questions. I'll probably just kind of reserve this time for questioning. Going back to the abutting issue, I do wonder, can staff pull up slide 15? I just have a question of one of the photos that you showed there. Perfect. Thank you. So, I mean, would this be considered abutting, or would that small driveway here be sufficient to no longer consider this building as not being abutting? I mean, I guess I understood you saying if this is a private driveway, then it would be abutting, but if that's a public.
Yes, that's correct. If this is a private property, then that is abutting the property next to that home. If this is a public walk or public right of way, then that would not be included. And so that's, again, where we could make sure to address that.
Okay, I do think that's an area that should be addressed, because of that, it just say for the hypothetical, if that was public, I mean, that is clearly, that should be the equivalent to abutting for me as far as how close that is. So I do think that is an area that needs to be further refined. I'm really uncomfortable with the changes that are being proposed here. I share the public's concerns as well as the vice mayor. Can staff clarify, I guess, part of your recommendation? I mean, the recommendation is to include a lower height standard abutting and within 150 horizontal feet. but would allow for the ARB to recommend a 50-foot reduction. So I guess in the CN, CC, and CC2 and CS districts and workforce housing overlays, the minimum, I guess what I'm trying to understand is the minimum transitional zoning after an ARB reduction could only be up to 100 feet. I was a little confused because in the staff presentation, it seemed like that actually reduced it to a possible 50 feet. But my reading of the staff report, it could only be reduced down to 100 feet. So can we clarify that?
Could be confusing. Jody or Jean? No, I don't see Jean anymore.
Yeah, Jean, do we have a slide? But no, the proposal is, staff had originally proposed 50 feet, and we had heard from the community that, that was troublesome. And so we have now taken a more conservative approach and said that for the commercial zones where the standard is currently ambiguous, we're just trying to make the code clear to everyone involved. We're now saying that it would be a 150-foot transition. And if the developer wanted to go the discretionary route, they could have a conversation with the ARB, and given the context, the ARB could make a recommendation to go as low as 50 feet, the 50-foot for a transition area.
Okay, so if it was 150 feet, the ARB could recommend a 100-foot reduction to as low as 50 feet.
As part of a discretionary process, yes.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. The staff report made it seem like they could only do a reduction up to 50 feet, which I was a little more comfortable. I'm more comfortable with that than maybe the 100-foot reduction. I do understand the desire to be able to have the ARB to address kind of contextual issues, and I can see certain developments it would make sense for that, given the kind of the neighborhood context and character. I think Councilmember Filseth talked about if you had a street with maybe an island in the middle, maybe that makes more sense. So I'm open to that, but I do think being able to lower that all the way down to 50 feet is troublesome. I do think an important thing for the community and for residents is to be able to have some sort of kind of reasonable expectation of future development patterns. And if it can be dropped that significantly, that's going to be a big shock to a community and to a neighborhood. I'd like to see if we can maybe narrow these standards a little bit so people really know what to expect for those future developments. And kind of on this same point, the recommendation calls for the planning director to be allowed to reduce the horizontal measurement of the height transition if the ARB makes a recommendation based on the context of surrounding buildings. But I think one of the public speakers also talked about this. This seems to counteract our goal a bit of creating objective standards, because now it's creating a pretty subjective decision by the ARB. So can staff kind of talk about that, why they think this is creating an objective standard, and will a future ordinance maybe be updated to be able to provide the ARB really kind of clear standards and guidelines when making that decision?
It's a great question. I think one thing that we maybe didn't distinguish enough is that if a project is wanting to reduce that transition zone, whether it's to 50 feet or in your suggestion 100 feet, they have to leave the objective process and go into a discretionary process. So they're volunteering to say it is more valuable to me to enter this discretionary, subjective and context-based process than to go with what I'm allowed by code.
Yes, and in the discretionary process, the ARB is going through the ARB findings and making sure that the project meets those findings.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, and I see I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've never heard the word abutting used in one conversation as much as tonight. So I think, again, I think part of what staff is hearing tonight, and I think have this issue as well, is I think you were a lot more clear in the presentation that what you're doing tonight is only a portion of certain items, and you're going to come back on things like context-based design. I think we heard members of the public talking about the privacy And so again, maybe it's just a lesson learned. I think we tried to put an awful lot into that table on page 5. And you had, I mean, I tried to parse it very carefully. When I read it, I certainly misunderstood it. And so I just think that's what happened. And maybe that's just something to pay attention to when we're picking off almost like a subsection of part of a motion. Certainly, when I look at this table, when I read G, I read it all as one thing, and then we were going to come back and do it all at once. And if I understand what you're saying is we're only doing a part of it, and you're going to come back soon with the context-based piece. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So again, that may be part of the concern we're hearing tonight. So this whole discussion about abutting and, well, if it's a public alley, maybe we include the alley. I'm reading the ordinance and the red lines going back to the current language, and I'm really trying to understand why we added abutting. Some of the current language is, one of it said sites abutting or having any portion within 150 feet. That seems really clear to me. It's not confusing. So why not just say within 150 feet and just drop this whole abutting conversation?
I think part of it, and I'll let Ms. Gerhart go into more detail, or Ms. Eisberg. I know that they work with this on a day-to-day basis. And so part of it was to create, while we do this, consistency, and so that we understand that this buffer zone is similar or the same as we're looking at all of the lower density residential units or districts. So it isn't like, well, you're RM and you're next to a CN, so your zone is this, or you're RM, but you're next to this commercial zone, and so your horizontal distance is something different. And so to be consistent, not only in the measurement, but also if it's abutting, or if council's intent is that when it's not abutting, it should still apply, we could just make sure abutting is also taken out consistently. However, we do have some concern that removing the abutting where it exists today could be perceived as a down zoning for properties that don't currently have that. So then we would have inconsistency. So we can keep it, but or have it be different in different parts of the code, but it just creates inconsistency.
I mean, I think you're hearing concern the other way, and would you agree that putting abutting there everywhere, we actually made parts of it looser than they are today?
I think you could certainly, and that's what I'm saying. We could keep it that way, but we can't change it for every place where it says abutting. So some places where it said abutting before, it would still say abutting, and where it didn't say abutting, it would, I guess we would perceive it to be a radius from the property line.
And as I read through it, I think what was going on is they were trying to differentiate between maybe neighborhoods serving retail versus CC. And so they were slightly different, with the idea that, some of the downtown ones would be taller. So I think that's what we have going on here. And I think it's council has to wrestle with. I think the language you proposed is actually looser than our current ordinance. I almost hesitate to ask, but I'm going to ask anyways. I was having, as I read the report and I read particularly the ordinance itself, I'm still not clear on what was ambiguous. And I know you had a slide there in your presentation, but a lot of it didn't seem that ambiguous to me. So was there just one or two things that were ambiguous that we could fix?
Yes, there's one sentence in particular, maybe if Jean can bring it up. And it is this transition zone. It talks about it's got 150 and 50 feet in the same sentence. And that has been interpreted many different ways. So at the bottom of the slide here, you'll see that the existing language is within 150 feet of a residential zone, other than RM40 or PC, abutting or located within 50 feet of the side. So it's really that second half that the abutting or located, it gets very confusing. And my staff has interpreted this many different ways.
Yeah, so it's okay. And again, some of the other ones seem a lot more clear, but
yes,
I would read this as, you're talking about within 150 feet of residential zones, and it's either abutting or it's within 50 feet if there's, again, an alley or something else in between. But again, could we just fix the things that are ambiguous? And again, what I want to bring council back to, I mean, we just talked about this in November. We did ask staff to bring something back quickly because and again, for me, it was the subjective context based height transitions that I thought we needed to get in place quickly. So I am looking forward to those in March, or hopefully we get to those soon. But I think we need to figure out what we want tonight, and if we want to put something in place quickly versus sending staff back to kind of continue working on this and potentially. I guess the difference here is, and one of the speakers said it, tonight we're kind of cleaning up what's already an objective part of the code. It's not subjective, right? It's just ambiguous. So if we took longer on this, what's the downside?
Well, I think ambiguity is not subjectivity, we would suggest. I mean, council could example with this sentence, if you believe it just means within 150 feet of a residential zone district without abutting. I think this is where we run into trouble, because if we remove abutting, it just becomes, what is it saying? Is it saying, is it within 150 feet of the residential zone, or within 50 feet of the residential zone that touches that side of that subject property where the application's proposed? And then if that's the case, is it 150 feet from that thing that's touching within 50 feet? I mean, it just becomes, you could argue anyway. And so for those affected districts, we're concerned, and then we would be further concerned. I think the risk is probably somewhat low. Well, I shouldn't say what the risk is low. If someone would perceive this as a reduction, if we remove the 50 feet part of it, certainly makes it clearer that it's just 150 feet abutting those districts, but that is a small risk, or it's a risk of some kind.
It's like it's missing a comma, and it depends where you put the comma. And last question, I know I'm over, but what's the issue of not creating non-conforming conditions while we're in this transition?
I think with the non-conforming conditions, it just gets more difficult if those properties need maintenance or renovation. What are they allowed to do in those situations just becomes more difficult.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, sort of follow up on this just a little bit. And this is probably more philosophical than it ought to be. But the reality here is, what I hear us grappling with is we got our codes and we got the state mandates. And what we really have is sort of this weird combination of both of them that we're trying to work under. And, there's going to be some inconsistencies because of that, right? And we probably can't completely escape that. And the same thing kind of applies to non-conforming units, because, the reality is there are things that work in this context and don't work in that context. And that's the whole reason that we have subjective context-sensitive codes, right? Now, the state's come along and said, okay, you can't have context-sensitive codes anymore, okay? Which means we're going to have to put a line somewhere, and we're either going to have to make it, the loosest possible, or else we're going to create some non-conforming properties. But, that's what the state, in its wisdom, has decided to do. And so I think we're going to have to figure out how to tolerate some inconsistencies and some non-conforming properties. I think, you folks don't like it. We don't like it, but Mark Berman's your new zoning department. Okay, so go talk to them. So I think we're just going to have to tolerate some inconsistencies, and that's all. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So the mayor tonight introduced this twice as a continuation of the objective standards, but the staff report says that this is actually tangential to the objective standards. Could staff help me sort this out?
Thank you. I think we're trying to indicate that we were not tackling the bulk of the motion from the objective standards. And in this regard, trying to do a little bit of cleanup that kind of surfaced during the objective standards conversation regarding this particular topic of height transitions, and also the RM40 setbacks, which we were able to put into the ordinance tonight.
Okay, I'm having trouble reconciling some of the strong comments we heard tonight in insulting and cynical with what I read before this evening, which seemed in some respects quite minor. Seemed like work that, you know, you guys had identified and, you know, in some cases making a larger setback and in some cases larger horizontal. You know, does Planning and Development Services staff consider these minor changes, or are they really as significant as some of the comments we've heard tonight suggest?
These really are intended to be minor conservative changes.
I think yeah, and I would agree with that. I think I think we heard a lot of comments that were just not germane to what is in the report, quite frankly. They were talking about the things from November that we admittedly have not addressed. So that's a big part of them. But some might see, for example, if you want the 150 feet to be a radius that's irrespective of crossing property lines, and if someone interprets the current code to mean that, then this abutting could be perceived as a change. Whether the significance of that change, that's up to them to decide the scale of that.
Okay, so I think what probably would be fair to say from my perspective is there's been some misunderstanding on many of our parts about what we were considering tonight and the segment of it. And it's actually a quite small portion of the, I think you used the word robust motion from November. Okay. We haven't discussed the religious institutions, and so I'm on packet page 394. But we're not considering that tonight. That was just a table you were providing information.
I'm gonna go to that page. I think as far as religious institutions, and there may be some concern.
It's in the near future, I think. But I
Right,
can't quite
and
tell.
also I think that most religious institutions are on our zone land, residentially zoned
Right.
land. So they would have the
Okay.
same development standards as their neighboring properties.
Okay. Okay, so I've also heard one of my colleagues say that they feel that this language is looser than what we have. Does staff agree with that description? Because I'm not sure I got that from reading this report.
I think the word abutting, where some could be looser, again, if you think you want the transition zone to be a radius around the lower density property.
Okay.
If it's abutting only, then that's more specific and could be end up being shorter if that abutting property that has the subject, proposed development is not, 150 feet long. So if that makes sense.
Right.
We can show the diagram if that's helpful if you need
It might be, but I mean, can we at least agree that the setback requirements are more strict than current code?
That's true. The setbacks now are a range, and this would be at the higher end of the range would be the standard.
Right, and also the front setback would be 20 rather than 25.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, well, I'm not sure where we'll end up tonight. In some respects, this seems like something that is relatively straightforward and minor as described. In others, if we feel that it should be considered in its totality with the other things that are coming later, perhaps then we wait and take the risk that someone applies and has a project that there will be no objective standards for. So I guess that's where I am on our options this evening. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember. I think Ms. Gerhart wanted to add something about the setbacks.
Certainly.
Front setbacks.
Yes, I just wanted to be clear with the front setback. As it's currently written, it says 0 to 25 feet. And so objectively, a developer could pick any front setback between 0 and 25. And so that's why by putting the flat 20 number in there, we are making it very clear of what the city expects that setback to be.
Okay, so we are no longer allowing someone to have a 0-foot setback. That's one way of interpreting it. Thank you.
I'll just have a one or two small follow-ups on that last one. The developer could submit for a 0 to 25 foot, but that was discretionary, correct? And is that correct?
In the past, it was discretionary, but given that many projects only have to follow objective standards now, they could choose 0.
Right. Okay. But previously, we didn't have to approve a 0.
Correct. Previously, it was discretionary.
Right. And yeah, and I just describe what we have tonight as more partitive than tangential. But in any event, are we ready to entertain a motion? And it's I'll say it's 11:15.
Do you have one?
Councilmember Du Bois, did you want to?
I don't have one. When you say entertain a motion, I thought you were proposing one.
Nope. Requesting.
I have a few more questions.
All right, go ahead, Ben.
So, so again, we heard from several people, I guess, in RM40, and again, a lot of those standards, I think, were context-based standards that are currently no longer in effect, right? Is that right? Like,
it's not that they're no longer in effect. It's just to the extent that they're subjective, certain projects do not have to comply with them.
But
So-
if it was a commercial project, they would still be subject
Correct.
to those, right?
Right.
Okay. And then again, it wasn't clear, like I'm looking at the ordinance changes itself. Are you saying that the entire project would go into the discretionary process if they wanted to have it be the 50 feet instead of the 150 feet?
Joe, do you want to speak to how that process would unfold? But that's in summary, yeah.
I mean, they can't just say, "Oh, we want to have this decision be discretionary, but the rest of it not." Right? They have to kind of opt into the process.
They would be opting into the full discretionary process. I mean, I think the ARB would look at the objective standards and, see that they've met most of them. So they might narrow their discussion, but they don't have to.
I just wonder if the wording in the ordinance should make it clearer and just say that, you have to opt into the discretionary process, because when you read it, it just sounds like the planning director is going to make a decision on this one item.
That's a good point. We could maybe say something about if the entire project is going to become discretionary. So we could maybe tweak that a bit.
Okay, I think that would help make it a lot more clear. And then on the RM40, I think you were saying that if we wanted to have this kind of height transition, we could specify that it would apply to non-residential buildings near the RM40, right?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? What are you?
On the RM40,
Jody understands you. Sorry.
I think
you want to
you were
answer it?
Yes,
Yeah,
for commercial buildings in the RM40 or that are adjacent to RM40, yes, we could change those zoning standards. That's not under the housing laws.
But the concern is not for residential because it'd be changing our existing. That's right. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then my last question, I was looking through my notes, but it is getting late. I thought council indicated that we really weren't interested in the workforce housing overlays, but we're updating the code here. Right now, I think, is that overlay only in that one location?
I think we were hearing from council that maybe you weren't interested in the by right that we were proposing, but workforce housing is still an overlay zone that can be used should the council approve it on a property.
And
Okay.
part of it, just how our code is structured, the tables are here. And so we just want to update the table. So it wasn't really commentary on workforce housing specifically.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, but right now we only have like one property zone for this overlay, right? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so again, like I don't have a motion, but I'm struggling again with looking at the ordinance and places where I think it was fairly unambiguous, like just leaving it rather than adding abutting everywhere, which I think was a concern for people. But given the late hour, I'm not really sure kind of the best way to structure a motion to do that. So I don't know if staff has a suggestion. I think hearing some of the concerns of the council.
I might venture a few things and folks can bat me down if my ideas are not good or something's wrong with them. What I've heard is concern about, wanting, essentially what I hear is to have it be 150 feet radius around those lower density properties versus just abutting properties. And except for leaving abutting where it already exists. That's what I've heard. And so if council wanted to have a motion to say, retain abutting where it exists, where it's currently not, just to have 150-foot radius, we could then make sure we have the ordinance be adjusted to reflect that. The other things I heard were to maybe it would be if there's a street or public alley or walk of some distance, that would also be counting if we're getting rid of abutting, that may no longer be an issue because it's the radius. So that might be taken care of with that type of situation. And then your comment that you just made about making clear the entire project is going into discretionary review if they are trying to have a reduction. And then of course, Councilmember Stone wanted to have it be a reduction allowed only of basically 50 feet from 150 to 100, I believe. Again, not sure if you all also concurred with that. So what could happen is that motion could be to amend the ordinance with those details. And then I think I'd have to work with the attorney if it comes back for a first reading or a second reading, with those changes. And the first reading may be on consent. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so I'll attempt a motion based on what you just said. Thank you. I think that was very helpful. So I guess there'd be I'm going to try 3 parts. The first part would be to update the ordinance to use 150-foot radius, leaving abutting conditions where they currently exist. Yep. So the first part of that was amend the ordinance to use or propose a 150-foot radius, height transition radius. Yep. And then make it clear that let's see, that if they want to reduce the radius, that they are opting into the discretionary process for the project. And then the third thing, and if staff wants to help word this, would be to extend the height transition rules to RM40 adjacent to non-residential buildings. Or does staff think that captured it?
I'm not sure I know. Can you say C again?
C?
Yes, it's to.
Jody, can you help me? This is the one we just talked about.
So for, yes, so for RM40, as long as it's the non-residential portion, we are basically creating a new code requirement.
You're saying extend letter A to?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, got it. I'm connecting the dots.
All right, so that's my motion and I'm sticking to it.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Du Bois, did you want to speak to your motion any further?
Well, I hope it's clear. I think part of it tonight, there was some confusion. You know, when you look at that table, there's a lot of info there.
Oh, you may have cut out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, I think we had this mix before of within 150 feet or abutting, or, you know, within a certain distance. So I do think it's good to clarify. I think that making everything abutting is too restrictive. So I think this is a good compromise, and hope you'll support it.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Koo, do you want to speak to your second?
Well, I think I voiced a lot of my concerns earlier in my comments and questions, you know, with regard to ensuring that residents who are living here already, that they have the protections in place, especially with all the new laws that are coming forward from state. And so, and with that, I wanted to ask Council Member Du Bois if item C can also extend to PCs, not just RM40, but also to PCs, and perhaps also to maybe some of the mixed use projects that has housing in it.
So again, I think PCs are discretionary by their nature, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's late. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish here.
What I'm trying to do is to just be fair to all residents, you know, who are living in higher density buildings. And just because they live in higher density buildings, it doesn't mean that they shouldn't get the same equal protections for privacy, light, and air. And we do have a few of these PCs in town that potentially could get a tall building right next to them without the same protections, the transitional protections.
And I'm not sure, again, how you'd apply mixed use.
Well, those that has retail or light office under, for example, the former Olive Garden site, or even Sunrise, the Sunrise homes over which Alta Locale is right next to. That's quite a tall building. And potentially they could be affecting the light, air, and privacy of the senior folks.
Just because it's late, I don't want to accept it now. If you want to try to make it an amendment.
Okay, I'll make it an amendment then, please.
Okay, is there a second to that? I don't see one.
Okay, then if I can move to packet page 410, which talks about section 18.38.150. So there's the language in there with the abutting, and I see that this motion will amend that. However, I want to make sure that in that section B, that that it also reads the maximum height within 150 feet of any RE. There should be.
Vice Mayor, can you just say the page number again so I can follow?
Yes, I'm sorry. Packet page 411.
411. Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure I'm tracking what you're saying. Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
Okay, so item number B. I want to find out if the maker of the motion would add in there all the RMs, so include RMD, RM30, and RM40 in there into the housing, just so that we don't leave them out.
So RM30 and RM40 are in the final sentence, right?
Well, that's also another complication because it just seems like RM4 and RM5 is not something that was, I mean, I don't know if it's ever changed in our code, or how is it linked RM4 to RM30 and RM5 to RM40? You know, so where was it in the code that suddenly RM4 became that other code, that other zone, which is RM30? I don't think it syncs.
So Councilmember Ku, there, I'm not sure where you're reading RM4, but I've run into that issue before. And we have had to go back through the, codes and find the answer.
I think the page numbers on the printed version versus the online version are like one off.
Oh.
So we're looking at
Okay.
section number 9.
So that for us, that's packet page 412 at the top.
Yeah.
Yes, and so we did that history research and made sure that those are the correct answers. But this is, again, staff trying to clear that up so there's no misunderstanding in the future.
So you're saying that there was a time that RM4 staff had changed it to RM30 and okay, so in that case, then, we just want to make sure that these are all protected in the same manner and that this paragraph reflects that.
Yes, we're not trying to make any changes here. We're trying to just be clear in these changes.
Well, then RMD is not added in there, and RMD is part of the lower densities.
That was not in the original language.
I think that, I do want to say, certainly we can take a look at that if council does want to. I think we would just want to be concerned about potentially downzoning properties that currently don't have this restriction right now. We just want to be mindful.
Well, RMD is supposed to buffer between the higher densities and into the R1 zones. So I would like to ask that the maker allow for staff to look into that.
Yeah, if we could add a D, that would be fine. It does seem like if we have RM30 and RM40, but we're silent on RMD, it's kind of missing. So if staff could investigate this section 1838-150B to consider, adding RMD. It's lowercase b. Yep. Does that look okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. I think I understand this. I just want to make triple sure, if that's okay. So thanks for your patience here. So I actually thought the ARB and director process that staff proposed actually seemed pretty reasonable to me, and I thought that was helpful. So let me just make sure. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say transition zones 150 feet. Okay, it's the radius. But if somebody has a project that they think 100 feet makes much more sense, they can still go through the discretionary process. That is, they can say, okay, I'll abandon the ministerial process. I'll take it to the ARB and I'll argue, look, there's in between, it's only 100 feet, but there's 4 lanes of traffic, an island and trees on both sides in the way. It works. And if ARB says, yeah, that's right, then they can go ahead and do it if with the director's approval. Did I understand that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Assuming the project meets the ARB findings.
Assuming the project meets the ARB findings. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I thought that was. I think that's reasonable. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I might be okay with this, but there's no way to know at this time of the evening without having another pass at this. I'm already looking at radius. Is that from the center of a building or a parcel? Is that in, like exactly how is that going to be drawn from each portion of the parcel? Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Gerhart.
The 150 feet would be from a property line, from the, subject property line.
Uh-huh. So is it really a radius though? Because that implies a circle.
It's
I mean, I know,
But it's not
a
from the
buffer
center of
around.
the property, it's from the edge of the property, I think is what Ms. Gerhardt's saying. We measure from the boundaries of the property. That's where you go out from. It might benefit from the slide. If the clerk could bring it up, there's a slide with the pictures that showed the conditions, and just to clarify what conditions we are interpreting this to be. Yes, this one. So we would understand that except for where abutting was already part of the code, that would continue to be for abutting. Where we added abutting, you would have both the transitional height district for abutting properties, possibly for those that are separated by a lot, and for those that are across the street, if that radius, stretches across that street. That's my understanding of the direction.
I guess I'm just envisioning angles and people measuring 150 in other ways. I appreciate this drawing, but I think it's pretty simplistic. If I think about the concerns that members of the community have expressed other times, partially because this is ambiguous. So
you have kind of a radius going out from the property line, and you would see where that falls within the property. In some ways it could be, and I guess we were talking about a donut radius, and we could explain how that works, but there are ways that we are able to use these codes to then interpret and apply them in the field. And so that folks can have clarity, residents and applicants, on how that is applied. I don't know, Ms. Gerhart, if you want to go into that, or Ms. Eisberg, but we certainly can do that if it helps council.
It might, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure that it would help me tonight. It might help me another time when I had time to review it and see the things in advance, and the community had an opportunity to understand the changes that are proposed. So if you can put the motion back up, please. Again, I might be okay with A. I'm not sure. B, it's fine. What is the impact of C? What is the change that C makes? If staff can explain that.
So that would add an extra transition from RM40 to commercial properties. We do have a pending project right now, which is a commercial building next to RM40. And it would mean that a portion of that building would have to be lower.
Okay, how much lower?
If we're saying 150 feet, it might be the whole building, might have to lose a story.
Okay, again, I might be okay with multiple parts of this, but I'm going to vote against it tonight. If council, if colleagues feel that it's worth bringing back and taking another look at it, I might be amenable to it, but I'm sorry.
Okay. I do want to just go over on B in this use of the term radius. I agree that that doesn't seem correct. Isn't it distance from the property line? Is that what's being described here?
I think for B, I don't think that would be radius for that. I think it would be reduce the horizontal height transition zone. That's what we're talking about reducing for B.
Yeah, it's really the use of radius in A that it's really the word radius that you're asking about.
Yeah, and I think that maybe got confusing. Again, I don't know if this is maybe a separate question, but the city attorney may have to advise if I think we'll come back probably for another adoption with some detail. I don't know if it'll be on consent or action, but to have the new ordinance with these changes. And so one of the things we can do in that staff report is explain how we do the measurements, just how it's applied, so that you all can understand how we would interpret the 150-foot height transition zone.
So that will be helpful, but for purposes of the motion, wouldn't it be more clear to not use the term radius here?
I think it should be, I think even for A, if it was height transition zone, then we know it's that 150 feet zone that we're talking about. I may have confused things by using the term radius to indicate that it includes if there's a building
Yeah.
next to it and several parcels away.
I get the
you know,
intent. I think
yeah.
we just want to get more literal. But can you offer the clerk the better language?
I would say height transition zone. And so instead of radius to say zone, if that is amenable to the maker and the seconder of the motion.
Yeah, I think you've got it. So you'll come back maybe on consent or action, like you said, and we'll see the red lines.
So I do want to go to the point that Councilmember Cormack was raising, I think on, if I understood it correctly, but we have some housing proposals that have come forward with PHC that we have been, well, those, if they're all PHC, then that's just, does that discretion preempt these rules?
So PHCs have their own section in the code. They aren't totally a blank check, and they have their own compliance. I think there was part of this, Jody, that had the PCs, but that might be leaving with the changes we just made.
And also all those things would apply if they opted into a discretionary approval.
Yeah,
They didn't like this.
that's true. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, the PHC by its nature is a discretionary process, but there are some special conditions you have to meet in the PHC. I just don't have those at my fingertip.
All right, well, I think I'm good with these changes then. So do we have any other comments? I don't see any more hands raised. So, and did I take it that the seconder accepted these latest changes, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, in that case, can the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 12. Go to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Does anyone have any? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Just a quick update from our most recent BOSCA meeting, because we've had a real seesaw with precipitation. As of January 18th, the regional water supply system was at 75% of total system storage, still below normal for this year. So while we had above normal precipitation up in the watershed and here in the Bay Area in December, we've essentially been non-existent in January. We're still in the statewide drought. The SFPUC in November did adopt a 10% system-wide voluntary water use. For the past 6 months, the whole regional water system has been 9% below 2 years ago. So I just know there's just been, with all that seesaw, I just wanted to share a little bit of information because it was panic, and then we had a lot of water, and where did that leave us? And that left us remembering that it's always a good time to conserve water.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the news, but John Arriaga just died. And so perhaps we could close the meeting in his honor. He did a lot for the community of Silicon Valley and our city, certainly a lot for Stanford. So it's definitely a great loss.
Yes, and I intended to do just that. Thank you. So before going to that topic, we do have an upcoming council meeting to review a draft of the city responses or the council responses to the grand jury report on housing. And in pre-council, we were discussing how to best get that draft to the council, reflecting both the staff and the council input. And unfortunately, it's kind of a truncated time frame. I was hoping that we might be able to refer it to the housing element ad hoc, but the timing doesn't really allow that to be looked back. So what I'd like to do is request council members Du Bois and Phil Seth will work with the planning department leadership and bring to council a draft that the council would then consider and perhaps modify. If that's okay with the two of you, we can proceed on that basis.
Sure.
Okay, I see concurrence. Thank you. And so, as Councilmember Tanaka mentioned, we heard the news this evening that John Arriaga has passed away. He was one of the real, essentially, founders of the developers of Silicon Valley, and went on to be one of the leading philanthropists of the Lower Peninsula and cities and Stanford University. He was widely acknowledged as being someone bigger than life and who had great impacts on our region. And on that note, I'd like to close the meeting in his name. Thank you all. Good night.